Hello everyone, I'm here to help you today. I know you're using this video to sleep, so before that, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching? Now sit back and relax. Wilderness guides develop a sense for trouble. It's not something taught in training courses or written in manuals. It's a feeling that grows from years spent reading the language of the land. My name is Clay Harjo. In 2003, I was a seasoned guide in Hell's Canyon, Idaho, when that sixth sense failed me completely. Hell's Canyon isn't the kind of place you casually stroll through. It's the deepest river gorge in North America with a reputation for swallowing up folks who wander too far from the trail. I'd been a guide for a few seasons, not that I was looking for excitement. It just paid the bills and kept me outdoors. Being Cherokee, I figured I had a leg up in these rugged terrains. But that assumption nearly cost me more than I bargained for. I was guiding a group of hikers who'd signed up for the thrill of off-the-beaten-path trekking, a phrase that sounds great until you're out there realizing how far away beaten paths can actually feel. The group was a mix, 2 college kids looking for adventure, a quiet woman in her 40s who kept to herself, and a retired firefighter named Dale who talked nonstop about his days rescuing folks from burning buildings. Real salt-of-the-earth guy, and the way he casually bragged about fighting fires made the college kids call him Hotshot. He was the kind of guy you wanted in a bad situation, until you found yourself in a situation where his bravado couldn't help one bit. The 2 college kids, Ethan and Jessica, were constantly snapping photos with their new digital cameras. They wore matching University of Oregon sweatshirts and had that eager enthusiasm that would either become useful energy or dangerous recklessness, depending on how things went. The quiet woman, Holly Mercer, had booked the trip last minute. She carried a worn journal with pressed flowers between its pages. When she thought no one was looking, I noticed her wiping away tears. The weather was moody that day, with low clouds hanging over the canyon like a threat. We'd made camp near a rocky outcrop that offered a decent view of the Snake River twisting below. The canyon walls were steep and jagged, layered with centuries of rock that spoke of ancient times. The weathered striations reminded me of the stories my grandfather used to tell. Layers of time exposed, each one with its own secrets. As the day dimmed into evening, I gathered everyone around to go over the next day's route, figuring we'd start early and make it to a safer spot before any potential rain. I kept an eye on the sky, thinking that the last thing we needed was to be caught in a canyon flash flood. "Rain's coming tomorrow afternoon," I told them, pointing to the western horizon where dark clouds were massing. "We'll be up at dawn to break camp. I want to hit the Snake River crossing before noon." Jessica raised her hand like she was in class. "I read that this area has some indigenous artifacts. Will we see any of those?" "If they're there, they stay there," I said firmly. "This land has seen enough looting." The first odd sign came when I noticed something off about our surroundings, a certain quiet that didn't sit right. Hell's Canyon is known for its wildlife, elk, coyotes, even the occasional black bear. But this silence felt unnatural, like nature itself had taken a collective breath and held it. The forest was dense and thick with ponderosa pines, but you could usually hear something rustling around even in the evening. That night, though, nothing. Not even the whistle of wind through the canyon. Dale, the former firefighter, was fiddling with his flashlight when he muttered something about a weird smell. I leaned over, sniffing the air, and caught it too, a sour metallic tang, faint at first but growing more distinct. I passed it off as some sulfurous pocket opening up from the canyon, though it was unlike anything I'd ever come across out here. "Probably just some mineral deposits," I said, more to reassure myself than him. "Canyon's full of strange smells." We split up to set up camp, Dale volunteering to grab firewood. The others stayed close to the camp, chatting nervously, as if they could sense that something wasn't right but couldn't quite place it. I headed down to a creek about 100 yards off to fill some canteens. The water was slow-moving, reflecting the twilight sky in rippling fragments. I knelt, filling the first canteen when I saw it. A flash of white on the opposite bank, too big to be just a reflection or some trick of the light. I squinted, trying to make sense of it. The shape was indistinct, like a large animal crouched low in the bushes watching. Its form reminded me of a mountain lion, yet the way it held still was unnerving. I blinked, and the white blur was gone, as if it had never been there at all. Chalk it up to my imagination, I thought, or maybe the fatigue from leading these folks up and down rocky slopes. But as I made my way back to camp, the hairs on my neck stood rigid. Something was watching us. I could feel eyes tracking my movements, patient and calculating. Back at the camp, Ethan and Jessica were huddled together, looking at their camera displays and giggling. Holly sat alone, writing in her journal, her pen moving in tight, urgent strokes. The normalcy of the scene almost made me dismiss my unease, almost. I returned to camp and things seemed relatively normal until Dale stumbled back, his face paler than the moonlight breaking through the clouds. He dropped the bundle of firewood at his feet and stammered something about something moving out there. He claimed he'd seen an animal, tall as a bear but leaner, with long limbs that bent in ways they shouldn't. I brushed it off, suggesting it was just a trick of the shadows or perspective, but Dale wouldn't let it go. For a big guy who boasted about fearlessness, he looked genuinely rattled. "I'm telling you, Clay," he insisted, his voice dropping to a whisper so the others wouldn't hear. 20 years fighting fires. I've seen bears, mountain lions, you name it. This wasn't any of those. It was watching me, following me. It knew I saw it. The crack of a branch somewhere beyond our camp perimeter silenced our conversation. All of us turned toward the sound, peering into the darkness that had settled over the canyon like a shroud. That's when I knew we weren't alone in Hell's Canyon, and whatever was out there was getting closer. I decided to scout around, partly to ease Dale's mind and partly to satisfy my own growing unease. Armed with just my flashlight and the hunting knife I always carried, I ventured into the woods near our camp, stepping carefully over branches and rocks. Every few feet I'd stop and listen, but there was only the deafening silence pressing in on me. "Stay close to the fire," I instructed the others. "No wandering off, not even a few steps. We don't know what wildlife might be active tonight." Holly looked up from her journal, her eyes narrowing. "You said this area wasn't known for dangerous predators." "It's not," I said, trying to sound casual. "Just standard precaution." The smell had grown stronger, that metallic odor mixed with something else now, something that reminded me of rotting meat. I moved away from camp, sweeping my flashlight in deliberate arcs, searching for anything unusual. The beam caught only trees and rocks, nothing out of place, yet the feeling of being watched intensified with each step. Then I saw it, a figure, a dark, elongated shape moving between the trees. It moved with a jerky gait, pausing and lurching, as if testing the ground with each step. For a brief moment its head turned in my direction, and I felt a chill run through me as I realized this thing wasn't just watching me, it was assessing me, like a predator sizing up its next meal. Its frame was gaunt, almost skeletal, with limbs that seemed too long for its body, giving it an unnatural, insect-like quality. I backed up slowly, not daring to break eye contact until I'd nearly tripped over a rock. By the time I steadied myself and looked back, it was gone. Whatever it was, it had vanished back into the darkness, leaving no trace behind. Back at camp, I kept what I'd seen to myself, but I told everyone to stay close to the fire and keep their lights on. The college kids laughed it off, cracking jokes about Bigfoot. "Sasquatch sighting," Ethan joked, holding his arms out and lumbering around. "Maybe we'll make the local news." But Dale just sat there, his gaze fixed on the shadows beyond the firelight. The man who had charged into burning buildings was now jumping at every sound from the forest. "I've got an extra knife in my pack," I told Dale quietly. "Keep it on you." He nodded grimly, taking the blade and testing its weight in his palm. Around midnight, things took a turn. We heard rustling, followed by a low scraping sound, like claws dragging over stone. It circled our camp, the sound coming closer, then moving away, taunting us. It felt deliberate, like this thing was testing us, trying to gauge our reactions. Dale grabbed a stick from the fire, waving it in the air like a makeshift torch. But even he knew that if this thing decided to come closer, his burning stick wouldn't stand a chance. "What is that?" Jessica whispered, her earlier bravado crumbling. "Clay, what's out there?" "Probably just a coyote," I lied. "They get curious sometimes." The noise stopped, and for a while there was only silence. Just when I thought maybe it had moved on, we heard a scream, a sharp guttural cry that cut through the night like a blade. It was Holly. She'd wandered a few feet from camp to use the bathroom and hadn't told anyone. By the time we got to her, it was too late. She was on the ground, her throat slashed open in a jagged line, eyes wide in terror. Dale and I dragged her back to camp, but it was no use. She was gone. The college kids were frantic, clutching each other and sobbing. I told them to stay calm, but the truth was I had no plan. We were stuck in the middle of Hell's Canyon, hours from help with no cell service, and a creature lurking in the shadows that could kill us before we even knew it was there. Her blood left a dark trail across the rocky ground, glistening in the firelight. Jessica couldn't stop screaming until Ethan finally covered her mouth with his hand, desperately shushing her. "It'll hear us," he kept saying. "It'll know where we are." "It already knows where we are," Dale said, his voice hollow. The next few hours were a blur of fear and desperation. We huddled by the fire, every snap of a twig sending us into a frenzy of flashlights and hushed whispers. Dale kept muttering about the thing he'd seen, swearing it looked like it had too many joints, too many angles to be any animal he recognized. At some point I must have nodded off, because I woke to Dale shaking my shoulder, his face inches from mine, his eyes wild. He whispered that he'd seen it again, that it was closer this time, creeping through the trees like it was daring us to make a move. I grabbed my knife and we both stood by the edge of the firelight, trying to spot it before it could reach us. Then we heard it, a sickening crunch like bones snapping underfoot. I turned my flashlight toward the sound, and there it was, hunched over Holly's body, dragging her limp form toward the trees. It looked up, its face a grotesque mixture of wolf-like features, twisted in a way that defied logic. Its mouth was open wide, revealing rows of jagged teeth, yellowed and crooked. Without thinking, I lunged forward, shouting at Dale to help. But he froze, rooted to the spot, watching in horror as the creature dropped Holly's body and turned its full attention on us. Its eyes were dark pits, void of any light or recognition, just hunger. I swung my knife, but it barely flinched, dodging back with a fluid motion that seemed almost taunting. Jessica screamed, and that was enough to snap Dale out of his trance. He grabbed his burning stick and thrust it at the creature, driving it back a few paces. But it didn't run. It just tilted its head, watching us with a curiosity that made my skin crawl. Finally, it slipped back into the darkness, disappearing into the trees, leaving us with Holly's bloodied body and a silence that felt heavier than before. We didn't sleep for the rest of the night, just sat there, weapons in hand, waiting for the first light of dawn. As the darkness slowly gave way to gray light, I saw something that turned my blood to ice. In the dirt near our camp, a set of footprints, not animal tracks, but not quite human either. The prints were elongated, with what looked like claw marks at the ends of what should have been toes, and they led in both directions, into and out of our camp. The thing had been watching us long before we ever noticed it. When the sun finally crested over the canyon walls, I took stock of what remained. 3 terrified hikers, 1 body, and a memory that would stay with me for the rest of my life. Holly's body lay where we'd dragged it, covered with Dale's jacket. Her face had taken on the waxy pallor of death, making her look like a discarded doll rather than the quiet woman who'd been writing in her journal just hours before. "We need to move," I said, gathering our essentials. "Leave the tents and everything else. Just take water, food, and anything you can use as a weapon." "What about Holly?" Jessica asked, her voice cracking. "We can't just leave her." "We have to," Dale said. His voice had a new edge to it, a hardness that hadn't been there before. "She's gone, and carrying a body will slow us down." "I'll mark the GPS coordinates," I said, already tapping the device hanging from my belt. "We'll report it as soon as we get reception." We moved quickly, packing only what we needed. As I was gathering my things, I noticed Holly's journal lying open where she'd left it. Something made me pick it up and flip through the pages. Most entries were personal reflections, but the last page chilled me. It was dated the day before and contained a single line: "Something's watching me from the trees." I tucked the journal into my pack. Evidence, I told myself, though I wasn't sure who would believe us. The daytime brought little comfort as we made our way down the trail. The canyon scale seemed to mock our insignificance, massive stone walls rising thousands of feet above us, carved by the Snake River over millennia. Under normal circumstances, I would have pointed out geological features or wildlife to the group. Today we moved in tense silence, each of us scanning the terrain for any sign of movement. "I've never heard of any predator in North America that hunts humans like that," Dale said as we navigated a particularly steep section of trail. "Bears attack when threatened, mountain lions take down deer or elk. But that thing, it was hunting us specifically." "Maybe it was rabid," Ethan suggested. "Some diseased wolf or cougar." I shook my head. "No disease I know of makes an animal look like that." We'd been hiking for about 2 hours when Jessica stopped suddenly, pointing to something off the trail. "Look, is that a cabin?" Through the trees I could make out a weathered structure, a small hunter's cabin or old ranger outpost, long abandoned by the looks of it. It sat nestled against the canyon wall, half hidden by overgrowth. "It's not on any of my maps," I said, studying the structure. "Might be private property or something unregistered." "Could have a radio," Dale suggested, "or at least be safer than spending another night in the open." I hesitated. The cabin looked ancient, its log walls gray with age, the small windows dark and empty. But Dale was right. Walls would be better than nothing, and we might find something useful inside. I nodded, and we carefully made our way toward it. The door hung askew on rusted hinges, creaking as I pushed it open. The interior was a single room with a stone fireplace, a small table, and what had once been a cot but was now just a metal frame with rotted canvas. Dust covered everything, undisturbed for what looked like years. "No one's been here in a long time," I said, scanning the cabin's interior. Jessica coughed from the dust we'd stirred up. "This place gives me the creeps." She wasn't wrong. There was something unsettling about the cabin, beyond just its abandoned state. Crude symbols had been carved into the wooden supports, not graffiti but deliberate markings that reminded me of protective signs I'd seen in some of the older Cherokee communities. Dale was inspecting the fireplace. "Look at this," he called. On the stone mantel above the fireplace sat several small objects. Animal bones arranged in a pattern, a jar containing what looked like teeth, and a leather-bound book so old the binding had cracked and split. "Don't touch anything," I warned, but Dale had already picked up the book. "It's a journal," he said, carefully turning the brittle pages. "Dates back to the 1890s. Some trapper named Elias Blackwood." "What does it say?" Ethan asked, peering over Dale's shoulder. Dale squinted at the faded handwriting. "A lot of it's hard to make out. Talks about trapping, hunting. Wait, listen to this. It has followed me for 3 days now. The Nez Perce call it Siatko, but have another name they won't speak aloud. They say it was here before the rivers cut the canyons." A cold sensation spread through my chest. "Keep reading." March 18th, 1891. Found Richardson torn apart a mile from camp. No animal takes just the organs like that. The others wanted to leave, but the spring melt has made the river impassable. We are trapped here with it. Dale looked up, his face ashen. "There's more, but the writing gets shakier, harder to read." "This thing has been here for over 100 years, Jessica whispered. "Longer," I said, thinking of Holly's slashed throat. "Much longer." A sudden thud against the cabin's exterior made us all freeze. Something was outside, moving around the perimeter. We could hear it scraping against the logs, testing the structure. "It followed us," Ethan whispered. Dale snapped the journal shut and shoved it into his pack. "We need to barricade the door." We moved quickly, dragging the metal cot frame against the door and positioning ourselves away from the windows. The scratching continued, moving methodically around the cabin. "It's looking for a way in," I said, gripping my knife. The scratching stopped at one of the windows, and for a moment there was silence. Then a long, pale hand with too many joints pressed against the glass, leaving a smear of something dark and viscous. Jessica stifled a scream as the creature's face appeared behind the hand. The same twisted, wolf-like features I'd seen in the darkness, but now visible in daylight. Its skin was a pallid gray, stretched tight over an elongated skull. Those empty eyes stared directly at us, unblinking. "Holy shit," Dale breathed. "What the hell is that thing?" The creature tilted its head, as if considering Dale's question. Then it opened its mouth, revealing those rows of jagged teeth, and pressed its face closer to the glass. The window creaked under the pressure. "The glass won't hold," I warned, backing toward the fireplace. As if in response, the creature suddenly pulled back from the window. We heard its footsteps receding, fading into silence. "Is it gone?" Ethan asked after several long minutes. "I don't think so," I replied. "It's waiting for us, or planning something." "We can't stay here," Dale said, hefting his pack. "That thing knows we're trapped." "But we can't go out there either," Jessica protested. I looked at the old journal in Dale's pack. "Maybe there's something in there that can help us, some way to fight this thing or drive it away." Dale nodded and pulled out the journal again, flipping to the later pages. His expression grew increasingly troubled as he read. "This trapper, Blackwood, he tried everything. Guns, traps, fire. Nothing worked. He writes about how they lost men one by one." Dale turned another page. "Wait, here's something. He says the Nez Perce told him the creature avoids water, not because it can't cross it, but because water disrupts its ability to feed on fear." He looked up. "That's what it's doing. Blackwood says it was toying with them, making them terrified before it attacked. It feeds on fear first, flesh second." "The Snake River," I said suddenly. "If we can reach the river crossing, maybe we can get away from it." "It's at least 4 miles, Dale pointed out. "Better than waiting here to die," I replied. We gathered our things, preparing to make a run for it. The plan was simple. Move fast, stay together, head straight for the river crossing. According to the old journal, the creature wouldn't follow us across deep water. "Ready?" I asked, hand on the makeshift barricade. They nodded, faces set with determination born of desperation. I moved the cot frame and eased the door open, peering out. The forest around the cabin was quiet, no sign of our hunter. "Now," I whispered, and we bolted. We ran like hell was at our heels, which in a way it was. The trail down to the Snake River was steep and treacherous, loose rocks sliding beneath our feet as we scrambled over terrain better taken slowly and carefully. But caution was a luxury we couldn't afford. "Keep moving!" I shouted as Ethan stumbled on a sharp descent. Dale grabbed his arm, hauling him upright without breaking stride. The distant roar of the Snake River grew louder as we descended, a promising sound that spurred us on. I kept glancing back, expecting to see that gaunt figure loping after us, but the trail behind remained clear. "Maybe we lost it," Jessica panted, her face streaked with sweat and dirt. "Don't count on it," Dale replied grimly. We'd covered maybe half the distance to the river when we reached a narrow section of trail that hugged the canyon wall. To our right, the path fell away in a sheer drop of several hundred feet. We would have to move single file, with no room for error. "Stay close to the wall," I instructed, taking the lead, 1 foot directly in front of the other. We inched along the narrow ledge, pressed against the rough stone of the canyon wall. I was halfway across when I heard it, a low, gurgling sound from somewhere above us. Looking up, I saw the creature perched on an outcropping 20 feet above the trail. It watched us with those empty eyes, its body coiled like a spring. "Don't stop," I said quietly. "Keep moving, slow and steady." The creature shifted position, moving with that same unnatural fluidity I'd seen before. It was paralleling our progress, keeping pace as we navigated the narrow ledge. Dale was directly behind me, with Jessica and Ethan following. I could hear their ragged breathing, the scrape of their boots on rock. We were almost to the wider section of trail when the creature made its move. It leaped from its perch, not toward us, but to a position on the trail ahead, blocking our path. In the full light of day, it was even more horrifying, standing nearly 7 feet tall on its hind legs, its limbs too thin and jointed for its frame. The skin was not fur or hide, but a gray, leathery texture that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. "Back up," I said, pushing Dale behind me. "Move back to wider ground." But as we started to retreat, a section of the trail crumbled beneath Ethan's feet. He let out a startled cry as he pitched sideways toward the drop. Jessica grabbed for him, catching his arm, but the momentum pulled her forward as well. "Help!" she screamed as both of them teetered on the edge. Dale lunged, catching Jessica around the waist. For one terrible moment, all 3 of them wavered on the brink. Then Dale planted his feet and heaved backward, pulling them to safety in a tangle of limbs. The creature watched this drama unfold, its head tilted in that eerie, curious way. Then it took a step toward us, extending one of those two long arms. "The journal," I said to Dale. "What else did it say? How did they fight it?" Dale scrambled to pull the journal from his pack. "Blackwood tried to burn it," he said, flipping pages frantically. "Says fire hurt it but didn't kill it." I pulled out my Zippo lighter, a habit from my smoking days that I'd never quite abandoned. "Get ready to run," I told the others. As the creature took another step forward, I flicked the lighter and threw it directly at its face. The flame caught on what might have been its fur or hair, spreading quickly across its head. The creature let out a shriek that sounded like metal scraping against stone, thrashing as the fire consumed its upper body. It staggered backward, then toppled over the edge of the trail, plummeting into the canyon below. We didn't wait to see if it survived the fall. We ran, scrambling along the trail as fast as we dared, not stopping until we reached wider, safer ground. "Did we kill it?" Jessica gasped, bent double and fighting for breath. "I don't know," I admitted. "But we need to keep moving. The river isn't far now." As we continued down the trail, I couldn't shake the feeling that we'd only bought ourselves time, not victory. Something that had hunted in these canyons for over a century wouldn't be defeated so easily. The trail finally opened onto a wider path that wound down to the river's edge. The Snake River stretched before us, about 60 feet across at this point, its current swift but not impassable. The crossing point featured a line of large stepping stones that were usually above water this time of year, allowing hikers to cross without getting more than their boots wet. "There's our way out," I said, pointing to the stones. We hurried to the river's edge, relief flooding through us at the sight of salvation so close. The stepping stones were partially submerged due to recent rains, but still visible enough to use. "I'll go first," I told them. "Follow my exact path." I stepped out onto the first stone, testing it before committing my weight. It held firm, and I moved to the second, then the third. The current pushed against my legs, strong but manageable. I was about halfway across when I heard Jessica scream. Turning back, I saw the creature emerging from the tree line, still smoking from the fire but very much alive. Parts of its face had been burned away, revealing bone or something like it underneath. It moved more slowly now, but with a terrible purpose, heading straight for my remaining companions on the shore. "Get in the water," I shouted. "Now!" Dale reacted first, pulling Jessica toward the river. Ethan hesitated, fumbling with his camera, trying to capture an image of the thing pursuing us. "Ethan, leave it!" Dale yelled, but the young man was transfixed, backing away slowly as he focused his lens on the approaching horror. The creature lunged forward with sudden speed, closing the distance to Ethan in a heartbeat. Its clawed hand slashed out, catching him across the chest. Ethan screamed, dropping his camera as blood bloomed across his University of Oregon sweatshirt. Dale charged back up the bank, wielding a large branch like a club. He swung it at the creature's head, connecting with a solid thud that staggered it. "Run!" he shouted to Ethan, who stumbled toward the water, clutching his wounded chest. I waded back toward shore, fighting against the current, desperate to help. Jessica was already in the water up to her waist, reaching out for Ethan. Dale backed toward the river, still facing the creature, branch raised defensively. The creature shook off the blow and fixed those empty eyes on Dale. It let out a sound that might have been laughter, a dry, rattling noise that carried over the rush of the river. Then it spoke. The voice wasn't human, but the words were clear enough. "You taste better afraid." Dale faltered, the branch trembling in his hands. "What the fuck are you?" The creature tilted its head again. "Older than your kind, hungrier." It moved forward, and Dale swung the branch again. This time the creature caught it easily, wrenching it from his grasp and snapping it like a twig. Dale turned to run, but the creature was faster, grabbing him by the shoulder and spinning him around. I reached the shore, knife in hand, but I was too late. The creature plunged its other hand into Dale's chest, not slashing this time, but reaching inside him. Dale's eyes bulged in shock and agony. His mouth opened in a silent scream as the creature withdrew its hand, holding something dark and glistening, Dale's heart still pumping feebly. "No!" Jessica screamed as Dale's body crumpled to the ground. The creature raised the heart to its mouth and bit into it like an apple, black fluid running down its chin. Then it turned its attention to us. I grabbed Ethan, who was swaying on his feet. blood loss making him dizzy. "Into the water," I ordered, pulling him toward the river. "Deep as you can go." We waded in, the current threatening to sweep our feet from under us. Jessica was already midstream, sobbing as she struggled across. The creature followed us to the water's edge, but stopped there, watching with those terrible eyes. "It won't cross," I said, relief surging through me. But as we reached the deeper part of the river, the creature did something unexpected. It lowered itself to all fours and began to circle the crossing point, moving upstream at an alarming pace. "It's looking for another way across," I realized. "We need to hurry." Ethan was growing weaker, leaning heavily on me as we fought our way through the current. Jessica had reached the far bank and was waving frantically for us to hurry. The river water around us was turning pink with Ethan's blood. "Stay with me," I urged him. "We're almost there." We were nearing the far shore when I heard Jessica scream again. Looking up, I saw the creature on the opposite bank, having circled upstream and crossed where the river narrowed. It was now making its way down toward Jessica, cutting off our escape route. "Back," I told Ethan, turning us midstream. "We need to go back." But Ethan's strength was failing. He sagged against me, his face ashen. "I can't," he whispered. "I can't make it." The current caught us, pulling us downstream. I fought to keep our heads above water, clinging to Ethan with one arm while trying to steer us toward the bank we'd just left. The creature stood on the shore, watching our struggle, making no move to help or hinder. It was waiting, savoring our fear. I managed to grab onto a protruding rock, stopping our drift. With a tremendous effort, I hauled Ethan toward the shore. The creature remained where it was, blocking our path to safety. Jessica was nowhere to be seen. Either she'd fled into the forest, or the thing had already gotten to her. As we reached the shallows, Ethan stumbled and fell face first into the water. I pulled him up, his body limp and unresponsive. Turning him over, I saw that his eyes were open but vacant. He'd lost too much blood. The creature made that terrible laughing sound again and took a step toward us. I stood over Ethan's body, knife raised, knowing it would do no good but unwilling to die without a fight. "You can't have him," I said, my voice steadier than I felt. The creature stopped, regarding me with what almost seemed like respect. "Brave," it said in that inhuman voice. "Rare." It took another step, and I braced myself for the end. The shot came from somewhere behind me, a deafening crack that echoed across the canyon. The creature jerked as something hit it in the shoulder, spraying that black fluid into the air. It shrieked, a sound so high and piercing that I had to cover my ears. More shots followed, 3 in rapid succession. The creature staggered backward, wounds opening across its chest and neck. It turned to flee, but another shot caught it in the leg, dropping it to one knee. I spun around to see Jessica standing on a rock outcropping, Dale's revolver in her hands, the gun he'd kept in his pack for emergencies. Her face was a mask of rage and grief as she fired again, the bullet striking the creature in the head. It fell backward, thrashing on the ground. Black fluid pooled beneath it, seeping into the earth. Its movements grew weaker, more spasmodic. Finally, it lay still. Jessica climbed down from the rocks, the gun still trained on the motionless form. "Is it dead?" she asked, her voice hoarse. I approached cautiously, knife ready. The creature didn't move as I nudged it with my boot. The wounds were substantial. The headshot had taken away most of its face, revealing a skull structure unlike anything I'd ever seen. It looked almost human, but the proportions were wrong, the bone too dense and ancient-looking. "I think so," I said, though uncertainty gnawed at me. Something this old, this unnatural. Could bullets really kill it? Jessica nodded, then turned to look at Ethan's body, still lying half in the water. Her face crumpled. "He's gone, isn't he?" "I'm sorry," I said. "I couldn't save him." She knelt beside him, gently closing his eyes. "He just wanted an adventure," she whispered. "Something to tell his friends about." I thought of Holly's journal entry. "Something's watching me from the trees," and Dale's last moments, his heart ripped from his chest. This was an adventure none of us would ever forget, though only 2 of us remained to remember it. "We need to go," I said after giving her a moment. "Find help, report what happened." Jessica nodded, rising to her feet. She looked down at the gun in her hands, then tucked it into her waistband. "What do we tell them? About this thing?" I looked at the creature's remains. Already they seemed to be deteriorating, the flesh turning to a gray, ash-like substance. By the time we brought anyone back here, there might be nothing left to find. The truth, I said. As much of it as they'll believe. We gathered what we could. Dale's pack, Jessica's camera with the images Ethan had taken, Holly's journal. Evidence, though, whether anyone would accept it was another matter. The Rangers would come eventually, drawn by the smoke from our abandoned camp, or by search parties when we failed to return on schedule. As we prepared to leave, Jessica paused, looking down at the creature's dissolving form. What was it? Really? I thought of the journal we'd found in the cabin, of the Nez Perce name, Siatko, and the older name they wouldn't speak aloud. I thought of the creature's words, older than your kind, hungrier. I don't know, I admitted. Something that doesn't belong in our world. Something that's been here longer than we have. We made our way along the riverbank, following it downstream where the trail would be less treacherous. Neither of us spoke much, both lost in our thoughts and grief. The sun was beginning to set, painting the canyon walls in fiery reds and deep purples. In other circumstances, it would have been beautiful. The Rangers arrived by late afternoon the next day, drawn by the smoke from signal fires we'd built on the riverbank. We told them everything, but they just looked at us like we were crazy, like we'd imagined the whole thing. They took Holly's body and Ethan's and promised to file a report, but I could tell they didn't believe a word of it. Later, as we were packing up, one of the Rangers pulled me aside. He was older than the others, his face weathered by years in the wilderness. He told me stories about sightings in the area, old legends of a creature that was neither wolf nor man, something that lived off fear as much as flesh. He didn't have a name for it, just a nod and a warning. Don't come back here alone. As for that creature, the ranger claimed it was something ancient, something that thrived in places forgotten by time. The old-timers say there's more than one, he told me quietly, that they sleep for decades, sometimes centuries, waking only when they hunger. I thought of the disintegrating remains we'd left behind. Had we really killed it, or merely wounded it? Would it heal, retreating to some dark corner of the canyon to recover and hunt again? I never returned to Hell's Canyon after that. I gave up guiding altogether, moved east to the flatlands where I could always see what was coming. Jessica went back to college but dropped out before graduating. We kept in touch for a while, bound by our shared trauma, but eventually drifted apart. Some experiences are too heavy to carry together. Sometimes on cold nights when the wind sounds like something scraping against my window, I remember those empty eyes watching me from the trees. I remember the creature's words, "You taste better afraid." And I wonder if it still hunts in that deep gorge, patient and ancient, waiting for the next group of hikers who wander too far from the beaten path. Because that's the thing about places like Hell's Canyon. They earned their names for a reason, and some predators never truly die. They just wait for the right moment to return, when the fear has faded and the warnings have been forgotten. I still have Holly's journal, and sometimes I read her final entry. Something's watching me from the trees. A simple observation that carries more weight than she could have known, because in the wildest parts of this world, where the canyons are deep and the forests are old, there are things watching from the shadows. Things that have been watching us since before we knew how to be afraid. And they're still watching now. The Anishinaabe have stories of things that dwell in the deep woods, creatures born from darkness that prey on those who wander too far from safety. For most of my life, I dismissed these tales as lessons wrapped in myth, meant to keep children close to home. My name is Gabriel Noden, and I'm about to tell you why I no longer doubt the old stories. It was 1998, and I found myself just outside Black Creek, a tiny town in the thick woods of northern Ontario, right where civilization tips into the wild. I'm Ojibwe, raised in the traditions of my people. But I wouldn't call myself deeply traditional. I mean, I've spent most of my life driving trucks and working construction gigs, but I've always respected the land and the stories my father used to tell, especially about things that lurked in the deep woods. I was there on a job. My cousin Eli asked me to check out a hunting cabin his family owned, one they'd rented out to a group of tourists who hadn't left it in the best shape. Said he'd pay me cash to clean it up and make sure it was safe for the next folks coming in. Easy work, or so I thought. Should only take you a day, maybe two, Eli had said, handing me the keys. Those city folk were messy, but nothing you can't handle. The morning was cold, mist clinging to the ground as I drove down the logging road. My truck bounced over potholes and ruts, the radio cutting in and out until I finally switched it off. The silence that followed seemed to press against the windows like a living thing. The cabin sat a good 3 miles off the main road, deep in a forest that was old and dense, with towering pine trees that blocked out most of the daylight even when the sun was high. I parked my truck at the end of the dirt path, grabbed my bag of supplies and started walking the trail that twisted and turned through the trees, feeling the quiet press down around me. The air had that heavy, mossy smell that always told you there were things living out there, things you might never see, but you knew were there all the same. Birds called overhead, their voices seeming to echo in the stillness. Occasionally something would rustle in the underbrush, darting away before I could catch sight of it. Now Eli had warned me that the cabin was in rough shape. I expected some mess, maybe a few critters scurrying around. What I didn't expect was to find the door ajar, swinging on one busted hinge. That wasn't the work of a raccoon or some sloppy tourist, and it sure didn't help when I noticed the scratches on the door frame, long deep gouges that had ripped right into the wood. These weren't made by any animal I recognized, too high up for a bear unless it was standing, too deep and wide for anything smaller. I hesitated at the threshold, a prickle of unease crawling up my spine. Something felt wrong, not just the door, but the entire atmosphere around the cabin seemed tainted somehow. The birds had gone quiet, and even the wind seemed to hold its breath. "Hello?" I called out, though I wasn't sure why. No one should have been there. "Anyone inside?" Silence answered me. Taking a deep breath, I pushed the door open wider and stepped inside. The cabin's interior was a single large room with a small kitchenette in one corner and a bathroom off to the side. A stone fireplace dominated the far wall, and a wooden staircase led to a loft where the beds were located, or at least where they should have been. Inside, the place was trashed, furniture overturned, food strewn across the floor, and something that looked like a torn blanket shredded and half stuffed into a corner. Claw marks scored the wooden walls, some reaching as high as 8 feet. The table had been flipped, one leg splintered as if something had stomped on it. Glass from broken windows glittered on the floor, catching what little light filtered through the trees. I muttered a few choice words and got to work, thinking the worst thing here was going to be a busted door and maybe a critter hiding under the bed. But then I heard it, a sound low and far off, something that didn't belong to any animal I could name. It was almost like laughter, but deeper, wetter somehow, as if coming from a throat not meant for human sounds. I froze, straining to hear it again, but there was nothing but the soft creak of the cabin settling and the distant rustle of leaves. I told myself it was just the wind, maybe a distant bear, and went back to cleaning, trying not to think about those scratches on the door. The hours dragged on, and that feeling, the sense of something watching, got heavier. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end more than once, and I kept glancing out the windows, certain I'd catch sight of eyes staring back at me. But there was never anything there, just the dark trees and the deepening shadows as afternoon stretched toward evening. I finally stopped and looked around, really looked. In the quiet, I noticed small things I'd missed before. A few long, thick black hairs caught on the edge of the table, too coarse for human hair, too long and thick for any animal native to these woods. A clump of dirt or something worse tracked in across the floor, dark, almost black, with a foul smell that made my stomach turn. And a smell faint but sharp, like rotten meat hanging in the air. The tourists hadn't left this mess. Whatever had done this was something else entirely. I retrieved my hunting knife from my bag, feeling slightly more secure with the weight of it in my hand. The rational part of my brain told me to leave, to head back to my truck and tell Eli the cabin needed more than a simple cleanup. But curiosity, and maybe a touch of stubborn pride, kept me there. The scratches bothered me most. I ran my fingers over one set, feeling the depth of them in the solid oak. Whatever had made these had strength beyond anything I'd encountered before. I thought of the stories my grandmother used to tell, of the Wendigo and the other dark things that haunted the forests. Stories I had dismissed as mere superstition. Now, standing in that broken cabin with evening approaching, those stories didn't seem so far-fetched anymore. I decided to check outside before the light faded completely. Maybe there would be tracks, something to explain what kind of animal had done this. I stepped out onto the small porch, the wooden boards creaking beneath my feet. The forest had grown quieter if possible. No birds, no rustling in the underbrush, just a heavy stillness that seemed to watch my every move. And that's when I saw them, the tracks leading away from the cabin and into the depths of the forest. They were strange, too large to be any animal I'd seen in these parts. The prints were wide with deep marks as if whatever it was had claws, big ones. Some resembled a bear's paw, but distorted, elongated in ways that made no sense. Others looked almost human, but too large. The toes ended in points where claws would be. I felt a prickle at the back of my neck, a warning as old as humanity itself. Danger is near. A smart man would have left right then, gone back to town, and told Eli to deal with it. But there was a part of me that had to know what was out there. The part that still carried the blood of hunters and warriors. The part that couldn't leave a mystery unsolved. With the sun beginning to sink below the tree line, casting long shadows through the forest, I made my decision. I grabbed my flashlight from my bag, and knife clutched firmly in my other hand, began to follow the tracks into the darkening woods. As I followed the trail into the woods, the light grew dimmer, filtered through the dense canopy of pine needles above. My flashlight carved a weak path through the gathering shadows, barely illuminating the strange tracks I followed. Each step I took felt heavier than the last, as if the forest itself was trying to slow my progress, to warn me away. I noticed other signs of passage. Broken branches hung at odd angles, snapped by something too tall or too careless to duck under them. Bark had been stripped from several trees, not in the way bears sometimes do, but in long vertical strips that exposed the pale flesh beneath. And most disturbing of all, claw marks scored the trunks at heights that would require something to stand 7 or 8 feet tall. The tracks led me deeper into the forest, away from any paths or trails, into areas where the trees grew so close together I had to turn sideways to slip between them. The ground grew soggy, my boots sinking slightly with each step. A stream must have been nearby, though I couldn't hear running water over the sound of my own breathing and the occasional crack of twigs beneath my feet. My father's voice echoed in my memory. The forest will tell you when something dangerous is near. The birds stop singing, the insects fall silent, even the wind holds its breath. When that happens, you be ready. The forest was silent now. No crickets chirped, no owls called, just the soft sound of my movement and the distant creak of branches swaying in a breeze I couldn't feel down here on the forest floor. Then, a few 100 yards out, I came across a pile of bones. They weren't arranged neatly, nothing ritualistic, just dumped, scattered. Deer, maybe a few small animals too, all picked clean and left in a heap. A feeding ground. The whites of the bones stood out starkly against the dark forest floor, some still wet with something that glistened in my flashlight beam. My stomach turned. Whatever had made those tracks was a hunter, and a hungry one at that. I crouched down, examining the remains more closely. Many of the bones showed signs of being crushed, the marrow extracted. Others bore teeth marks unlike any I'd seen before, too large for a wolf, too sharp for a bear. Just when I thought things couldn't get worse, a scream cut through the silence. High-pitched, human, filled with a terror so profound it made my blood run cold. It came from somewhere ahead of me, deeper in the forest, and it ended as abruptly as it had begun, cut off in a way that suggested nothing good. I should have turned back then. Every instinct told me to run, to leave whatever horror lay ahead to its fate. But I couldn't. Someone was out there, someone who might still need help. My heart pounding, I ran toward the source of the scream, trying to move quietly, but knowing speed was more important now. The beam of my flashlight bounced wildly, creating a disorienting strobe effect among the trees. Branches whipped at my face and arms, but I barely felt them, driven forward by a mixture of fear and duty. And there, sprawled on the ground in a small clearing, was a body. A man, or what was left of him. His chest was torn open, his limbs bent in ways they shouldn't have been. His face was frozen in an expression of absolute terror, eyes wide and staring at something I couldn't see. I knelt down, not sure what I was hoping to find. Maybe a sign that this was some twisted prank, that the man was actually a mannequin, an elaborate setup left by the tourists to scare the next visitors. But the warmth still lingering in his skin told me otherwise. This had happened minutes ago, perhaps seconds. He wore hiking clothes, expensive ones, probably a tourist who'd wandered too far from the marked trails. A camera lay shattered nearby, the lens cracked and the memory card missing. Something had deliberately destroyed it, as if it didn't want its image captured. That's when I heard a low, wet crunch, like bones snapping under a heavy weight. I turned slowly, my flashlight beam trembling slightly in my grip, and saw it. The thing was crouched just a few yards away, its body hunched and misshapen, covered in coarse matted fur that seemed almost oily under the thin moonlight filtering through the trees. It looked like a bear, but larger, its limbs too long, ending in hands, not paws but hands, tipped with claws that were dripping with something dark and thick. I froze, hoping it hadn't seen me, but its head snapped up, nostrils flaring as it caught my scent. Its face was wrong. Not animal, not really. It was wrong in a way I couldn't put into words, like something half-formed, a twisted mockery of a human face with a jaw that hung open, revealing rows of jagged teeth that didn't fit together properly, some jutting outward, others curving back into the gums. Its eyes were the worst part. They were too intelligent, too aware, not the eyes of a beast hunting prey, but something that understood exactly what it was doing, something that enjoyed the fear it caused. The thing let out a noise, almost a laugh, but twisted like it was mocking me. And then it started toward me, each step slow and deliberate, like it knew I was already cornered. I took a step back, hand instinctively reaching for my knife, though I knew damn well it wouldn't do me much good against something like this. It was at least 8 feet tall, its back hunched as if it had once walked on all fours, but had learned imperfectly to stand. Its arms nearly brushed the ground, ending in those terrible human-like hands with claws that seemed to lengthen as I watched. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest, and for a second my mind went blank. Then instincts kicked in. I turned and bolted. I ran, branches whipping against my face, tripping over roots and rocks as I barreled through the trees. Behind me I could hear it, crashing through the underbrush, a relentless weight that seemed to know no fatigue. The creature moved differently than I did. Less running, more loping, covering ground in huge strides that ate up the distance between us. My flashlight beam bounced wildly, offering only occasional glimpses of what lay ahead. More than once I nearly ran headlong into a tree, swerving at the last second, my shoulder scraping against rough bark. My breath came in ragged gasps, burning in my lungs as I pushed myself harder than I had in years. The worst part was the sounds it made as it pursued me. Not just the crash of underbrush or the snap of branches, but a wet, gurgling chuckle that rose and fell like it was enjoying the chase. It was toying with me, I was certain of it. The thing could have caught me already if it wanted to. It was playing, savoring my fear like an appetizer before the main course. I stumbled out into a clearing, breathing hard, my mind racing for a way out. The moonlight was stronger here, casting everything in a pale silvery light that made the shadows at the edges seem even darker by comparison. I spun around, trying to get my bearings, to figure out which direction would lead me back to the cabin, back to my truck. To my left, I spotted an old trapper's cabin, half buried in the brush. It was smaller than Eli's place, probably abandoned decades ago, its log walls sagging and roof partially caved in. But it was shelter. Something with walls between me and the thing in the forest. I sprinted toward it, throwing myself through the door and slamming it shut behind me. The place was barely standing, but it was all I had. I pressed my back against the door, feeling it shake as the creature slammed into it from the outside, claws scraping against the wood, tearing splinters from the frame. The cabin was a single room, dusty and cobwebbed. What little furniture remained had long since rotted, collapsed into piles of moldering wood. The stone fireplace was intact, though, its chimney still reaching up through the sagging roof. Moonlight filtered through holes in the ceiling, casting pools of silver light amid the shadows. I backed away from the door, scanning the cabin for anything I could use as a weapon. There was a rusty hatchet lying by the fireplace and a few old traps scattered around, but nothing that would do much against something that big, that powerful. The thing pounded on the door again, and I knew it wouldn't hold much longer. The entire cabin shook with each impact, dust raining down from the rafters. I grabbed the hatchet, my hands slick with sweat, and waited. If it broke through, I'd have one chance, maybe two. My mind went back to the stories my father told. Tales of creatures that haunted the woods, things that had no name, that hunted for the sheer joy of it. He spoke of the Wendigo, of course, the cannibal spirit that was never satisfied, but also of other things, older things that had been in these forests since before humans arrived. If you ever meet such a thing, he'd told me once, don't look in its eyes. That's how they steal your courage. And don't run straight. They're faster than any man. Run in circles, double back, confuse it. These things are strong, but not always clever. The door buckled, wood splintering around the rusted hinges. I moved deeper into the cabin, positioning myself near the fireplace where I'd have room to swing the hatchet. My heart hammered so hard I could feel it in my throat. With a final crash, the door splintered, the creature forcing its way inside. It loomed in the doorway, too big for the opening, its frame filling the entrance as its twisted, misshapen face grinned down at me. In the moonlight filtering through the broken roof, I could see it clearly for the first time. It wasn't just its face that was wrong. Its entire body was a horrible mixture of bear and human, as if someone had tried to merge the two and failed terribly. Its torso was barrel-shaped, covered in that oily fur, but its limbs were disproportionately long. Its back legs bent the wrong way, like a man trying to walk on the joints of his feet. And those hands, they were almost human, but with too many joints in the fingers, each ending in a claw as long as my knife. I raised the hatchet, swinging wildly as it lunged. The blade sank into its arm, but it barely flinched, reaching out with one massive claw and swatting me across the room like I was nothing more than an annoying insect. I hit the wall hard, the breath knocked out of me, vision blurring as I struggled to get up. The hatchet had fallen from my grip, landing somewhere in the shadows. I was defenseless now, cornered like prey. It stalked toward me, slow and deliberate, savoring the moment. Its mouth hung open, drool mixed with blood dripping from those misaligned teeth. It made that sound again, that horrible, wet chuckle, as if my terror was the most amusing thing it had experienced in a long time. I scrambled backward, my hand hitting something cold and solid, the metal of an old bear trap hidden among the debris. I fumbled with it, hands shaking, and managed to pry it open just as the creature reached me. It bent down, its face inches from mine, breath hot and reeking of rotting meat. I could see my own reflection in its two intelligent eyes, see the fear that it was feeding on. It reached for me, those terrible clawed fingers splayed wide. I held the trap in front of me, bracing it against the floor, and as it lunged, I jammed it into its neck. The trap snapped shut with a sickening crunch, and the creature let out a noise, a horrible strangled cry as it thrashed, trying to pull the metal teeth from its flesh. Black blood spurted from between the jaws of the trap, splattering across my face and chest, burning where it touched my skin. I didn't wait to see if it would work for long. I stumbled to my feet, half crawling, half running out of the cabin, leaving it writhing and clawing at the trap. The sounds it made followed me, not pain exactly, but rage, a promise that this wasn't over. Outside, I ran blindly, no longer caring about direction, just needing to put distance between myself and that thing. The forest blurred around me, trees becoming nothing more than obstacles to avoid. My lungs burned, my legs threatened to give out, but fear kept me moving. I didn't stop, didn't look back, just ran until the trees thinned and I could see the faint outline of my truck through the underbrush. I practically fell into the driver's seat, fumbling with the keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get them into the ignition. The engine roared to life, headlights cutting through the darkness. I threw the truck into reverse, tires spinning in the dirt before finding purchase. As I turned to head back down the logging road, I caught a glimpse of movement at the edge of the forest. A dark shape, hunched and massive, watching me go. The bear trap was gone from its neck, though a darker patch of fur suggested where it had been. It didn't pursue, just stood there, a silhouette against the darker woods, watching, waiting, as if it knew something I didn't. By the time I got back to Black Creek, I was a mess, covered in dirt, scratches, and what I hoped was only my own blood. The creature's black ichor had left small burn marks on my skin, like acid eating into flesh. My hands wouldn't stop shaking, and my mind kept replaying what I'd seen, the body in the forest, the thing that had killed him. I stumbled into Eli's place, barely able to get the words out. He took one look at me and guided me to a chair, concern etched on his face. "Jesus, Gabe, what happened to you?" he asked, grabbing a first aid kit from under the sink. "You look like you went 10 rounds with a grizzly." "Something in the woods," I managed, my voice hoarse from screaming and running. "Not a bear, not natural." Eli didn't ask questions, just handed me a drink and waited as I caught my breath. The whiskey burned going down, but it helped steady my nerves. Slowly, with many pauses, I told him what I'd seen. The destroyed cabin, the tracks, the pile of bones, the dead hiker, and finally, the creature itself. I expected disbelief, maybe even laughter, but Eli's face grew increasingly grave as I spoke. When I finished, he was silent for a long moment, staring into his own glass. "You're not the first," he finally said, his voice low. "There have been stories around here for years. People gone missing in those woods, cabins found destroyed. Most folks blame bears or wolves or even other people, but the old-timers, especially the Ojibwe elders, they say it's something else." "What do they call it?" I asked, though part of me didn't want to know, as if naming the thing would somehow make it more real. "Depends who you ask," Eli said, refilling my glass. "Some say it's a wendigo, others call it Manitou Gijikans, the little cedar spirit, though there's nothing little about what you described. The elders at the reservation have other names for it, older ones they don't share easily." He got up, moving to a bookshelf filled with worn paperbacks and a few hardcovers. He pulled out an old leather-bound journal, its pages yellow with age. "This was my grandfather's," he said, setting it on the table between us. He wrote down the stories and warnings passed down through generations, things most people have forgotten or choose not to believe anymore. I opened the journal with trembling hands. Inside were meticulous notes, drawings, and accounts of encounters with things that shouldn't exist. And there, on a page marked with a red ribbon, was a sketch that made my blood run cold. A hulking figure, half bear, half human, with 2 long limbs and claws like knives. It matched what I'd seen almost exactly. "My grandfather called it the Mishibajiu," Eli said, pronouncing the word carefully. "Not quite the water panther from the old legends, but something related. Something that's been in these woods for centuries, feeding on fear as much as flesh." "We need to go back," I said, surprising myself. "There's a dead man out there, and that thing, it's wounded, but it's still out there." Eli nodded slowly. "We'll need help," he said, "and weapons. I know a few men who won't think we're crazy, or at least not too crazy." The next morning dawned gray and misty, the clouds hanging low over the trees. I'd barely slept, plagued by nightmares where I was running through endless woods, the creature always just behind me, its wet chuckle following me even in dreams. Eli had gathered 3 others, his brother Marcus, an older man named Jim, who'd been a game warden before retiring, and a younger guy called Ryan, who worked as a guide for tourists wanting to hunt in the area. All carried rifles, and Jim had a shotgun strapped across his back. I had borrowed a rifle from Eli, though my weapon of choice remained the heavy hunting knife at my belt. "We find the body first," Eli told the group as we piled into 2 trucks. "Then we decide what to do about whatever's out there." The drive to the cabin was tense, no one speaking much. I directed them to where I'd parked the day before, and we hiked the rest of the way in, moving in a tight group, everyone scanning the trees nervously. Eli's cabin looked even worse in the daylight. The door hung from a single hinge, the windows were shattered, and those claw marks in the wood seemed deeper, more deliberate than I remembered. The inside was as I'd left it, furniture destroyed, belongings scattered, that lingering smell of rot hanging in the air. "Christ," Marcus muttered, running his hand over the claw marks. "What could do this?" Something big, Jim said, examining the tracks outside. These aren't bear prints. Not exactly. We followed the trail I'd taken the day before, deeper into the forest. The going was slower with 5 of us, but I was grateful for the company, for the reassuring weight of the rifles in everyone's hands. The forest seemed quieter than usual, the normal sounds of birds and small animals muted, as if everything was holding its breath. Here, I said, stopping at the pile of bones I'd found. This is where I started to realize something was very wrong. Jim crouched down, examining the remains with a professional eye. These aren't just broken, he said, picking up a deer femur. They've been processed, methodically, almost like someone was harvesting them. We pushed on, following my directions toward where I'd found the dead hiker. But when we reached the small clearing, there was nothing there. No body, no blood, not even the broken camera I'd seen. "You're sure this is the place?" Ryan asked, skeptical for the first time since we'd set out. "Positive," I said, looking around in confusion. "He was right here, torn open, just like—" I trailed off, a horrible realization dawning. I spun around, scanning the forest floor more carefully. There, a drag mark, partially obscured by leaves, but still visible if you knew what to look for. Something had moved the body. "It took him," I said quietly. "The creature. It came back for him." We followed the drag marks, which led deeper into the forest, away from any trails or paths. The trees grew thicker here, old growth that had never been logged, their massive trunks creating a cathedral-like space beneath their canopy. The ground grew soggy beneath our feet, the air heavy with moisture. The drag marks ended at a cave entrance, half hidden by a fall of rocks and overgrown with moss and ferns. It was small, barely large enough for a man to enter without stooping, but the soil around it was trampled, and those same strange tracks covered the ground. "A den," Jim said unnecessarily. We all knew what we were looking at. I stepped forward, but Eli put a hand on my shoulder, stopping me. "We don't go in there," he said firmly. "Not without more men, more firepower." Part of me wanted to argue, to insist we finish this now, but another part, the part that remembered those intelligent eyes and that terrible strength, was relieved at the excuse to delay another confrontation. We marked the location, intending to return to town and gather a larger party. But as we turned to leave, a low growl emanated from the cave, stopping us in our tracks. It was answered by another similar sound from deeper in the woods behind us. "There's more than one," Ryan whispered, his face pale. "Move," Eli said, his voice tight with controlled fear. "Back to the cabin, now." We didn't run. Running would trigger the predator instinct. But we moved quickly, weapons ready, backs to each other as we retreated. The growls followed us, sometimes from the left, sometimes from the right, as if the creatures were pacing us, herding us. What we found was worse than anything I could have imagined. The cabin was torn apart, blood smeared across the walls, and deep in the corner we found the trap, but it was empty, twisted and broken. There were no bodies, no bones, just signs of something that had been there and left, something angry. "It followed you back," Marcus said, examining the destruction. "It wanted you to know it could find you." We didn't stay long, none of us wanting to linger. As we headed back to the trucks, I caught a glimpse of something in the trees, a dark shape slipping between the trunks, watching us with that same twisted grin I'd seen the night before. I raised my rifle, but by the time I had it aimed, the shape was gone, leaving only swaying branches in its wake. Back in Black Creek, we gathered at Eli's place to plan our next move. Word had spread quickly. In a town that small, it was impossible to keep secrets. By evening, a dozen men had joined us, some out of curiosity, others out of a genuine desire to help, all armed and all looking to me for guidance I wasn't sure I could provide. "We need to understand what we're dealing with," I said, looking around the room at their expectant faces. "Before we go charging in there, we need to know what these things are and how to fight them." Jim nodded in agreement. "Gabriel's right. We're not equipped for this. We need experts, maybe even the authorities." But the mention of authorities was met with skepticism. The provincial police wouldn't take reports of monsters in the woods seriously, and by the time they investigated, more people could die. And experts? Who would qualify as an expert on creatures that weren't supposed to exist? That's when old Joseph spoke up. He was an Ojibwe elder who lived on the outskirts of town, rarely coming in except for supplies. He was in his 80s at least, his face deeply lined, his eyes sharp and knowing. "I've been listening to your story, Gabriel Noden," he said, his voice soft but carrying weight. "What you describe I have heard of before. My grandfather spoke of such things, and his grandfather before him." The room fell silent, everyone turning to the old man. He rarely spoke at gatherings, and when he did, people listened. "They are old, these creatures," Joseph continued. "They were here before us, before the Europeans. Some say they are the children of Mishibiju, the great underwater panther, but others believe they are something else entirely, something that crawled out of the cracks in the world in the time before names." "How do we kill them?" someone asked from the back of the room. Joseph's expression grew grave. "You don't. Not easily. They are not just flesh. They are something in between, part spirit, part beast. They can be wounded, yes, even driven away for a time. But killing them, that requires more than bullets." He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small leather pouch, placing it on the table. "These herbs burned at the entrance to their den will drive them out. And this," he pulled a small bone knife from his belt, its handle wrapped in faded red cloth. "If it pierces their heart, will end them." I looked at the tiny knife skeptically. It seemed too small, too fragile to be effective against creatures of such size and strength. "I know what you're thinking," Joseph said, catching my expression. "But it's not the size of the weapon that matters, it's what it's made from. This was carved from the leg bone of a Wendigo that my great-grandfather killed. It has power. Against creatures like these, that's what you need." The plan we formed was simple, perhaps too simple. We would return to the cave at dawn, when the creatures might be sluggish from feeding and less likely to be wandering the forest. Joseph would burn the herbs to drive them out, and I, armed with the bone knife, would attempt to kill at least one of them. The others would provide cover with their firearms, keeping the creatures at bay, if there were indeed multiple ones. That night I couldn't sleep. I sat on the porch of Eli's guest cabin watching the tree line, certain I could see movement in the shadows between the trunks. The bone knife sat heavy in my hand, surprisingly warm to the touch despite the cool night air. Old Joseph had spoken to me privately after the meeting, his eyes grave. "These creatures, they remember," he'd said. "The one you wounded with the trap? It will remember you. It will want revenge." Dawn came reluctantly, the sky lightening to a dull gray rather than the vibrant colors of a true sunrise. The mist hung low among the trees as our convoy of trucks made its way back to the edge of the forest. There were 15 of us now, armed with a mixture of hunting rifles, shotguns, and in a few cases, the traditional weapons of our ancestors, spears and bows that had been passed down through generations. We moved through the forest in tight formation, everyone on high alert. The woods seemed even quieter than before, if that was possible. No birds, no insects, not even the rustle of leaves in the breeze. It was as if the entire forest was holding its breath, waiting. The cave entrance looked different in the early morning light, darker somehow, more forbidding. The strange tracks around it were fresher, some still damp with morning dew, indicating the creatures had been in and out during the night. Joseph stepped forward, the pouch of herbs in one hand, a small clay bowl in the other. He knelt at the cave entrance, placing the bowl on a flat stone and emptying the herbs into it. With practiced movements, he struck a match and touched it to the mixture. Smoke rose immediately, thick and pungent, with an odor I can only describe as ancient, like wet earth and lightning and something metallic beneath it all. Joseph began to chant softly, words in Ojibwe that I couldn't quite catch, his voice rising and falling in a rhythm that seemed to make the smoke coil and twist with purpose. The effect was almost immediate. From deep within the cave came a sound, not quite a roar, not quite a scream, but something in between, filled with rage and pain. The ground seemed to vibrate with it, small stones bouncing on the earth. "Get ready," Eli murmured, raising his rifle. Around me I heard the clicks of safety catches being released, the creak of bowstrings being drawn back. Joseph continued his chant, unperturbed by the growing sounds from within the cave. The smoke poured inward now, as if being sucked into the darkness by something unseen. And then it emerged. It burst from the cave entrance with such speed that several men stumbled backward in surprise. It was the same creature I had encountered, Or at least it was similar. In the gray morning light, its features were even more disturbing. Its fur was patchy, revealing gray-black skin beneath, slick with something that might have been sweat or blood. Its face was contorted in a grimace of rage, those misaligned teeth bared in a snarl that was almost human in its hatred. It spotted me immediately, those two intelligent eyes fixing on mine with recognition. It remembered. Just as Joseph had warned, it remembered me. Gunfire erupted around me, the sound deafening in the morning stillness. The creature jerked as bullets struck it, but it didn't fall. It staggered slightly, black blood oozing from a dozen wounds, but its advance didn't slow. I gripped the bone knife tighter, stepping forward despite every instinct screaming at me to run. The creature's attention was entirely on me now, ignoring the others as if they were inconsequential. More shapes emerged from the cave behind it. Two more creatures, similar but smaller, perhaps younger. They spread out, flanking their larger companion, their movements coordinated in a way that spoke of intelligence far beyond that of normal animals. The largest creature, the one I'd wounded before, lunged at me. I dove to the side, rolling across the damp ground and coming up on one knee. It was faster than I'd expected, already turning to face me again, those terrible clawed hands reaching. I slashed with the knife, feeling it connect with something solid. The creature howled, a sound that seemed to shake the trees themselves. Black blood spurted from a wound in its forearm, sizzling where it hit the ground like acid eating into the earth. Around us, chaos reigned. The smaller creatures attacked the others, moving with terrifying speed despite their size. I heard screams, gunshots, the twang of bowstrings, but I couldn't look, couldn't take my eyes off the beast in front of me. It circled me warily now, those eyes calculating. It had learned caution from our previous encounter. It feinted left, then struck from the right, a massive paw swiping at my head. I ducked, feeling the air displacement as claws passed inches above me. My counterstrike was instinctive, driving upward with the bone knife. It sank into the creature's chest, just below where a heart would be in a human or normal animal. The thing screamed again, a sound that seemed to contain words almost, a language just beyond understanding. But it didn't fall. Instead, it reached down, grabbing my arm with those terrible hands, claws piercing my jacket and the flesh beneath. Pain lanced through me, hot and immediate. I could feel my bones grinding together under its grip. With a desperate effort, I twisted the knife, driving it deeper, angling up toward where I hoped its heart might be. The creature's grip tightened further, and I felt something in my arm snap. The pain was blinding, but I didn't let go of the knife, couldn't let go. The thing's face was inches from mine now, that mouth gaping wide, teeth ready to tear into my face. Its breath was fetid, reeking of decay and old blood. I could see my reflection in its eyes, distorted and small, a thing to be consumed and forgotten. In that moment, the stories my father had told me flickered through my mind, not just the tales of monsters, but of heroes, of Ojibwe warriors who had faced darkness and prevailed. I was not just Gabriel Noden, construction worker and truck driver. I was the descendant of hunters and shamans, people who had lived in these forests for thousands of years. With the last of my strength, I thrust the knife upward, putting my weight behind it. The bone blade sank deeper, and something gave way, a resistance suddenly yielding. The creature went rigid, its grip on my arm loosening slightly. A change came over its face, something like surprise, perhaps even fear. Its eyes, those terrible knowing eyes, widened. It released me, staggering backward, the bone knife protruding from its chest like a small flag. It tried to speak, a gargled sound that might have been words in a language no human had spoken for millennia. And then it fell, crashing to the forest floor with the impact that shook the ground. The other creatures froze, their attacks on my companions halting abruptly. As one, they turned to look at their fallen leader, making those strange gurgling sounds to each other. Then, without warning, they fled, moving with that same unnatural speed back into the cave, disappearing into the darkness. The forest was suddenly quiet, the echo of gunfire fading among the trees. I collapsed to my knees beside the fallen creature, clutching my broken arm, watching as the thing's chest rose and fell in labored breaths. It wasn't dead, not yet, but it was dying. Joseph appeared beside me, his face solemn as he looked down at the creature. "You've done well," he said quietly. "Few have ever managed what you've done today." The creature's eyes found mine one last time, and in them I saw not just intelligence but something like recognition, not of me specifically, but of what I represented. Humanity. The newcomers to these ancient woods, the usurpers of territories that had once belonged to things far older than us. Its breathing slowed, then stopped altogether. The body began to change, the fur becoming brittle and falling away, the flesh beneath turning gray, then black, then crumbling like ancient parchment. Within minutes, all that remained was a dark stain on the forest floor and the bone knife, lying untouched amid the remains. We gathered our wounded. 3 men had been badly hurt, but miraculously none killed, and retreated from the cave. No one suggested pursuing the remaining creatures. We had won a victory, but not a war, and everyone knew it. As we headed back toward town, I caught a glimpse of something in the trees, a dark shape slipping between the trunks, watching us with eyes I could feel rather than see. They say it's something old, something left over from when the world was wild and dangerous. They call it Mishapeshu, the water panther, though I've never seen one described quite like that in any of the stories. But whatever it was, I'm certain of one thing. It's still out there, lurking in the woods around Black Creek, waiting for the next poor soul to wander too far into its domain. And it remembers me, just as I remember it. Our paths will cross again one day, I'm sure of it. Some nights, when the wind blows from the north, carrying the scent of pine and moss, I imagine I can hear that wet, gurgling laugh echoing across the distance. A reminder that the world is older and stranger than most of us care to admit, and that some stories, the ones we dismiss as mere folklore, contain more truth than we're comfortable facing. The scar on my arm aches when those thoughts come, a permanent souvenir of my encounter with something that shouldn't exist. A reminder that the line between our world and theirs is thinner than we think. The Forestry Service identification badge clipped to my pack read Arlen Redbird Environmental Specialist. But out here in the wilderness, titles meant nothing. Only experience and instinct mattered, and I had cultivated plenty of both during my years working these forests. As a Lakota Sioux who had spent most of my early career confined to urban forestry projects, the vast expanse of the North Cascades represented everything I had sought when moving westward. Freedom, solitude, and the ancient wisdom of untamed places. That spring of 1995 found me accepting what should have been a routine solo scouting assignment for the Northwest Land Trust. The organization needed detailed reports on several recently acquired parcels deep in Washington's remote mountain forests. My supervisors selected me specifically because I had developed a reputation for self-reliance and a particular affinity for the kinds of isolation that made others uncomfortable. Redbird doesn't mind the quiet, I once overheard my director say. It wasn't just that I didn't mind it, I craved it. The silent communion between a man and ancient forest held more truth than 1,000 conversations in the city. The morning of my departure broke clear and cold. I loaded my equipment into my weathered Ford Ranger at the ranger station, while the mountains loomed in the distance, their peaks still frosted with the last vestiges of winter snow. 3 days, 4 at most, I told Diane, the station coordinator, as she recorded my departure details. Standard flora and fauna assessment, growth pattern monitoring, nothing exotic. Diane nodded while typing, her fingers clacking steadily against the keyboard. Weather report looks stable, but you know how quickly things change up there. Radio check-ins twice daily? As always, I confirmed, though we both knew reception was spotty at best in the more remote areas. I've mapped out my route, should reach the western ridge by tomorrow afternoon, then work my way back through the secondary valley. She handed me the requisition forms and weather printouts. Take care, Arlen, something about those parcels in section 27. The previous surveyor never submitted his final report. Paperwork gets lost, I said with a shrug. Wouldn't be the first time. Her expression remained concerned. Marshall didn't strike me as the type to forget paperwork. Been with the service 20 years. I merely nodded, tucking the papers into my pack. Bureau bureaucracy wasn't my concern, and Marshall was probably enjoying an early retirement on some beach. Lucky bastard. The drive to the trailhead took nearly 3 hours, the paved roads eventually giving way to gravel, then to little more than tire tracks pressed into the earth. I parked, shouldered my pack, and set out, the weight of my gear a familiar comfort against my back. The first day's hike proved uneventful. I documented multiple stands of old-growth cedar, took soil samples, and photographed various fungal formations spreading across fallen logs. The forest was vibrant with life. Chickadees flitted between branches, squirrels chattered indignantly at my intrusion, and twice I startled mule deer from their browsing. I made camp as dusk approached, setting up my small tent in a natural clearing beside a creek that trickled with snowmelt. After a simple dinner of rehydrated stew, I reviewed my notes and plotted the next day's journey by headlamp. Everything was proceeding exactly as planned. The night passed peacefully, though I woke once to the distant howl of a wolf pack. Even that felt right, a natural symphony echoing through these ancient valleys. I drifted back to sleep, lulled by the gentle rustling of wind through the canopy above. Dawn broke with a fine mist hanging between the trees, giving the forest an ethereal quality. I broke camp efficiently, packed my gear, and continued toward the western ridge, the primary focus of my assessment. The terrain grew steadily more challenging, the elevation increasing with each hour. By midday I had climbed nearly 2,000 feet. The forest had changed character, transitioning from the mixed hardwoods of the lower elevations to predominantly evergreens, towering Douglas firs and western hemlocks that had stood sentinel for centuries. Their massive trunks created natural columns, and their dense canopy filtered the sunlight into shifting patterns on the forest floor. It was there, on that upward traverse, that I first noticed something unusual. The forest had grown quiet, not the peaceful quiet of a natural lull, but an oppressive silence that pressed against my eardrums like physical pressure. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath. I had heard rangers speak of this phenomenon before, the unnatural quiet that sometimes descended in certain parts of the wilderness. Most dismissed it as superstition, a trick of the mind when alone in the vastness. Some attributed it to predator presence, the instinctive silence of prey animals when danger lurked nearby. Whatever the cause, I felt it now, and a prickle of unease traveled up my spine. I paused, water bottle halfway to my lips, and listened intently. Nothing. Not a bird call, not an insect's buzz, not even the scurrying of small mammals through the underbrush. Just the faint sound of my own breathing and the soft thud of my heart in my chest. Just a coincidence, I muttered to myself, the sound of my voice almost startling in the stillness. I continued onward, more alert now, eyes scanning the surrounding forest with greater intensity. The trees seemed to crowd closer, their massive trunks forming a labyrinth that required careful navigation. The mist had thickened, reducing visibility and distorting distances. By late afternoon, I reached a small plateau that offered a clear view of the valley below. According to my maps, I was within a mile of the western ridge, my destination for the day. I took advantage of the break in the tree cover to record my location on GPS and mark several observation points for tomorrow's survey. As I worked, the silence persisted. Even the wind, which typically howled across such exposed areas, remained eerily still. The hairs on my arms stood on end despite the moderate temperature. Something was wrong here, fundamentally wrong in a way I couldn't yet articulate. I decided to push forward rather than camp on the exposed plateau. The western ridge offered better shelter, and I'd stick to my original plan despite the growing discomfort gnawing at my instincts. That decision would prove to be my first mistake in a cascade of errors that would forever change my understanding of these mountains, and of the ancient forces that dwell in places humans have never truly conquered. The descent from the plateau toward the western ridge took me through increasingly dense undergrowth. Sword ferns grew waist-high in places, their fronds brushing against my legs as I pushed through. The silence that had unsettled me earlier persisted, but now it was accompanied by an oppressive feeling, as if the forest itself was holding its breath, waiting. I had navigated challenging terrain many times before, but something about this particular stretch made me hyper-aware of every step, every sound. The snap of twigs beneath my boots seemed unnaturally loud in the stillness. Twice I paused, certain I had heard movement nearby, only to be met with that same suffocating quiet. Getting jumpy, Redbird, I chided myself. This isn't your first rodeo. When I reached a small stream that cut across my path, I crouched to refill my water bottle. That's when I noticed the first true anomaly, strange impressions in the soft mud along the bank. They resembled hoof prints, but were all wrong in their proportions, too deep, too widely spaced, and with sharp indentations at the edges that no deer or elk could possibly make. I set down my pack and examined the tracks more carefully. Whatever had made them was heavy enough to sink several inches into the mud, yet the spacing suggested a creature of impossible agility. The impressions formed a path that crossed the stream and continued into the thick underbrush on the opposite bank. Professional curiosity overrode my unease. I photographed the tracks, placed my field notebook beside one particularly clear imprint for scale, and made detailed sketches. My scientific mind cycled through possibilities. A deformed elk, perhaps, or some unusual combination of animals passing through the same area. Yet none of these explanations satisfied what I was seeing. The tracks were fresh, the edges still crisp, water barely beginning to seep into the deepest impressions. Whatever had made them had passed through recently, perhaps within the hour. I stood, brushing mud from my hands, and scanned the surrounding forest with new wariness. The logical part of my brain insisted there must be a natural explanation, but more primitive instincts, the ones that had kept my ancestors alive for countless generations, were screaming warnings. I crossed the stream and continued toward the ridge, but now I moved with the deliberate care of a hunter rather than the confident stride of a forester. My hand occasionally drifted to the hunting knife at my belt, a poor defense against whatever had left those tracks, but better than nothing. The western face of the ridge appeared through the trees as the afternoon light began to fade. I would need to make camp soon. According to my map, there was a suitable clearing about half a mile ahead that would offer some protection from the elements while providing good visibility of the surrounding area. As I picked my way through a particularly dense stand of trees, the snap of a branch froze me in place. It wasn't the sound of dead wood breaking underfoot, but the distinctive crack of living wood being bent beyond its breaking point. The sound of something large moving through the forest with little concern for stealth. I slowly lowered into a crouch, eyes scanning the shadowed spaces between trees. Nothing moved, yet the sensation of being watched intensified. The silence seemed to press against my eardrums, broken only by the soft sound of my controlled breathing. Then I saw it. Just a glimpse, a flicker of movement between two massive cedars about 50 yards ahead. A figure that seemed to ripple with the shadows, moving with a fluid grace that belied its size. My first impression was of a moose, but all wrong, the proportions distorted, the limbs elongated in ways that defied natural anatomy. I blinked, and it was gone, leaving me to question whether I'd seen anything at all. The fading light played tricks on the eyes in dense forest, creating phantoms from shadows and movement from stillness. But the prickling of my skin and the cold sweat breaking across my forehead told a different story. Something was there, something that moved between the trees with deliberate purpose. I stood frozen for several minutes, straining to catch another glimpse of the figure. When nothing appeared, I finally continued forward, each step measured and silent. The clearing I sought was close now, and the prospect of making camp suddenly seemed both urgent and unwise. The clearing, when I reached it, was smaller than I'd anticipated from the map, perhaps 30 feet across, surrounded by ancient firs whose lowest branches were still 20 feet above the ground. The center was relatively flat, covered in moss and low ferns. Under normal circumstances, it would have been an ideal campsite. Now it felt exposed, vulnerable. The surrounding trees seemed to loom rather than shelter, their massive trunks creating too many shadowed spaces where something could hide, watching. I set up camp with mechanical efficiency, my movements automatic after years of practice. Tent secured, sleeping bag unrolled, stove assembled. The routine helped calm my nerves somewhat, giving my hands purpose while my mind continued to process what I'd seen, or thought I'd seen, in the forest. As dusk deepened into twilight, I heated water for my freeze-dried meal, the small flame of my camp stove creating a circle of light that seemed to emphasize rather than dispel the growing darkness. The ridge loomed to the west, its silhouette a jagged line against the darkening sky. I ate without tasting the food, my attention fixed on the surrounding forest. The silence had taken on a new quality, expectant, like the hush before a thunderstorm. No nocturnal creatures began their evening songs, no owls called from the branches above. Just that same oppressive quiet that had accompanied me throughout the day. As I rinsed my utensils with water from my canteen, a sound finally broke the silence, a wet guttural noise that raised the hair on the back of my neck. It resembled a choke and a gasp combined, neither fully animal nor recognizably human. The sound wasn't close, but it wasn't nearly far enough away for comfort. I doused my stove immediately, plunging the clearing into darkness. My night vision, still compromised by the stove's flame, took precious seconds to adjust. I crouched low, scanning the edges of the clearing, ears straining to locate the source of that disturbing sound. A loud snap echoed from the direction of the ridge, the unmistakable sound of a substantial branch breaking under significant weight. Then silence returned, heavier than before. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I spotted something at the edge of the clearing, barely distinguishable against the black wall of trees. 2 legs, long and twisted, just standing there, half visible in the deepening dusk. They were the wrong kind of legs for anything I'd ever encountered, elongated and sinewy, reminiscent of tree roots that had somehow been woven into limbs. My heart hammered against my ribs as I reached slowly for my knife, wishing I'd packed something far more substantial. The figure began to move, not rushing but advancing with deliberate, measured steps. Each movement revealed more of its form, a body that seemed to shift and adjust with every step, as if its very structure was fluid rather than fixed. It let out that noise again, that wet, dragging sound like something trying to clear thick mud from its throat. The sound seemed to bypass my ears and reverberate directly in my chest, inducing a visceral dread unlike anything I'd experienced before. In the faint moonlight filtering through the canopy, I caught a clearer glimpse of what approached. Its body resembled a grotesque amalgamation of animal and vegetable matter. Bark-like skin stretched over a frame that simultaneously evoked both elk and human, yet was unmistakably neither. Where a face should have been, there was only a slick, hollowed-out space, a void that somehow conveyed malevolent attention despite the absence of recognizable features. It was the root wraith. Though I wouldn't learn that name until much later. In that moment, I knew I was facing something ancient and terrible, something that didn't belong in the rational world of scientific classification and field reports, and it was coming straight for me. The creature launched itself forward with explosive speed, those gangly limbs twisting in midair as it closed the distance between us. Pure instinct saved me. I dove sideways, feeling the rush of displaced air as it passed overhead, landing heavily where I had been crouching just moments before. I scrambled to my feet, knife gripped so tightly my knuckles ached, and faced the thing as it reoriented itself. Its body seemed to expand in the moonlight, crackling as it adjusted its form, stretching outward as if trying to make itself larger, more intimidating. The hollow space where a face should have been was now turned directly toward me, and despite the absence of eyes, I felt its focus with physical intensity. In that moment, rational thought evaporated. The scientific observer who had carefully documented unusual tracks hours earlier was gone, replaced by a creature of pure survival instinct. I ran. Abandoning my camp and equipment, I plunged into the forest, heading roughly east, away from the ridge and toward what I desperately hoped might be the relative safety of more familiar terrain. My headlamp bounced wildly, its beam slicing through the darkness in chaotic arcs that transformed the forest into a nightmarish landscape of leaping shadows and disorienting flashes of illumination. Behind me, I heard the creature pursuing, not with the crashing desperation of my own flight, but with measured, rhythmic movements that somehow conveyed absolute confidence. It knew these woods far better than I ever could. It wasn't hurrying because it didn't need to. My boots slapped against the wet ground, slipping on patches of moss and loose soil. Twice I nearly fell, catching myself on tree trunks as I careened through the undergrowth. My breath came in ragged gasps, each inhalation burning in my lungs as I pushed myself beyond sustainable limits. The forest seemed to close in around me, branches reaching like grasping hands, roots rising to catch my feet. Whether this was reality or my terrified perception, the effect was the same. The wilderness itself had become hostile, conspiring with the creature to hinder my escape. I remembered the ranger outpost marked on my map, a small seasonal structure used primarily during fire season, but solidly built and, most importantly, equipped with a radio that might reach the main station. If I could reach it, I might find both shelter and a means to call for help. The outpost was roughly 2 miles east of my campsite, a distance I could normally cover in under an hour on well-marked trails. Now, running blind through unfamiliar forest in the dark, pursued by something that defied natural law, it seemed an impossible goal. Yet it was my only hope. I altered my course slightly, angling northeast based on my mental map of the area. The terrain began to slope downward, and I used the decline to increase my speed, half running, half sliding down the steep embankment. The risk of injury seemed insignificant compared to what followed me. Every few seconds I caught glimpses of my pursuer, flashes of that twisted form moving between trees, sometimes paralleling my course rather than following directly behind. It was hurting me, I realized with a fresh surge of terror, like a wolf maneuvering prey toward a trap or a dead end. Understanding this, I abruptly changed direction, cutting sharply south despite the difficult terrain. I heard a sound from the creature, not the wet, choking noise from before, but something higher pitched, almost like the creaking of wood under stress. Frustration, perhaps, or simply adjustment to my unexpected move. The momentary advantage gave me a surge of desperate hope. I pushed harder, ignoring the burning in my thighs and the stitch developing in my side. The forest began to thin slightly, the massive firs giving way to younger growth and occasional clearings created by fallen trees. In one such clearing, disaster struck. My foot caught on an exposed root, sending me sprawling face first into a patch of cold, wet mud. The impact knocked the wind from my lungs and sent my headlamp flying into the underbrush, its beam illuminating nothing but ferns before flickering and dying. I lay stunned for precious seconds, struggling to breathe, to orient myself in the sudden darkness. Behind me, I heard the creature approaching, that distinctive sound of twisted limbs moving across forest floor, closer now, much closer. Panic gave me strength. I pushed myself up, hands sinking into the cold earth as I fought to regain my footing. My knife was gone, lost somewhere in the fall, and in the darkness there was no chance of finding it. As I finally managed to stand, I turned to face what pursued me. The root wraith loomed at the edge of the clearing, its elongated form silhouetted against the marginally lighter backdrop of the forest. It stood unnaturally still, that hollow non-face directed toward me with palpable malevolence. We remained frozen in this tableau for what seemed an eternity, the hunted and the hunter, evaluating each other in the moonlit clearing. Then it moved, advancing with that same deliberate pace that somehow conveyed more menace than any charge could have. My hand closed around a chunk of stone, a piece of shale about the size of my fist, sharp-edged and substantial. Without conscious thought, I hurled it directly at the creature's torso, putting every ounce of strength behind the throw. The rock struck with a sound unlike anything I'd heard before. Not the thud of stone against flesh, but a brittle crack more reminiscent of hitting hollow wood. The creature jerked backward, not in pain but seeming almost surprised, as if it hadn't expected resistance. That momentary hesitation was all I needed. I bolted across the clearing, plunging back into the forest on the opposite side. The outpost couldn't be far now, perhaps half a mile if my increasingly disoriented mental map was accurate. Without my headlamp, navigation became a nightmare of stumbling progress and whispered curses. The forest floor was treacherous with hidden obstacles, and more than once I collided painfully with low-hanging branches invisible in the darkness. Behind me, the sounds of pursuit resumed, closer now, and with a different quality. The measured confidence had been replaced by something more urgent, more aggressive. I had wounded its pride, perhaps, or simply demonstrated that I wouldn't be easy prey. Through breaks in the canopy, I caught glimpses of stars and used them to maintain my eastward bearing. My breath came in painful gasps, each inhalation like drawing fire into my lungs. I was reaching my physical limits, but terror provided fuel when my body had nothing left to give. And then, through the trees ahead, I saw it, the dark outline of the ranger outpost, a small square structure perched on the edge of a natural clearing. Relief flooded through me with such intensity that my knees nearly buckled. With renewed determination, I pushed forward, covering the final distance in a desperate sprint. Behind me, I heard the creature crashing through the underbrush, abandoning stealth for speed as it realized its prey was about to escape. I reached the outpost door, yanked it open with strength born of absolute terror, and threw myself inside. With the last of my energy, I slammed the door shut and braced against it, gasping for breath as sweat poured down my face and back. For several heartbeats, there was only the sound of my ragged breathing and the thunder of blood in my ears. Then came a scratching, low and rhythmic, on the other side of the door. The wood creaked under pressure but held firm. The outpost had been built to withstand the elements and wildlife, though surely not with this particular predator in mind. I fumbled in the darkness, searching for anything to reinforce the door. My hand closed around a wooden chair, which I wedged under the doorknob in a rudimentary but effective barricade. Only then did I allow myself to slide to the floor, back against the door, as the enormity of what had just happened began to settle over me. I was alive, at least for now. But outside something waited, something patient and ancient and utterly inhuman, and all that separated us was a single wooden door. Inside the ranger outpost, darkness pressed close around me. I sat with my back against the door, feeling the occasional pressure as the creature outside tested its strength. Each push sent tremors through the wood and into my spine, a physical reminder of the thin barrier between myself and whatever hunted me. After several minutes of this, I gathered enough courage to move away from the door. Fumbling in the darkness, I located a shelf where emergency supplies were stored. My fingers closed around a familiar shape, a heavy flashlight, the kind kept charged for power outages. I switched it on, and blessed light flooded the small cabin. The outpost was a single room, perhaps 15 feet square. A desk with a radio sat against one wall, a small cot against another. A pot-bellied stove occupied one corner, with a neatly stacked pile of firewood beside it. Windows on 3 walls were shuttered from the inside with heavy wooden panels, a precaution against winter storms that now served as vital protection. I checked the radio first, holding my breath as I flipped the power switch. Nothing happened. I tried again, toggling switches and adjusting dials with increasing desperation. The unit remained stubbornly silent. Either the power was out or the equipment itself had failed. Either way, my hope of calling for help evaporated. A sound from outside broke my concentration, not the scratching or pushing against the door, but a different noise altogether. Something was circling the cabin, moving with deliberate slowness, testing the walls and windows. The scratching resumed, now at one of the shuttered windows, the sound of something hard dragging across wood. I backed away from the radio, flashlight beam trained on the window where the noise originated. The shutter shifted slightly under pressure, but remained secure. The scratching continued for perhaps a minute, then stopped. Silence fell, heavy and expectant. I used the opportunity to take stock of my situation more thoroughly. The cabin was secure enough, but I had no food, no water beyond what remained in my canteen, and no means of communication. My pack containing my GPS, satellite phone, and emergency supplies remained back at my abandoned campsite. The most immediate concern, however, was not survival supplies, but weaponry. If the creature managed to break through the door or one of the shutters, I would need something more substantial than my fists to defend myself. I searched the cabin systematically, methodically opening drawers and cabinets. In a storage closet, I found an old firefighting axe, its wooden handle worn smooth from use, its blade still reasonably sharp. It wasn't ideal, but it was substantial enough to provide some reassurance. I also located a rusted fire poker beside the stove, which I set aside as a secondary weapon. With these meager armaments assembled, I returned to the door and listened. The scratching had ceased, but I could sense the creature's continued presence, a weight in the air, a pressure that had nothing to do with atmospheric conditions. Then came the smell, a thick, rancid stench seeping through the cracks around the door and windows. It resembled decaying vegetation mixed with something metallic, like old blood or rusted iron. The odor filled the cabin with surprising speed, so intense it made my eyes water and my stomach heave. I pulled my shirt up over my nose, trying to filter the worst of it, but the stench seemed to bypass normal senses, triggering something deeper and more primitive in my brain. This was not just the smell of decay, but of wrongness, of something that existed in fundamental opposition to the natural order. Outside, movement resumed, the sound of something heavy shifting position, circling the cabin with methodical patience. Occasionally, a limb would test a shutter or scratch at the foundation where it met the earth. It wasn't random. The creature was systematically probing for weaknesses, applying pressure to different points to see where the structure might give. Hours passed this way, periods of silence interrupted by sudden violent testing of the cabin's integrity. I remained vigilant, moving from window to door as needed, axe gripped tightly in sweating hands. Each time the scratching or pushing intensified, I braced myself for the final assault that would breach my sanctuary. Each time the cabin held. By what I estimated to be midnight, a new phase began. The scratching stopped entirely, replaced by a different kind of assault. A sound emanated from just outside the door, a low rhythmic vibration that resembled speech without forming recognizable words. It rose and fell in patterns that almost made sense, as if a human voice had been stretched and distorted beyond recognition, yet retained the cadence of language. The effect was profoundly unsettling. I found myself straining to understand, leaning unconsciously toward the door despite every instinct screaming to maintain distance. The pseudo-speech burrowed into my mind, creating tantalizing glimpses of meaning that dissolved the moment I tried to grasp them. I realized with horror that I had moved to within inches of the door, one hand actually reaching for the handle. I jerked backward, shaking my head to clear it. The creature was attempting to lure me out, using some form of hypnotic sound to override my survival instincts. "Nice try," I muttered, retreating to the center of the cabin. "But I'm not that easy." The sound ceased abruptly, as if the thing had understood my words. In the silence that followed, I felt a shift in the quality of its attention, a recalculation perhaps, or the formulation of a new strategy. I used the reprieve to reinforce my barricades, dragging the desk in front of the door, piling anything heavy I could find against the shutters. The work helped focus my mind, driving back the lingering effects of that hypnotic pseudo-speech. As I worked, I found myself wondering about the creature's nature. What was it? Some undiscovered species? A mutation? Or something altogether outside scientific classification? The precise, intelligent testing of the cabin's defenses suggested an intelligence at least equal to human, possibly greater. Yet its physical form defied evolutionary logic, combining elements that should never exist together in a single organism. My scientific mind grasped for rational explanations, even as the evidence before me systematically destroyed the foundations of that rationality. Whatever waited outside was not merely unknown to science, it existed in deliberate contradiction to it. The night deepened. I checked my watch, 3:17 a.m. Dawn was still hours away, assuming the creature would retreat with the light, which was far from certain. My exhaustion had reached critical levels, my body demanding rest even as adrenaline kept me painfully alert. Outside, the testing of the cabin's integrity resumed, more forceful now, less exploratory and more determined. A shutter creaked ominously as something heavy pressed against it. The door shuddered under impact, the chair and desk shifting slightly with each blow. I moved between points of attack, reinforcing barricades and preparing to defend whichever barrier failed first. The axe felt increasingly inadequate against the power I sensed gathering outside, but it was all I had. At approximately 4:30 a.m., the assault reached its peak. The creature seemed to abandon strategy in favor of raw force, hurling itself against the door with impacts that shook the entire structure. Wood splintered, not breaking through but weakening with each blow. I braced the desk against the door with my body weight, feeling the impacts reverberate through the furniture and into my bones. The attack lasted perhaps 5 minutes, though it felt infinitely longer. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, it stopped. The silence that followed was so absolute, it seemed to have physical presence, a vacuum of sound that pressed against my eardrums. I remained frozen in position, anticipating a final, devastating blow that would breach my defenses. Nothing came. Minutes stretched into a quarter hour, then half. The pressure in the air began to dissipate, the oppressive sense of malevolent attention gradually lifting. By the time the first gray light of dawn filtered through the cracks in the shutters, I had collapsed onto the cot, axe still clutched in my hand, hovering in that liminal space between exhaustion and hypervigilance, where the body surrenders while the mind remains partially alert. I must have drifted into actual sleep at some point, because I jerked awake to full daylight streaming through the gaps in the shutters. For a moment, disorientation gripped me. Where was I? Why was I holding an axe? Then memory flooded back, bringing with it a renewed surge of fear. With extreme caution, I approached one of the windows and peered through a small gap in the shutter. The clearing outside was empty, bathed in morning sunlight that transformed the nightmare landscape of the previous night into an ordinary forest scene. Birds sang in the distance, normal forest sounds that had been notably absent during my ordeal. Had it all been some kind of hallucination, a stress-induced breakdown? The damage to the door, splintered wood and deep gouges in patterns no bear or mountain lion could create, testified otherwise, as did the lingering traces of that unnatural odor, still detectable beneath the fresher scents entering through the cabin's ventilation. It took another hour of observation before I gathered the courage to open the door. I unbarricaded it slowly, axe at the ready, prepared to slam it shut at the first sign of danger. When I finally eased it open, nothing lunged from hiding, just the normal sounds and smells of a forest morning. I stepped cautiously onto the porch, scanning the surrounding area with the hypervigilance of prey that has narrowly escaped predation. The clearing appeared normal, peaceful even, with no sign of the previous night's terror. Until I looked down. There in the soft earth before the cabin were tracks, the same impossible impressions I had first observed by the stream. They circled the entire structure, confirming my sense of being systematically stalked throughout the night. The tracks were fresh, the edges still sharp in the morning light, and they led back toward the forest, not in the direction I had come from, but westward, toward the ridge that had been my original destination. I followed the tracks with my eyes to the tree line, where they disappeared into the undergrowth. Something in me wanted to follow, to confirm what I had seen, to document it properly as my scientific training demanded. A stronger instinct prevailed. Without returning to my abandoned campsite, without completing my survey, I began the long walk back to the trailhead where my truck waited, taking a route that gave the widest possible berth to the western ridge and the territory of what I had begun to think of as its guardian. The journey back to civilization passed in a blur of hypervigilance and exhaustion. I stuck to open trails and clearings whenever possible, avoiding dense forest and shadowed ravines. Every snapping twig or rustling leaf sent adrenaline surging through my system, leaving me trembling and disoriented in its wake. I reached my truck shortly before sunset, having covered nearly 15 miles without rest or proper sustenance. The sight of that weathered Ford Ranger, so mundane and yet so emphatically human, brought tears to my eyes. I fumbled with the keys, hands shaking so badly I could barely work the lock. Once inside, I sat for several minutes, doors locked, simply breathing. The familiar smell of old upholstery and pine air freshener grounded me in normality. I started the engine and drove away from the North Cascades with a sense of narrowly escaping something that should never have been encountered. The ranger station was closed when I arrived, which suited me perfectly. I wasn't ready to provide an explanation for my early return or missing equipment. Instead, I drove straight to my small cabin outside of Marble Mount, where I took the hottest shower my water heater could manage, scrubbing my skin raw as if trying to remove some invisible contamination. Sleep eluded me that night, despite my physical exhaustion. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that hollow non-face turned in my direction, felt the malevolent attention of something ancient and utterly inhuman focused solely on me. When morning came, I called the Land Trust office and reported a medical issue that had forced me to abandon the survey. They were understanding, if disappointed, and asked if I needed replacement equipment for what I'd left behind. No, I said firmly. Nothing worth going back for. The woman on the other end paused, perhaps catching something in my tone. Did something happen out there, Arlen? I considered telling her then, describing the tracks, the creature, the night in the ranger outpost. The words formed in my mind but died before reaching my lips. Who would believe such a story? At best, they'd think I'd suffered some kind of breakdown or hallucination from altitude sickness or dehydration. At worst, my reputation as a reliable field specialist would be permanently damaged. Just a bad fall, I lied. Twisted my knee pretty badly. Should be fine in a week or so. She accepted this explanation without question, and we arranged for another surveyor to complete the assessment of the Western Ridge parcels. I didn't envy whoever took that assignment, but neither could I bring myself to offer a warning that would sound like the ravings of a madman. 2 weeks later, I returned to work, accepting assignments that kept me in the lowland forests and well away from the North Cascades. If my supervisors noticed this preference, they didn't comment on it. I developed a reputation for thoroughness in my reports and efficiency in completing assignments, traits that kept me employed and respected, even if I now refused certain territories. Months passed, and the visceral terror of that night began to fade, though it never disappeared entirely. I found myself researching obsessively, spending evenings in libraries and weekends combing through obscure archives. I was searching for anything that might explain what I had encountered. Any historical account, folklore, or scientific anomaly that could give context to my experience. Most paths led nowhere, but occasionally I found fragments that resonated. In the anthropological archives at the University of Washington, I discovered accounts from early settlers describing walking trees in the deeper forests of the Pacific Northwest. These were typically dismissed as superstition or misidentified bears standing on hind legs. A deeper dive into indigenous folklore yielded more substantial connections. Several tribes of the region had stories of forest guardians, entities neither fully spirit nor physical being that protected certain sacred groves or mountains from human intrusion. These beings were described variously as shapeshifters, as having bodies formed from living wood, or as possessing the ability to mimic forest sounds to lure trespassers deeper into the wilderness. The closest match came from a collection of Salish legends recorded by an anthropologist in the 1920s. Among accounts of more well-known figures like Sasquatch was a brief description of a creature called the root wraith, an entity said to guard ancient forests against those who would harm them. The description was sparse but chillingly familiar. A being with the body of twisted roots and branches, able to move silently through dense forest, and possessing a profound animosity toward human intruders. The account included a crude drawing that made my blood run cold, an elongated figure with limbs that resembled gnarled tree roots in a hollow space where a face should be. I photocopied the page with shaking hands, adding it to my growing file of research. The name stuck in my mind, root wraith. It seemed fitting, capturing both the creature's physical appearance and the primal dread it inspired. As winter approached and the higher elevations became inaccessible, the Land Trust reassigned me to coastal forest assessments. During a routine meeting, I overheard a conversation that stopped me in my tracks. "Still no word from Jensen?" one of the coordinators asked. "Nothing," another replied. "Second surveyor to go missing in those western parcels. Management's talking about bringing in search and rescue, but with the snow already falling up there." I interjected before I could stop myself. "When did Jensen go up there?" They looked at me with mild surprise at my interest. 2 weeks ago. Was supposed to radio in daily, but contact stopped on the second day. His truck's still at the trailhead. "And the first surveyor? The one before me?" The coordinator consulted his clipboard. "Marshall, Daniel Marshall, experienced guy, knew those mountains better than anyone. Same story, went up in late spring, never came back." I felt ill. Marshall hadn't forgotten his paperwork or taken an early retirement, and now Jensen had disappeared in the same area. Both had ventured near the Western Ridge, the territory I had fled. Both had encountered, what? The same entity that had hunted me? Had they been less fortunate in their escape? That night I stared at my research materials spread across my kitchen table, photocopied legends, maps marked with locations of similar accounts, and my own detailed journal of what I had experienced. The evidence was circumstantial at best, delusional at worst. Yet I knew with bone-deep certainty that something ancient and malevolent guarded those remote forests, something that had allowed me to escape but had perhaps claimed others less fortunate. I considered going to the authorities, but what would I say? that a mythological forest entity was responsible for the disappearances. They would focus their investigation on me rather than the creature. In the end, I wrote an anonymous letter to the Land Trust, strongly recommending that the Western Ridge parcels be designated as a wilderness preserve, permanently closed to human activity. I included falsified soil sample reports suggesting potential environmental hazards that would make development inadvisable. It was deceptive but potentially life-saving. Whether due to my letter or other factors, the Land Trust eventually designated those parcels as a permanent ecological preserve, with access restricted to essential research personnel only. I felt a grim satisfaction when I heard the news, though it was tempered by guilt over the fates of Marshall and Jensen. Years have passed since my encounter with the root wraith. I still work in forestry, though I've transferred to the Olympic Peninsula, putting considerable distance between myself and the North Cascades. I've never returned to that region, and I've shared my story with no one until now. Sometimes, on particularly quiet nights when the wind drops and the forest falls silent, I find myself listening for that distinctive wet choking sound. In my dreams, I still see those twisted limbs advancing through moonlit forest, still feel the hollow gaze of a faceless entity fixed upon me with ancient malevolence. I've come to a certain understanding about what happened, though it provides little comfort. There are places in this world that humans were never meant to intrude upon, territories guarded by entities far older than our brief civilization. The root wraith is one such guardian, neither fully natural nor supernatural, but something that exists in the borderlands between classified reality and formless myth. Why it allowed me to escape when others apparently weren't so fortunate remains a mystery. Perhaps it was testing the boundaries of its territory. Perhaps it was merely curious, or perhaps, and this thought disturbs me most, it let me go deliberately, knowing I would carry the story of its existence back to others, seeding fear that would keep humans away more effectively than taking another victim. When I hear of hikers or campers going missing in remote forests, I wonder how many have encountered similar guardians in other ancient places. How many disappeared not through accident or exposure, but through contact with entities that enforce boundaries we no longer recognize or respect. The forests hold secrets deeper and older than we imagine. I know this now with certainty that transcends scientific evidence. And I know that some knowledge once gained can never be unlearned, even when we desperately wish it could be. My name is Arlen Redbird, and in 1995 I encountered something in the North Cascades that exists beyond our classifications and catalogs. I survived to tell the story. Others were not so fortunate, and somewhere in those ancient mountains the root wraith still waits, guarding its territory against human trespass with patient, implacable vigilance. Some lands should remain unexplored. Some boundaries should never be crossed. And some entities should be left undisturbed in their ancient domains, where they have dwelled since before our species first kindled fire against the darkness. The logging road had long since deteriorated into little more than a suggestion, a narrow path of packed earth, occasionally visible between encroaching undergrowth. My rental SUV groaned as it navigated another steep incline, tires slipping slightly on the rain-dampened soil. The Canadian wilderness stretched endlessly beyond my windshield, a vast emerald sea of pine and spruce beneath a slate-gray October sky. This expedition had seemed rational in Vancouver, a week of solitude in British Columbia's remote Nahatlatch Provincial Park, a chance to clear my head and collect field recordings for my environmental soundscape project. 3 hours into the backcountry, doubt had firmly taken root. In 300 meters, you have reached your destination, my GPS announced with jarring confidence before falling silent. I knew better. The coordinates I'd marked were still 8 kilometers deeper into the wilderness, a final stretch I'd have to make on foot. I parked at the widest spot I could find, gathered my heavy pack, and triple-checked my preparations. Satellite phone with spare battery, topographical maps, first aid kit, bear spray, food suspended in waterproof bags, tent, sleeping bag rated for sub-zero temperatures, recording equipment. I'd researched extensively and packed accordingly. What I hadn't counted on was the silence. Not peaceful quiet, but an oppressive absence of sound that seemed to swallow even the noise of my breathing. No birdsong, no insect buzz. The forest felt like a cathedral with all the congregants holding their breath. The trail started clearly enough, a narrow track used occasionally by park rangers and dedicated backpackers. As I walked, my boots crunching rhythmically on fallen leaves, I couldn't shake the sensation of being observed. Just wildlife, I muttered, adjusting my pack straps. Bears, maybe elk. The rational explanation didn't dissolve the prickling sensation between my shoulder blades. 3 hours and numerous elevation changes later, I arrived at my destination, a small clearing near a creek, far from any marked trails or campsites. Setting up camp occupied my hands while my mind catalogued subtle wrongness. Dead silence except for the creek's gurgle. No squirrels or chipmunks disturbed my supplies. No ravens called overhead. The wilderness seemed to be observing me with collective, judging eyes. I erected my tent methodically, collected firewood, and strung my bear bag before nightfall claimed the forest. As darkness descended, I positioned my audio equipment, sensitive microphones capable of capturing sounds beyond human hearing range, at strategic positions around my campsite. The fire popped and hissed as I huddled close, reviewing tomorrow's recording plan on my tablet. That's when I noticed the contradictory readings on my equipment. The software indicated sound waves at frequencies just below human hearing threshold, infrasound, pulsing rhythmically from the northwest. The volume suggested something massive was generating them. Weather phenomena, I reasoned aloud, voice unnaturally loud in the silence. Low-frequency wind patterns through the mountains. The explanation felt hollow as I crawled into my tent shortly after 9 p.m., exhaustion from the hike overtaking anxiety. Just before sleep claimed me, something massive cracked in the distance, a sound like a baseball bat connecting with a tree trunk. I bolted upright, heart hammering. The sound repeated twice more, moving in a clockwise pattern around my campsite, each crack separated by perhaps 200 meters. My rational mind supplied possibilities, moose knocking against trees, branch falls. But deeper instincts, the ancient programming that kept our ancestors alive, screamed otherwise. The night passed in fitful snatches of sleep. Each time I drifted off, a distant crack or undefined rustle would jolt me awake. By morning, my eyes were gritty with exhaustion, and doubt had hardened into foreboding. Checking my recording equipment revealed nothing beyond ambient forest sounds and those persistent infrasound pulses, now coming from the east. But examining the ground around my campsite, I found something that stopped my breath. A partial footprint pressed deep into the soft earth near the creek. Too large for a human, distinctly bipedal, 5 toes clearly visible. My satellite phone showed no signal, and the forest silence felt suddenly deliberate, as if the entire ecosystem were conspiring to isolate me. I was not alone in these woods. The footprint measured 17 inches from heel to toe. I photographed it from multiple angles, placing my own boot beside it for scale, before carefully covering it with my cooking pot to preserve it from the light rain that had begun falling. "This doesn't mean anything," I said aloud, needing to hear a human voice, even my own. Black bears can leave prints that appear humanoid when their front and back paws overlap. Yet the impression lacked claw marks, and something about its weight distribution screamed bipedal locomotion. My hand trembled as I pulled out my tablet to research local wildlife tracks. Instead, I found myself clicking on a folder of research materials I'd downloaded weeks ago. Articles about regional folklore I'd thought might provide color for my sound project. Among them, Sasquatch encounters in British Columbia, a cultural and historical analysis. The indigenous Sensales people of this region had consistent accounts of a creature they called Cascades, the wild man of the woods, dating back hundreds of years. Their descriptions were remarkably uniform, tall, powerful, covered in reddish-brown hair, and able to produce infrasound that disoriented prey and predators alike. A chill unrelated to the rain crept down my spine. I spent the morning setting up additional recording equipment and wildlife cameras around my campsite. If something was out there, I'd document it properly. Scientific rigor would be my shield against growing unease. By noon, the rain had stopped. I ventured northeast, audio recorder in hand, determined to capture the natural soundscape I'd come for. The forest remained unnaturally quiet, occasional birdsong startling in its rarity. 2 kilometers from camp, I discovered a cluster of saplings bent and twisted into an arch. Not broken, carefully manipulated to form a deliberate structure. Below it, arranged in a precise line, 3 river rocks, a pine cone, and a partial deer jawbone. Could be kids, I muttered, photographing the arrangement. Campers messing around. But I knew no recreational hikers ventured this deep into the backcountry. The ranger station had emphasized that when issuing my permit. You'll be entirely alone out there. No patrols reach that zone until spring. I continued recording, trying to focus on work while ignoring the persistent sensation of being watched. Half an hour later, a distant wood knock echoed through the trees, precisely like those I'd heard last night. I swung my microphone toward it just as an answering knock came from the opposite direction. Communication. My hands grew clammy as I methodically documented the sound pattern. 3 knocks from the north, 2 from the east, 4 from the west. Coordinated movements by multiple entities. On Reddit forums dedicated to Bigfoot research, they called this triangulation behavior, the surrounding of prey or intruders. The thought came unbidden, unwelcome. I headed back to camp, walking faster than strictly necessary. Upon arriving, I found my neatly stacked firewood scattered across the clearing. The bear bag, suspended 15 feet high between 2 trees, swung gently despite the absence of wind. Something with considerable height had touched it. That night, I built the fire larger than needed, its crackling flames the only comfort in a wilderness that felt increasingly hostile. I reviewed the day's recordings, finding the wood knocks clearly documented but nothing visually on the wildlife cameras. Just after midnight, I woke to a sound impossible to misinterpret. Heavy, deliberate footsteps circling my campsite. Weight shifting rhythmically from heel to toe, bipedal. I lay paralyzed in my sleeping bag, straining to track the movement. The footsteps stopped directly outside my tent. The fabric wall seemed suddenly insubstantial. Mere millimeters of nylon between me and whatever stood breathing in the darkness. The breathing was deep, controlled, slightly raspy. I reached slowly for my headlamp, every muscle tense with the effort to remain silent. As my fingers closed around it, a massive hand pressed against the tent wall, the impression of 5 digits clearly visible through the fabric. A low, rumbling vocalization vibrated through my chest, not heard so much as felt. Infrasound. I remained motionless for what seemed like hours until the presence withdrew. When dawn finally broke, I emerged to find a complex arrangement of broken branches forming a geometric pattern 20 feet from my tent, a message I couldn't decode, or a warning I couldn't afford to ignore. By the 3rd day, the forest's unnatural silence had become my new normal. I operated on minimal sleep, jumping at shadows, my scientific objectivity fraying at the edges. The evidence accumulating around my campsite defied conventional explanation. New footprints appeared each morning, always partial, never leading anywhere logical. My wildlife cameras captured nothing but occasional blurred movement at their periphery. The audio recordings, however, told a different story. I sat cross-legged beside my fire, headphones on, analyzing the previous night's files. Beneath the crackling flames and occasional distant owl, a pattern emerged, rhythmic, almost linguistic vocalizations at frequencies hovering at the edge of human hearing. Listening made my teeth ache and my stomach churn. "It's language," I whispered, removing the headphones with shaking hands. "They're talking." They, not it. The recording suggested at least 3 distinct sources communicating through the darkness, deep, rumbling exchanges that my equipment barely captured. Wood knocks punctuated these conversations like exclamation points. I'm documenting a social group, I realized, with equal parts scientific excitement and primal fear. At midday, I decided to verify a theory. I'd been tracking infrasound pulses consistently emanating from the northeast. If these creatures maintained a territory, perhaps I could identify their center of activity, their home base. Taking only essential gear, water, satellite phone, GPS, audio recorder, and bear spray, I set out, following the slope upward. The forest grew denser as I climbed, ancient firs blocking much of the sunlight. Fallen nurse logs hosted entire ecosystems of fungi and moss, giving the forest floor an otherworldly appearance. 3 kilometers in, I discovered the first unambiguous sign, A tree approximately 12 feet up, with a section of bark systematically removed. Embedded in the exposed wood were dozens of hair strands, coarse, reddish-brown, too long for bear or elk. I carefully collected several in a sample bag, taking photos and GPS coordinates. This matched descriptions from cryptozoological literature, territorial marking behaviors observed across North America's Pacific Northwest. The path steepened as afternoon shadows lengthened. I checked my GPS frequently, marking each strange finding: twisted saplings, rock arrangements, more bark strippings. The pattern suggested territorial boundaries surrounding what lay ahead. At a small ridgeline, I paused to catch my breath. The valley below hosted a grove of massive old-growth cedars, their trunks wider than cars. The infrasound readings peaked in that direction. I should turn back, return to camp before darkness. A branch snapped behind me. I whirled, fumbling for the bear spray. 20 yards upslope, partially obscured by a massive fir, stood a figure. My mind struggled to process its dimensions: at least 8 feet tall, powerfully built, covered in matted reddish-brown hair. It stood perfectly still, watching me with dark eyes set deep beneath a prominent brow ridge. We stared at each other for what felt like eternity. I couldn't move, couldn't scream. It made no aggressive motion, simply observed with unsettling intelligence. My shaking hand raised the camera reflexively. At the movement, the figure stepped backward, blending with the shadows between trees with impossible grace for its size. Within seconds, it vanished completely. Only then did my frozen lungs remember how to breathe. I gasped, knees weakening, camera forgotten in my trembling grip. Not a bear, not a misidentified moose or elk, something else entirely. I scrambled back down the trail, abandoning scientific curiosity for self-preservation. Twice I heard movement paralleling my route, heavy footfalls keeping pace about 50 yards to my right. They could easily overtake me, but seemed content merely to escort me away from their territory. Back at camp, I locked myself in the SUV, engine running for the psychological comfort of human technology. My audio recorder captured the encounter, but the camera had only a single frame showing a dark, blurred shape between trees. That night, huddled in my vehicle rather than the vulnerable tent, I reviewed everything I documented. The evidence painted an undeniable picture. I had encountered a small group of Sasquatch, and they wanted me gone. The scientific implications were staggering. The practical implications far more immediate. I was deep in their territory, alone, with only a partial tank of gas and 3 days until my scheduled return. My satellite phone still showed no signal, the mountains blocking transmission. As darkness claimed the forest, they returned. 3 distinct sets of footsteps circled my vehicle. Occasionally, massive shadows passed through my headlight beams. There, then gone with surprising speed. Wood knocks surrounded me, closer than ever before. The metallic shell of the SUV seemed suddenly fragile as something heavy leaned against the driver's side door, rocking the vehicle slightly. I clutched the useless satellite phone, wondering if I would live to report what I'd discovered. Sleep came in microsecond bursts, my body shutting down despite the adrenaline flooding my system. Each time I jerked awake, disoriented, to find the SUV surrounded by moving shadows, and that persistent, deep vocalization that vibrated through metal and glass. Around 3 a.m., a massive impact rocked the vehicle. Something had struck the hood with tremendous force. I scrambled upright, fumbling with the headlight controls. The high beams illuminated nothing but empty forest, yet I could feel the weight of observation. They had withdrawn just beyond the light's reach. This was a test, gauging my reaction, my capabilities. The realization chilled me more than any direct threat. By dawn, the forest appeared normal again, deceptively peaceful. I exited the vehicle cautiously, every sense heightened to painful acuity. The hood bore a shallow depression approximately 8 inches in diameter, the impact site from something with tremendous strength. My tent lay in shreds, its contents scattered across the clearing. The recording equipment had been systematically dismantled, not destroyed, but carefully taken apart, each component separated and arranged in precise rows. They were studying my technology. The rational part of my brain, the scientist trained to observe and analyze, recognized the profound significance of this behavior. The rest of me recognized only danger. Whatever these creatures were, they possessed intelligence that paralleled or exceeded human capacity in certain domains. I gathered essential supplies from the wreckage, accepting that escape had become my only viable option. The logging road offered the sole route back to civilization, but my instincts screamed against using such an obvious path. Instead, I plotted a cross-country route along the creek, following it downstream toward a ranger station marked on my topographical map. The journey would cover rougher terrain but might avoid the territories I'd inadvertently mapped during my exploration. By mid-morning, I'd packed a small backpack with water purification tablets, energy bars, first aid supplies, and my remaining recording equipment. Documentation had become secondary to survival, but I couldn't abandon the scientific imperative entirely. The creek path started promisingly, a relatively clear route winding between towering cedars. The water's constant noise masked my footsteps, providing auditory cover. For 3 hours I made steady progress, stopping occasionally to check my GPS position against the map. During one such pause, I noticed the creek stones before me, a random arrangement like any stream bed. Except they weren't random. Specific rocks had been shifted, creating a subtle pattern visible only from my exact position. An arrow pointing back the way I'd come. My heart stuttered. They were ahead of me, anticipating my route. I changed direction immediately, abandoning the creek to climb the eastern ridge. The going became brutally difficult. Dense underbrush, fallen logs, steep inclines. By late afternoon, my legs burned with exertion, and my water supply dwindled. Pausing to rest against a massive nurse log, I heard it. Wood knocks in the distance, coming from 3 distinct directions. They were tracking me, communicating my position. Panic threatened to overwhelm rational thought. I forced deep breaths, consulting my map with trembling hands. The ranger station lay 15 miles southeast. At my current pace, I couldn't reach it before nightfall. As shadows lengthened across the forest floor, I made a desperate decision. Rather than continuing forward or retreating, I'd make a defensible position, find high ground, establish visibility in all directions, remove the uncertainty of what lurked behind trees. A rocky outcropping half a mile ahead offered my best option. I reached it just as dusk painted the sky indigo, climbing to its summit, perhaps 30 feet above the forest floor, with clear sight lines in all directions. I arranged what supplies I had, creating a small fire more for psychological comfort than warmth. The night closed around me like a fist. They arrived as full darkness descended, massive shadows moving with deliberate purpose between trees. I counted 5 distinct figures, larger than any human, communicating through those rhythmic wood knocks and low vocalizations that seemed to bypass my ears and resonate directly in my chest. They circled my position but maintained distance from the firelight, testing boundaries, assessing threat. I clutched my satellite phone, still searching futilely for signal, and my audio recorder, capturing what might become my final testament. Just after midnight, the testing phase ended. One figure, larger than the others, its silhouette suggesting massive shoulders and a conical head, approached the base of my rocky refuge. It carried something in its enormous hands. My breath caught as it placed the object deliberately at the outcropping's edge, then retreated 15 yards to observe. I directed my flashlight downward, revealing my shredded tent bundled into a precise package. Atop it sat my disassembled recording equipment, reassembled incorrectly but with evident purpose. A message, a demonstration. The massive figure watched, waiting for my reaction. Behind it, the others maintained a loose semicircle, wood knocks passing between them like coded communications. Understanding crystallized with terrible clarity. This wasn't merely territorial defense. This was first contact. Dawn broke with mist rolling through the trees, transforming the forest into a ghostly dreamscape. I remained atop my rocky sanctuary, having maintained vigilance through the interminable night. The creatures had withdrawn an hour before sunrise, melting into the forest with surprising silence for their bulk. My recordings from the night revealed patterns I'd overlooked in real time, rhythmic cycles of wood knocks followed by infrasound pulses, creating complex auditory sequences. The behavioral implications were staggering: coordinated communication, strategic thinking, tool use. These weren't animals. They were something else entirely. My satellite phone finally showed a weak signal, one bar flickering in and out of existence. I dialed emergency services repeatedly, achieving connection on the 7th attempt. 911, what's your emergency? The operator's voice, distorted by poor reception, nonetheless represented my first human contact in 4 days. I need immediate evacuation from Nahatlatch Provincial Park, I said, struggling to keep my voice steady. I'm approximately 15 miles northwest of Ranger Station 7. I hesitated, knowing how it would sound. I've encountered wildlife that poses immediate danger. Can you identify the wildlife, sir? Bear? Cougar? No, I replied. Something else. Please, I need extraction. I can provide GPS coordinates. The connection wavered, her response fragmenting. Helicopter. Weather conditions. Earliest tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning, another full day and night. I provided my coordinates and description of the terrain before the connection failed completely. Help was coming, but not soon enough. Surveying my supplies, I took inventory. 2 energy bars, half-liter of water, bear spray, first aid kit, flashlight with failing batteries, audio recorder, the satellite phone with its unreliable connection, not enough to remain in place until rescue. I needed to move, find better defensive position, ideally closer to the ranger station where extraction would be simpler. I descended the outcropping cautiously, every sense hyper-alert for movement or sound. The forest had reclaimed its unnatural silence. No birdsong, no insect buzz, just the occasional whisper of wind through needled branches. At the base, I examined what the creatures had left. My disassembled equipment had been arranged with evident purpose, not random destruction but methodical exploration. They had been studying my technology, perhaps trying to understand its function. Most unsettling was a new addition I hadn't noticed in the darkness. Beside the equipment lay a fresh deer leg, recently severed, clearly placed as, offering? Warning. I left it untouched, shouldering my pack and setting out southeast toward the ranger station. If I maintained steady pace, I could cover 8 miles before nightfall, leaving manageable distance for tomorrow. The forest thickened as I descended into a valley, massive nurse logs creating natural barriers across my path. Each required careful navigation, climbing over or ducking under, each movement slow and deliberately quiet. Midday, I paused to filter water from a small stream, replenishing my supply. That's when I noticed the silence had changed quality, not merely the absence of wildlife sounds, but a pressurized quiet that felt deliberate and focused. I was being watched. Scanning the surrounding forest revealed nothing obvious, yet the certainty remained. Somewhere among those ancient trunks and shadowed undergrowth, eyes tracked my movements. I continued forward, maintaining pace while attempting to project confidence I didn't feel. The wood knocks began 30 minutes later, distant at first, then gradually closing distance. 3 distinct patterns from different directions, triangulating my position. They were hurting me. I checked my map, recalibrating route. My current trajectory led through increasingly dense forest, perfect territory for ambush. To the west lay more open ground, a recent burn area from lightning strike 3 years prior, according to my research. Fewer places to hide. I altered course immediately, climbing toward the burn zone. The knocking patterns shifted in response, becoming more frequent, urgent. They recognized my strategy change. The burn area appeared as the sun lowered toward the horizon, a stark landscape of blackened trunks and new undergrowth, offering visibility in all directions. I quickened my pace, racing fading light to reach its center. At the burn zone's edge, something massive moved between charred trees, just glimpsed peripherally, too fast to properly identify. The same reddish-brown fur, the same impossible height and broad shoulders. It paralleled my route, maintaining distance of roughly 50 yards, occasionally visible when crossing open patches. Not pursuing, not fleeing, escorting. I reached the burn area's approximate center as dusk transformed the landscape into a charcoal sketch. With visibility in all directions and nothing to conceal their approach, I felt marginally safer despite complete exposure to elements. Using fallen logs, I constructed a rudimentary shelter and gathered material for fire. As darkness claimed the forest, flames illuminated my small circle of safety. Beyond the firelight, they gathered, 5 distinct figures now visible against the night, their silhouettes unmistakably not human despite bipedal stance. They maintained careful distance from the fire, arranging themselves in semicircle facing my position. Wood knocks passed between them, communications I couldn't decipher but recognized as deliberate and complex. The largest figure suddenly stepped forward, entering the dim edge of firelight. I could see it clearly now, over 8 feet tall, massively muscled beneath reddish-brown hair, with a face simultaneously human and not, prominent brow, deep-set eyes reflecting amber in firelight, a flat nose above slightly prognathous jaw. It carried something in its massive hand, my water bottle, left behind at the stream hours earlier. With deliberate motion, it placed the bottle at the firelight's edge, then retreated to rejoin the others. Message delivered. We've been with you all along. We could have taken you at any time. Tonight would determine whether I reached morning evacuation. The night passed in surreal vigilance. I maintained the fire, feeding it carefully measured amounts of fuel. Not so much that I'd exhaust my supply before dawn, not so little that darkness might encroach upon my sanctuary. The creatures maintained their vigil beyond the firelight, occasionally shifting positions but never approaching closer. Wood knocks continued intermittently, communication passing between them in patterns I began to recognize but couldn't interpret. Occasionally one would demonstrate remarkable agility, scaling a charred tree trunk with fluid ease despite massive bulk, observing me from elevated position before descending. Around 3 a.m., something unprecedented occurred. The largest individual, the one I'd mentally designated as their leader, approached the firelight again. It carried a bundle of branches which it carefully arranged at the perimeter of my fire's glow. More wood for my diminishing supply. The gesture's implications staggered me. This wasn't aggression or territorial defense. This was assistance, communication. The creature waited, observing my reaction with evident intelligence. "Thank you," I said aloud, my voice sounding foreign after so many hours of silence. The creature made no sound, but inclined its massive head slightly before retreating to rejoin the others, a subtle acknowledgement of my gratitude. I added a branch from its offering to my fire, a reciprocal gesture that felt absurdly inadequate for the moment's significance. These creatures, these Sasquatch, were not merely animals. They possessed culture, language, social structure, and most remarkably, apparent capacity for cross-species empathy. My audio recorder captured everything, running on its last battery power. Whatever happened by morning, the scientific record would remain, proof of something extraordinary sharing our world unseen. Dawn approached with gradient slowness, night reluctantly yielding to gray half-light. The creatures withdrew with first light, melting into the recovering forest surrounding the burn zone with practiced invisibility. Checking my satellite phone confirmed the rescue plan. Helicopter extraction at 9 a.m. from my GPS coordinates. 2 hours to wait. I packed my meager supplies, ensuring the audio recordings were secure. These contained evidence that would upend zoological understanding, proof of a species that had successfully evaded scientific documentation despite centuries of human expansion. The ethical implications were enormous. Public confirmation would likely trigger expeditions, habitat destruction, potential conflicts. These beings had clearly developed sophisticated strategies for avoiding human detection, strategies that had served them for generations. Did I have right to disrupt that? While contemplating this dilemma, movement at the burn zone's edge caught my attention. The largest creature had returned alone. It stood partially visible behind a blackened trunk, observing me with evident purpose. Slowly, deliberately, I removed my audio recorder and held it up, ensuring the creature could see it clearly. "I have evidence of you," I said aloud, uncertain if it comprehended my words but knowing it would understand my meaning. I could share this with others. The creature remained motionless, those deeply intelligent eyes fixed on mine. Then, with deliberate motion, it raised one massive hand and pressed it against its chest before extending the hand outward toward me, a gesture unmistakably conveying connection, perhaps even trust. In that moment of connection, understanding crystallized. These beings had encountered humans before. They recognized our technology, understood our curiosity and our destructive potential. They had allowed me to document them to some degree while demonstrating they controlled the encounter entirely. They were not afraid of being discovered. They were concerned about what would follow discovery. The distant thrum of helicopter rotors broke our silent communion. The creature's head tilted, acknowledging the sound before it melted back into the forest with that impossible grace. Rangers found me standing alone in the burn zone, equipment clutched to my chest, expression doubtless betraying the profound nature of what I'd experienced. "You reported dangerous wildlife?" the rescue team leader asked, scanning the surroundings with professional caution. I hesitated, feeling the weight of the audio recorder in my hand. "I was mistaken," I replied finally. "Just got spooked by the isolation." Later, safely returned to civilization, I would review the recordings privately. The evidence existed: wood knocks, infrasound vocalizations, movements captured at the edge of perception. Enough to intrigue, perhaps enough to justify further investigation, but not enough to definitively prove what I'd witnessed. That final gesture from the creature haunted me, hand to heart, then extended toward me. A connection across species boundaries, a request for understanding, perhaps even protection. Some discoveries belong to science and the world. Others demand different handling, stewardship rather than exploitation, respect rather than investigation. The North American wilderness still harbors secrets that walk upright through ancient forests, communicating through wood and sound and gesture. They know we exist. They've studied us far more thoroughly than we've studied them. And perhaps, for now, that asymmetry of knowledge serves a greater purpose than scientific acclaim ever could. The Okafinoi swamp breathes. That's what I always told visitors who looked skeptical when the water level rose and fell without rain or drought. "This place is alive," I'd say, watching their faces for signs of understanding. "Been here long before us, will be here long after." Some nodded politely. Others caught something in my voice that made them glance nervously at the dark water stretching into tangles of cypress and moss. "My name is Alan Greaves. In 2017, I worked as a park ranger at the Okafinoi National Wildlife Refuge in Georgia, a position I'd held for just under 3 months when everything changed. I was 34, single, and carrying about 20 pounds more than my doctor recommended. My uniform pants never quite fit right around the waist, and my regulation shirt inevitably developed a sweat outline by midday, no matter the weather. The refuge sprawls across nearly 700 square miles of wetlands, an ancient peat-filled bog that Native Americans named Land of the Trembling Earth. The name is fitting. The ground beneath your feet literally shifts and trembles in places where floating vegetation forms a deceptive carpet over the black water. I loved it immediately, despite the isolation and punishing humidity. There was something primordial about paddling a canoe at sunrise, checking on nesting cranes, and drinking terrible instant coffee beneath cypress trees that had stood guard for centuries. That late April morning started like most others. The weather was warm but not yet suffocating, the air rich with the musty perfume of old leaves and standing water. I had awakened before dawn in my small cabin at the edge of the refuge, swallowed 2 cups of bitter coffee, and headed out to adjust boundary signs along a remote trail near Billy's Island. The coffee had been particularly gritty that morning, and I'd spilled some on my shirt, leaving a tan circle that annoyed me for hours afterward. By noon, I was nibbling roasted peanuts from my pocket, a habit that contributed to those extra 20 pounds, while inspecting a canoe rental area. I felt cheerful, looking forward to a rare weekend off. Maybe I'd drive to Jacksonville, see a movie, eat food that didn't come from a can, or my mediocre attempts at cooking. The radio clipped to my belt crackled, interrupting my daydream. It was Dan Foley, a fellow ranger nearly 20 years my senior, with leathery skin the color of worn saddle leather, and a habit of making jokes about my slow paddling speed. "Hey, Alan," he drawled, his voice breaking up slightly over the static. "Got a situation. Couple of campers didn't show up at the ranger station for their scheduled check-in." I swallowed the last peanut and keyed the radio. When were they supposed to be in? 9 this morning, almost 3 hours late now. Names are Michael Conrad and Jessica Harlow, both from Atlanta. First-time visitors according to their permit. They're at that campsite by the old channel. I knew the spot, a wooden platform built above the marshy ground about 40 minutes from the main station by motorboat, popular with photographers because of the way light filtered through the cypress canopy at dusk. "You mind heading over to see if maybe they're just running late?" Dan continued. "Probably nothing, but better safe than sorry." "Copy that," I replied. "I'll check it out and report back." I wasn't particularly concerned. Lost campers typically turned up explaining their watches had stopped, or they'd missed a turn on the water trails. The swamp's watery labyrinth confused even experienced visitors, and cell service was non-existent in most areas. I finished my peanuts, brushed the salt from my fingers, and headed to the dock where we kept a small motorized skiff used for quicker checks. Within minutes, I was skimming across the dark water, Spanish moss draped from overhanging branches like tattered gray ghosts. The reflection of trees in the water created the unsettling illusion of an upside-down forest, as if another world lurked just beneath the surface. The journey took 40 minutes, during which I spotted 2 alligators sunning themselves on partially submerged logs and a great blue heron that took flight as I approached, its wings cutting a perfect silhouette against the cloudless sky. I knew every twist and turn of these waterways, or thought I did. The refuge had quickly become more home to me than my apartment in Waycross had ever been. As I approached the campsite, I cut the motor and let the skiff drift the final few yards. Something felt wrong. The normal symphony of frogs, insects, and bird calls had dampened to an eerie hush. The hair on my arms prickled despite the warmth. "Hello?" I called, tying the skiff to a wooden post and stepping onto the platform. "Ranger Greaves here. Anyone home?" No response. Just the gentle lapping of water against wood and the distant cry of a bird I couldn't identify. The green tent pitched at the center of the platform looked slumped somehow, as if it had deflated. The campsite's fire pit showed signs of recent use, but ash was scattered around as if someone had kicked it. A pair of men's hiking boots lay untied near the water's edge, one tipped onto its side. I approached the tent cautiously. The zipper was partially undone, creating a black triangle of darkness against the green nylon. "Hello? Mr. Conrad? Miss Harlow?" Still nothing. I pulled the zipper down and peered inside. A backpack lay open, its contents partially spilled. A wallet, keys, and a phone. A paperback novel was splayed open, face down. I found energy bars, bug spray, a first aid kit, but no campers. The sense of wrongness intensified. It felt like I had stepped into a room just after a fight had ended, tension still lingering in the air like ozone after lightning. I circled the perimeter of the platform, calling out periodically. At the rear edge, where the wooden planks met the swampy ground, I noticed faint footprints in the soft mud. They led deeper into the brush, away from the main water channel. Something glinted in the mud, a woman's watch with a cracked face, the second hand still ticking. The strap was broken, as if it had been torn from someone's wrist. Against my better judgment, I decided to follow the footprints. They looked fresh, pressed deep into the soft earth as if whoever made them had been running. I keyed my radio. "Dan, it's Alan. I'm at the campsite. No sign of the campers, but their gear is still here. Looks like they left in a hurry. I'm going to check a trail leading from the site." The radio crackled with static before Dan's voice came through, broken and faint. "Copy. Be careful. Back up if..." The signal faded. Not unusual in the deeper parts of the swamp where the thick vegetation and distance from towers created dead zones. I slipped my radio back onto my belt and began following the footprints, careful not to lose my footing in the spongy terrain. Cypress knees, the woody projections that rise from the roots of cypress trees, created a natural obstacle course that I navigated slowly. After about 10 minutes of careful progress, I detected an odor that stopped me cold. A sickly sweet smell of decay mingled with something metallic, like bad meat left in the sun and then soaked in copper. My stomach churned, and I swallowed hard to keep from retching. The footprints I had been following became more erratic here, spreading into a confused pattern of deep impressions and long slides in the mud. Signs of a struggle or a panicked flight. About 20 feet ahead, half concealed by a curtain of brush, I spotted something that didn't belong in the natural palette of greens and browns. A splash of bright blue fabric against dark mud. I approached slowly, dread building with each step. As I pushed aside a curtain of Spanish moss, the full scene came into view, and my breath caught in my throat. A man lay sprawled face up in a shallow depression. He wore a torn plaid shirt and cargo shorts, the blue I had glimpsed. His face was frozen in an expression of pure terror, eyes wide and mouth contorted in a silent scream. His torso showed deep, jagged wounds, unlike anything I'd seen in my years outdoors. They weren't the clean cuts of a knife or the methodical work of an alligator. These looked as if something had torn into him with ferocious, unnatural strength. I covered my mouth and backed away, fighting the urge to vomit. "Keep calm, Alan," I whispered to myself, my usual mantra during stressful situations. "Keep calm." I fumbled for my radio, keeping my eyes fixed on the surrounding vegetation. That's when I heard it, a soft crunching sound directly behind me, like careful footsteps on dry leaves. I froze, my hand still wrapped around the radio at my hip. The crunching noise had stopped, but I could feel a presence behind me, the weight of something's attention focused on my back. My heart hammered against my ribs so violently I feared it might burst. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but years of wilderness training kept me rooted in place. Running often triggers predatory responses. Instead, I turned very slowly, careful not to make any sudden movements. I expected to see a large alligator or perhaps a black bear, both common enough in the refuge. What I didn't expect was to see nothing at all. The dense wall of ferns and palmettos stood undisturbed, yet I couldn't shake the certainty that something was watching me from just beyond that green curtain. A bead of sweat rolled down my temple. I took a careful step backward, then another. When nothing lunged at me, I turned and moved with deliberate speed back toward the campsite, no longer following the meandering footprints but cutting a direct path. Once I reached the wooden platform, I unclipped my radio with trembling fingers. "Dan," I said, straining to keep my voice steady. "I found one of the campers. He's dead. Multiple lacerations to the torso. I need you to get the sheriff's department out here right away." The radio hissed with static before Dan's voice came through, disbelief evident even through the poor connection. "Did you say dead? Jesus, Alan, are you sure?" "Positive," I replied. "Looks like a violent attack. No sign of the woman yet." "Stay put," Dan ordered. "I'm calling it in now. Sheriff's office and Fish and Wildlife. I'll send Peterson your way in the second skiff. Should be there in 40 minutes. "Copy that," I answered, relief washing over me at the thought of backup. I took a long drink from my canteen, but my mouth remained desert dry. The platform suddenly felt exposed, vulnerable. I scanned the tree line continuously, that persistent feeling of being watched crawling across my skin like insects. 20 minutes crawled by, each second stretching unnaturally. I had checked my watch so many times the numbers had lost meaning. No sign of Peterson's skiff yet. Then, cutting through the eerie silence, I heard a sound that made my blood run cold. A distant human voice calling for help. It wasn't Dan or Peterson. The voice was higher, desperate. A woman's voice. It came from somewhere to the east, away from the main channel. Away from where help would come from. I knew protocol demanded I stay put and wait for backup. The voice called again, more frantic now, dissolving into what sounded like sobbing. "Damn it," I muttered, making my decision. I couldn't sit there listening to someone's desperate pleas. If it was the missing woman, she was still alive, still savable. I pulled the starter cord on the skiff's motor and guided it in the direction of the cries. The channel narrowed quickly, becoming choked with lily pads and duckweed. I had to reduce speed, pushing aside vegetation with an oar as the motor grumbled in protest at the shallow depth. "Hello?" I called. "This is Ranger Greaves. Where are you?" "Help me," the voice responded, clearer now. "Please help me." The voice quavered with a kind of raw terror that made my skin prickle. This wasn't someone lost or mildly injured. This was someone on the edge of losing all hope. I rounded a bend in the narrow passage and found myself in a small clearing where a fallen cypress created a natural bridge across the water. Clinging to one half-submerged end was a young woman. Her appearance shocked me. She wore what remained of a white shirt, now torn and stained with mud and what looked disturbingly like blood. Dark hair stuck to her face in wet tangles. Her arms, visible where the sleeves had been ripped away, showed deep scratches. A bruise was forming on her left cheekbone, purple against her pale skin. But it was her eyes that haunted me. Wide with pure animal terror, they fixed on me as if I might be a hallucination that would vanish if she blinked. I eased the skiff forward. "It's okay," I said softly, as if speaking to a frightened deer. "I'm a park ranger. I'm here to help." She didn't respond, just stared at me while tremors racked her body. She glanced behind her into the tangled vegetation beyond the fallen tree, as if expecting something to emerge at any moment. I extended my hand. "Can you make it to the boat? I need to get you out of here." After a moment's hesitation, she lunged forward, grasping my forearm with surprising strength. I pulled her aboard and she collapsed near my feet, her body racked with sobs. "What's your name?" I asked, looking around vigilantly. "Are you Jessica Harlow?" She nodded, her chin trembling. "It took him," she whispered, her voice raw. "It took Mike." "What took him?" I pressed, even as I reached for the starter cord. "What happened?" Her words came in broken fragments, punctuated by sobs. "No face, thin arms, so fast. Pulled him away." I couldn't make sense of it. Shock, I thought. She's in shock. We needed to get back to the main station. "I'm getting you out of here," I told her firmly. "You're safe now." Just as I was about to pull the cord, movement in the reeds behind us caught my eye. Jessica saw it too and let out a strangled whimper, pressing herself against the side of the boat. I expected a person, perhaps another ranger or even a poacher. What stepped out onto the fallen cypress trunk defied easy explanation. It stood on two legs, but its posture was wrong, slouched at an odd angle, as if its spine curved differently than a human's. Its limbs were disproportionately long, especially the arms, which dangled almost to where knees would be on a person. The skin that I could see was pale with a bluish tint, smeared with mud and darker stains that I instinctively knew were blood. The head was slightly pointed at the crown, hairless, with a face that appeared strangely flat, no prominent nose or brow, just small narrow eyes that reflected the fading light like a cat's. Its mouth was a dark slash, stained with something wet and dark that dripped slowly onto its narrow chest. It made no sound, not a growl, not a hiss, not a word. It simply observed us with those reflective eyes, its head tilting slightly as if calculating distance. Jessica's terror suddenly made perfect sense. This thing was not human, not animal, or at least no animal I'd ever encountered in the refuge. I fumbled with the starter cord, yanking it with such force that I nearly fell backward. The engine sputtered once, twice, then roared to life. The sudden noise seemed to startle the creature, but it didn't retreat. Instead, it shifted its weight forward as if preparing to spring. "Hold on," I shouted to Jessica, who had curled into a ball on the floor of the skiff. I had no weapons beyond a standard-issue flare gun and a folding knife. Neither seemed adequate against whatever this thing was. Flight was our only option. I pushed the throttle to its limit, and the skiff lurched forward, tearing through the lily pads. Low-hanging branches scraped the hull and slapped against my shoulders as I hunched over the controls. I risked one glance back. The creature had stepped off the log and disappeared into the thick vegetation with silent efficiency. Somehow that was more terrifying than if it had given chase. Jessica continued to sob quietly as we sped through twisting channels. The afternoon light was fading fast, long shadows reaching across the water like grasping fingers. I tried to navigate back toward the main channel, but in my panic and with the fading light, I realized I had taken several wrong turns. We were deeper in the swamp now, in a section I recognized as leading toward an old fishing station about 3 miles away. It wasn't ideal, but it might offer shelter and possibly a radio that could reach the main station. I checked my own radio, but it produced only static when I tried to reach Dan. We were too far into the dead zone, the signal blocked by dense vegetation and distance. "We're going to be okay," I told Jessica, trying to project a confidence I didn't feel. "I know these waters. I'll get us somewhere safe." She had finally stopped crying and sat huddled against the side of the boat, arms wrapped around her knees. She looked at me with red-rimmed eyes. "You saw it," she said. It wasn't a question. I nodded, keeping my eyes on the water ahead. "What happened back at your campsite?" She drew in a shaky breath. "We were making dinner. It was getting dark. Mike heard something moving around the platform. We thought maybe it was a raccoon." She paused, swallowing hard. "It wasn't a raccoon." "The thing we just saw?" She nodded. "It came out of nowhere, tore through the side of the tent like it was paper. Mike pushed me behind him, told me to run. I did. God help me, I ran." Fresh tears spilled down her cheeks. I heard him screaming. I looked back once and saw it. It had him. Its arms were wrapped around him, dragging him into the trees. I ran until I couldn't anymore. Ended up in the water. A chill ran down my spine that had nothing to do with the cooling evening air. I thought of the body I'd found, the terrible wounds. "Were you and Mike engaged?" I asked. noticing the pale band of skin on her ring finger where a ring had obviously been recently removed. She looked down at her hand as if surprised. Yes, the ring. It must have fallen off when I was swimming. Mike gave it to me last Christmas. We were getting married in September. The simple human tragedy of it hit me hard. Two people in love, planning a future, destroyed in an instant by something impossible. "I'm so sorry," I said inadequately. "My name's Alan. I promise I'll get you out of here." "Jessica," she replied automatically, then gave a hollow laugh. "But you already knew that." The swamp grew darker around us as the sun continued its descent. I knew we had perhaps 30 minutes of usable light left. The old fishing station should be coming up soon, if my mental map was correct. "How long have you been a ranger?" Jessica asked suddenly, her voice steadier. "Almost 3 months," I admitted. "But I've known these wetlands all my life. Used to fish here with my dad growing up." She nodded slowly. "Do you have any idea what that thing was?" I hesitated. "No, nothing like that should be in this swamp. Nothing like that should exist at all." "It moved so fast," she whispered, "and it was strong. Mike was 6'2", worked construction. It picked him up like he weighed nothing." I was about to respond when I spotted the outline of a small wooden structure ahead, the fishing station. Relief washed over me. "There," I pointed. "We can stop there, try to radio for help." As we drew closer, I could make out a simple dock jutting from the bank with a small cabin set back among the trees. No lights were visible, but that wasn't unusual for the unmanned station. I cut the engine and let our momentum carry us to the dock. The silence that rushed in was oppressive, broken only by the gentle lapping of water against wood and the distant call of a night bird. Jessica stood too quickly, nearly toppling over. I reached out to steady her, and that's when I noticed something that turned my blood to ice. Scattered across the dock were old fishing nets, a waterlogged backpack, and another body slumped near a wooden post. The body on the dock belonged to a man in his 60s, dressed in the olive-green uniform of a Fish and Wildlife officer. I recognized him vaguely, Gerald Thompson, who patrolled the southern section of the refuge. I'd met him once during my orientation. He lay face down, one arm extended as if he'd been crawling toward the cabin. Even in the fading light, I could see that the back of his uniform was shredded and soaked with blood. The same kind of wounds that had killed Mike Conrad. "Oh God," Jessica whimpered, pressing her hand to her mouth. I tried my radio again, desperately hoping for a signal this far east. Static crackled, then I heard a faint voice, Dan's, barely audible through the interference. "Alan, location, respond." "Dan, it's Alan. We're at the East Fishing Station. I have Jessica Harlow with me. Officer Thompson is down. Repeat, Officer Thompson is dead. We need immediate extraction." More static then. "Coming. Stay put. Armed." The transmission cut out completely. I couldn't tell if Dan had understood our location or the severity of our situation. "Was that help?" Jessica asked, her voice trembling with hope. "I think so," I replied, not wanting to dash that hope. "But the signal's weak. We can't stay here." The sun had nearly disappeared behind the trees, casting long shadows across the water. Soon it would be fully dark. The thought of navigating the swamp at night with that thing out there made my stomach clench. The cabin, I decided. There might be a more powerful radio inside, or at least some weapons. We hurried off the dock, giving Gerald's body a wide berth. The small cabin sat about 20 yards back from the water, partially obscured by a stand of loblolly pines. It was a simple structure, one room with a metal roof, used occasionally by researchers and maintenance staff. I tried the door, locked. I removed my heavy-duty flashlight from my belt and smashed the window beside the door, then reached through to unlock it from the inside. The cabin interior was Spartan, a desk, 2 chairs, a small cot against one wall, and a cabinet that might contain supplies. A thick layer of dust covered everything, suggesting it hadn't been used in weeks. I went straight to the desk where a radio unit sat. My heart sank as I saw the condition it was in. The handset was missing, wires exposed where it had been torn away. Useless. Jessica closed the door behind us and leaned against it, her eyes darting to the windows. "What do we do now?" she asked. I opened the cabinet, hoping for anything that might help us. Inside, I found a first aid kit, some canned food, a box of emergency flares, and, my breath caught, a shotgun. It was an old Remington 870, the kind fish and wildlife officers sometimes kept at remote stations for emergency use. I checked the action. Empty. I searched further in the cabinet and found a box of shells. My hands shook slightly as I loaded 5 rounds into the magazine. "Can you use that?" Jessica asked, eyeing the shotgun. "Yes," I replied. I'd grown up hunting with my father and grandfather, but I'd rather not have to. I handed her the box of flares. "Take these. If that thing gets close, light one and throw it. The brightness might scare it off." She nodded, clutching the box to her chest. "How are we getting out of here?" I glanced at my watch. Nearly 7 p.m. Full darkness would arrive soon. "We have 2 options," I said. "We can try to make it back to the main channel in the skiff, or we can follow the service road that should connect this station to the main ranger outpost. It's about 5 miles through the woods." Jessica's eyes widened. "Through the woods, in the dark? With that thing out there?" "The skiff isn't much safer," I replied honestly. "We'd be exposed on the water, and I'm not sure I can find the right channels in the dark." A sound from outside interrupted our deliberation, a soft splashing from the direction of the dock. We both froze. I moved to the window, peering cautiously through the dirty glass. The dock was visible in the fading twilight. Gerald's body still slumped where we'd left it. The water around the dock rippled slightly, as if something had just moved through it. Then I saw it, a pale shape rising from the water at the far end of the dock. That same strange, elongated figure we'd seen earlier. It pulled itself onto the wooden planks with unsettling grace, water streaming from its hairless body. "It's here," I whispered. Jessica made a small, strangled sound. She joined me at the window, her shoulder pressing against mine as she looked out. The creature moved toward Gerald's body, its gait a strange, fluid motion that wasn't quite a walk, more like a controlled glide. It crouched beside the dead officer, tilting its head in that unnatural way. What happened next made bile rise in my throat. The creature extended one of its long, thin arms and rolled Gerald's body over. Then it bent lower, its face near the officer's chest. Though we couldn't see clearly from our vantage point, the wet, tearing sound that followed left little to the imagination. Jessica turned away, pressing her face against my shoulder to stifle her sobs. I couldn't look away, transfixed by horror as the creature continued to feed. After what seemed an eternity but was probably only a minute, it straightened up. Its head swiveled toward the cabin, those reflective eyes scanning the darkness. It sniffed the air, at least that's what the motion suggested, then began moving toward us with the same unnervingly smooth gait. "It knows we're here," I hissed, pulling Jessica away from the window. "We need to go. Now." I grabbed the shotgun and the flashlight. Jessica clutched the flares. I led her to the rear door of the cabin, easing it open slowly to minimize noise. The forest beyond was dark, but a faint trail was visible in the beam of my flashlight, the service road. It wasn't much more than a dirt path, but it led away from the water, away from the creature. "Stay close," I whispered. "If I say run, run, don't look back." Jessica nodded, her face pale in the flashlight's glow. We stepped outside, the humid night air enveloping us immediately. The chorus of frogs and insects that typically filled the swamp night was noticeably absent, as if the wildlife sensed the predator in their midst and had gone silent in response. We moved quickly but quietly along the trail, my flashlight beam bobbing ahead of us. Every few seconds I'd glance back, expecting to see that pale form emerging from the darkness behind us. After about 10 minutes of tense progress, Jessica tugged at my sleeve. "Wait," she whispered. "Listen." I stopped, holding my breath. At first, I heard nothing besides the soft rustling of leaves in the breeze. Then I caught it, a faint splashing sound from the vegetation to our right, parallel to the trail. It was following us, moving through the swampy ground alongside the path rather than on it. The realization sent a chill down my spine. It was hunting us. "Keep moving," I murmured, tightening my grip on the shotgun. "A little faster now." We picked up our pace, no longer quite as concerned with stealth. The splashing kept pace, sometimes falling behind, then catching up with unnerving speed. The path began to slope upward slightly. We were moving onto one of the rare elevated ridges in the swamp, where the ground was firmer and drier. Under different circumstances, I would have felt relieved. Instead, I worried that the creature would be forced onto the path if it wanted to continue pursuing us. As if confirming my fears, the splashing sound ceased. I stopped, raising the shotgun, and swept the flashlight beam in a wide arc around us. Nothing, just trees and underbrush. "Where did it go?" Jessica whispered, her voice barely audible. I shook my head. "I don't know, but we need to keep moving." We continued along the path, my nerves stretched to the breaking point. Every shadow seemed to shift. Every breeze through the leaves sounded like footsteps. After another quarter-mile, the path widened slightly as we approached a small clearing. In the center stood an equipment shed, a metal structure used to store maintenance vehicles and tools. Hope surged through me. If there was a vehicle inside, we might have a faster way out than on foot. "Let's check it out," I said, guiding Jessica toward the shed. The padlock on the door had been broken. The metal hasp twisted and bent. Not a good sign. I pulled the door open slowly, wincing at the squeal of rusty hinges. Inside, my flashlight revealed a green Jeep, one of the ranger vehicles used for patrol. The driver's door hung open. "Oh, thank God," Jessica breathed. I approached cautiously, sweeping the flashlight beam across the interior. My hope evaporated instantly. Dark stains spattered the driver's seat and door panel. Blood, a lot of it. "Dan," I whispered, recognizing the coffee mug in the cup holder, a garish souvenir from Daytona Beach that Dan carried everywhere. He must have come looking for us, followed our last radio transmission to the fishing station. The creature had found him first. "Is that your friend?" Jessica asked, reading my expression. I nodded mutely, scanning the shed for any sign of Dan's body. Nothing, just the blood-stained Jeep. "Check if the keys are still in it," I said, moving to examine the rest of the shed. Jessica leaned into the Jeep while I swept my flashlight over the workbench along the wall. Tools were scattered across its surface, some on the floor beneath, signs of a struggle. "I found them," Jessica called. "The keys are still here." A soft thud from the roof made us both look up. Dust sifted down from between the metal panels. Something was on the roof. "Get in the Jeep," I said, my voice low and urgent. "Start it up." Jessica slid into the driver's seat and turned the key. The engine coughed once, twice, then roared to life. The headlights blazed on, illuminating the shed's interior with stark brightness. Another thud from above, louder this time. A dent appeared in one of the metal roof panels, pushing downward as if under immense pressure. I raised the shotgun, aiming at the ceiling. Before I could decide whether to fire, a ear-splitting screech of tearing metal filled the shed. Long, pale fingers curled around the edge of the panel, pulling it back like the lid of a tin can. Those reflective eyes peered down at us through the opening, the creature's face a mask of hunger and alien intelligence. "Go!" I shouted. "Drive!" I fired the shotgun at the ceiling. The boom was deafening in the confined space, but I couldn't tell if I'd hit the creature. The roof panel tore completely free, clattering to the floor beside me. I ran for the passenger door as Jessica threw the Jeep into reverse. The vehicle lurched backward, crashing through the shed doors in a spray of splintered wood. As I reached for the door handle, something dropped from the roof behind me. I felt a rush of cold air, then searing pain as something sharp raked across my back. The creature had missed its grab but managed to tear through my uniform shirt and into the skin beneath. I staggered, nearly falling. Jessica screamed my name. I used the last of my strength to hurl myself into the passenger seat, slamming the door shut behind me. "Go! Go!" I gasped, twisting to look out the rear window. The creature stood in the doorway of the ruined shed, its elongated silhouette framed against the darkness. It didn't pursue immediately, just watched as we reversed onto the service road. Jessica shifted into drive and floored the accelerator. The Jeep shot forward, bouncing violently on the uneven road. "Are you okay?" she asked, eyes flicking between me and the path ahead. "Just scratches," I replied, though the burning pain suggested otherwise. "Keep driving, the main station is north of here." I twisted again to check behind us. The road was empty in the red glow of the taillights, but I knew with bone-deep certainty that we hadn't seen the last of the creature. It was still hunting us, and night had only just begun. Pain radiated across my back in hot waves as Jessica navigated the rough service road. Each jolt of the Jeep sent fresh agony through me. I'd managed to angle the rearview mirror to get a glimpse of the damage. 3 parallel gashes had torn through my uniform and into the flesh beneath, from my right shoulder blade to the middle of my back. They weren't life-threatening, but they were bleeding steadily. "There's a first aid kit under your seat," I told Jessica, gritting my teeth against the pain. "I need to stop this bleeding." She reached down with one hand, keeping her eyes on the path ahead, and pulled out the small metal box. I fumbled with the latches, my fingers slick with sweat and blood. Inside, I found gauze pads, tape, and a small bottle of antiseptic. Awkwardly, I pressed the gauze against my wounds, hissing as the pressure intensified the burning sensation. "Let me help," Jessica offered, slowing the jeep. "No," I said sharply. "Don't stop. Keep moving." Her knuckles whitened on the steering wheel, but she pressed the accelerator again. "How far to the ranger station?" I tried to calculate our position based on the landmarks visible in the headlights. "Maybe 3 miles. The road gets better about a mile ahead. They graded it recently for supply trucks." As if the swamp wanted to prove me wrong, the Jeep's front wheels suddenly sank into an unexpected mud hole, the engine whining as Jessica tried to power through it. "Ease off," I instructed. "Gentle pressure, don't gun it." She followed my direction, and the Jeep lurched forward, breaking free of the mud with a wet, sucking sound. We continued onward, but the incident left us both more tense than before. "What was that thing back there?" Jessica asked, her voice strained. "I've been camping and hiking my whole life. I've never seen anything like it." I shook my head. "I don't know. It doesn't match any known species in this ecosystem." "Could it be some kind of mutation, something affected by pollution or chemicals?" It was a rational attempt to explain the inexplicable, but I'd seen the intelligence in those reflective eyes, the deliberate way it hunted. This wasn't just an animal. "Maybe," I said, not wanting to voice my darker thoughts. "Whatever it is, it's hunting us specifically. It could have gone after easier prey, but it tracked us from the fishing station." Jessica swallowed hard. "Why us?" "We've seen it," I replied simply. "We can identify it." A terrible thought struck me then. What if this wasn't the first time? What if other disappearances in the swamp over the years had been attributed to accidents, alligator attacks, or people simply getting lost, when actually, I pushed the idea away. Focus on survival now, questions later. The service road widened as promised, the surface becoming more compact gravel than mud. Jessica increased our speed, the headlights bouncing off the dense vegetation on either side. "Look," she said suddenly, pointing ahead. In the distance, a faint glow illuminated the night sky, lights from the main ranger station. Hope surged through me. "We're almost there," I said. "Less than 2 miles now." A strange calm settled over me despite the pain and fear. We were going to make it. Once we reached the station, we'd have backup, weapons, communications with the outside world. That calm shattered instantly when Jessica slammed on the brakes, sending me lurching forward against my seatbelt. Fresh pain exploded across my back. "What?" I began, then fell silent as I saw what had caused her to stop. Standing in the middle of the road, illuminated in the harsh glare of the headlights, was the creature. It didn't flinch or shield its eyes from the light. It simply stood there, water and mud dripping from its pale form, those reflective eyes staring directly at us. "How did it get ahead of us?" Jessica whispered. I had no answer. The thing must have moved with incredible speed through the swamp, taking shortcuts we couldn't access in the Jeep. "Drive around it," I said, raising the shotgun. Jessica nodded, her breath coming in short gasps. She eased the Jeep to the left, intending to skirt around the creature using the narrow shoulder of the road. The creature didn't move. It remained perfectly still as we began to edge past it, its head rotating smoothly to track our movement. When we were parallel to it, no more than 15 feet away, I got my clearest view yet of what we were dealing with. In the harsh headlights, its skin appeared almost translucent, with a network of dark veins visible beneath the surface. Its torso was skeletally thin, ribs clearly defined, yet the arms were corded with lean muscle. The hands ended in long fingers tipped with what looked like bony protrusions rather than nails, natural weapons. The face was the most disturbing feature, not because it was grotesque, but because it was almost featureless. No nose, just 2 small nostrils. No lips, just a slash of a mouth that never seemed to fully close. revealing glimpses of sharp, needle-like teeth. The eyes were lidless black orbs that reflected light like a cat's. As we passed, its mouth opened wider than should have been physically possible, revealing row upon row of those needle teeth. The sound it made was unlike anything I'd ever heard, a high, keening wail that seemed to vibrate inside my skull rather than reach my ears through the air. Jessica screamed, her hands jerking on the wheel. The Jeep swerved dangerously close to the creature. "Keep going," I shouted, aiming the shotgun out my window. The creature suddenly dropped to all fours and sprang toward the Jeep with frightening speed. I fired, the shotgun's blast momentarily deafening me. The creature twisted in midair, the shot catching it in the shoulder rather than center mass. It landed on the hood with a heavy thud, clinging to the metal with those long fingers. Its face pressed against the windshield, mouth still open in that impossible gape. Eyes fixed on Jessica. She screamed again, stomping on the accelerator. The Jeep surged forward, fishtailing on the gravel. The creature maintained its grip, one hand punching through the windshield. Glass showered over us as those elongated fingers groped blindly for Jessica. I fired again, point blank through the shattered windshield. The creature recoiled, black fluid spurting from a wound in its chest. It slid sideways off the hood but managed to grab the side mirror with one hand as it fell. For a terrifying moment it clung to the side of the speeding Jeep, its face level with my window. Our eyes met, my terrified human gaze locked with those alien black orbs. In that moment I felt something impossible, recognition. Not that it knew me personally, but that it recognized what I was, prey. The mirror snapped off with a crack of plastic and metal. The creature tumbled away into the darkness behind us. "Don't stop," I gasped, my ears still ringing from the shotgun blasts. "No matter what." Jessica didn't need to be told twice. She hunched over the steering wheel, driving as fast as she dared on the rough road, tears streaming down her face. Wind whipped through the shattered windshield as we sped toward the lights of the ranger station. I kept the shotgun aimed out the rear window, expecting the creature to come bounding after us at any moment. But the road behind us remained empty. Had we wounded it badly enough to slow it down? Or was it simply choosing a different approach? After what seemed like an eternity, but was probably only minutes, the trees thinned and we broke into the clearing that housed the main ranger station, a plain wooden building with a wide porch and a radio tower behind it. Several vehicles were parked outside, ranger jeeps similar to ours, and 2 sheriff's department SUVs with light bars flashing silently. A group of people stood on the porch, some in uniform, others in civilian clothes. Jessica slammed on the brakes, the Jeep skidding to a halt in a spray of gravel. Before it had even stopped completely, she was out the door, running toward the group. "Help us," she screamed. "It's coming!" I pushed my door open and staggered out, the shotgun still clutched in my hands. The pain in my back had intensified, the gauze pads soaked through with blood. My vision swam, dark spots dancing at the edges. Several figures ran toward us. I recognized Peterson, another ranger, and Sheriff Dawkins, a heavy-set man with a perpetual scowl. "Greaves, what the hell happened?" Dawkins demanded, eyeing the shotgun in my hands. "Where's Dan?" Peterson asked, looking at the blood-spattered interior of the Jeep. "Dead," I gasped. "Dan's dead. Officer Thompson, too. There's something in the swamp. It killed them. Killed the campers." Dawkins's face hardened. "What are you talking about? What killed them?" Jessica had reached the porch, where a female deputy wrapped a blanket around her shoulders. She was talking rapidly, gesturing back toward the tree line. "I can't explain," I said, fighting to remain upright. "But it followed us. It's still out there." Peterson took the shotgun from my hands and passed it to another ranger. He slipped his shoulder under my arm, supporting my weight. "Jesus, Alan, your back is torn to shreds," he muttered. "Listen to me," I insisted, grabbing Dawkins' sleeve with my free hand. "You need to get everyone inside. Lock the doors. It's fast, it's strong, and it's hunting us." Dawkins shook off my hand. "You're not making sense, son. We've got search parties out looking for you and the missing campers." Dan radioed in that he was heading to the East Fishing Station after he lost contact with you. "Call them back," I said desperately. "Get everyone back to the station now. That thing will kill them if they're out there alone." Dawkins exchanged a look with Peterson, clearly questioning my mental state. Before he could respond, one of the deputies on the porch called out, "Sheriff, we've got movement in the tree line." Everyone turned toward the forest edge where the service road disappeared into darkness. The deputy was pointing, his other hand resting on his holstered sidearm. For a long moment, nothing moved. Then slowly a pale shape emerged from between two cypress trees. It walked upright now, its gait smoother than before, almost human, if not for the unnatural length of its limbs and the way its head swiveled independently of its shoulders. "What the fuck is that?" Dawkins whispered, his hand moving to his own weapon. The creature stopped at the edge of the clearing, just beyond the reach of the station's floodlights. It seemed to be assessing the situation, counting us, perhaps, or looking for weaknesses. "That's what killed Dan," I said. "That's what's been hunting us." Dawkins drew his sidearm, a large revolver that looked almost comically small in his beefy hand. "Peterson, get Greaves and the woman inside. Everyone else, weapons ready." Deputies and rangers scrambled to comply, firearms appearing from holsters and vehicle gun racks. Jessica was hurried inside by the female deputy. Peterson began guiding me toward the porch. I kept my eyes on the creature, unwilling to look away even as Peterson pulled me backward. It remained at the tree line, unnaturally still. Then, with a suddenness that drew gasps from several deputies, it dropped to all fours and charged. "Fire!" Dawkins bellowed. The night erupted with gunfire, muzzle flashes strobing across the clearing. The creature moved with that same impossible speed, zigzagging as it approached. I saw at least 2 shots connect. Black fluid sprayed from its shoulder and thigh. But it didn't slow. It reached the nearest deputy, a young man who was still adjusting his aim. With one swipe of those elongated arms, it sent him flying 15 feet through the air. He hit the ground with a sickening thud and didn't move. Chaos erupted. More shots, shouted orders, screams. Peterson abandoned me, drawing his own weapon and moving to join the others. I stumbled toward the porch, my strength fading rapidly. Through my darkening vision, I saw the creature weaving between the defenders, moving so quickly it appeared almost as a pale blur. Another deputy went down, then one of the rangers. Dawkins fired repeatedly, his massive revolver booming above the other weapons, but the creature seemed to anticipate his aim, ducking and rolling with unnatural agility. I reached the porch steps and collapsed, unable to go further. From this position, I watched as the creature suddenly changed direction and sprinted toward the station, toward me. Time seemed to slow. I could see every detail of its approach, the alien grace of its movement, the black fluid dripping from its wounds, those reflective eyes fixed on me with terrible intent. Then from the doorway behind me, a blinding light and a whooshing sound. Something streaked over my head, a flare, burning bright red as it arced through the air. Jessica stood in the doorway, the flare gun from the cabin still smoking in her hand. Her aim was perfect. The flare struck the creature directly in the chest, igniting its pale skin. It recoiled, that keening wail erupting from its throat as flames spread rapidly across its torso. The burning figure thrashed and rolled on the ground, the fire illuminating the clearing with hellish red light. Dawkins and the remaining deputies approached cautiously, weapons trained on the writhing form. The creature managed to regain its feet, its body now a pillar of fire. It staggered backward toward the tree line, that inhuman wail reaching a fever pitch that made my teeth ache. At the edge of the clearing, it gave one final look back, directly at me, before disappearing into the darkness of the swamp, a receding ball of flame that gradually winked out among the trees. Peterson helped me to my feet and half carried me into the station. Inside, rangers and deputies moved with urgent purpose, tending to the wounded, radioing for ambulances, organizing pursuit parties. Jessica rushed to my side as Peterson lowered me onto a bench. Her face was streaked with tears and soot, but her eyes were clear, the paralyzing fear replaced by grim determination. "You saved my life," I told her, my voice barely above a whisper. She squeezed my hand. We saved each other. A paramedic appeared, cutting away what remained of my uniform shirt to examine the wounds on my back. I heard him whistle softly. "What did this to you?" he asked. I met Jessica's eyes. She gave a small nod. "Something that shouldn't exist," I replied. "Something that's still out there." As the paramedic began cleaning and bandaging my wounds, Dawkins entered, his face grim. He pulled up a chair and sat heavily, holstering his revolver. "2 of my deputies are dead," he said without preamble. Ranger Collins, too. What the hell was that thing, Greaves? I shook my head. I don't know, Sheriff. I've never seen anything like it. It's not natural, Jessica added. The way it moves, the way it hunts. It's like it's intelligent. Dawkins ran a hand over his face. I've been sheriff in this county for 22 years. Seen alligator attacks, bear maulings, all manner of nasty business. Never seen anything that moved like that or took that many bullets and kept going. The fire heard it, I pointed out. Drove it off, at least. For now, Dawkins agreed grimly. I've called in every available deputy and ranger. State police are on their way. Fish and wildlife, too. We're going to sweep this entire refuge, sector by sector, until we find it. Something in his tone bothered me, a confidence that seemed misplaced given what we'd just witnessed. Sheriff, I said carefully, with all due respect, I don't think conventional tactics are going to work here. That thing knows the swamp better than any of us. It's fast, it's smart, and it's deadly. Dawkins' eyes narrowed. What are you suggesting? That we just let it roam free out there, killing whoever crosses its path? No, of course not. But rushing into the swamp in the dark, even with numbers on our side, it's playing into its strengths. The sheriff considered this, his scowl deepening. What's your alternative, Ranger? I winced as the paramedic applied antiseptic to a particularly deep gash. Wait until morning. Set up a perimeter tonight. Containment, not pursuit. This thing is wounded. It's not going far. When we have daylight on our side, then we hunt it. Dawkins didn't look happy, but he nodded slowly. I'll consider it. In the meantime, you and Miss Harlow need medical attention beyond what we can provide here. There's an ambulance on the way. He stood, adjusting his gun belt. I want full statements from both of you once the doctors clear you. Every detail, no matter how strange it sounds. Understood? We nodded. Dawkins gave us one last appraising look, then moved away to coordinate with his remaining deputies. Jessica sat beside me, her hand finding mine again. Do you think they'll find it? I thought about the creature's intelligence, its adaptation to the swamp environment, its apparent determination to eliminate witnesses. I don't know, I answered honestly, but I don't think this is over. Outside, floodlights blazed across the clearing as armed men established a defensive perimeter. Radios crackled with terse updates and coordinates. The night had only just begun, and the swamp was vast, dark, and full of places to hide. The thing that had hunted us was out there, wounded but alive. And I couldn't shake the feeling that it was watching, waiting, learning, and that it would return when we least expected it. The weeks following that night blurred together in a haze of hospital rooms, police interviews, and sleepless nights. My injuries required 53 stitches across my back and left me with 3 parallel scars that the plastic surgeon said would fade but never disappear completely, a permanent reminder etched into my flesh. Jessica stayed in Waycross after her discharge from the hospital, taking a room at the Pine Grove Motel while the investigation continued. We met for coffee occasionally, bound by our shared experience in a way that no one else could understand. She didn't talk much about Mike or their plans, and I didn't press her. Some wounds go deeper than flesh. The official search for the creature lasted 11 days. They found Dan's body on the 3rd day, or what remained of it, hidden in a hollow beneath a fallen cypress near the equipment shed. Officer Thompson was recovered, along with Mike Conrad and 3 other victims, a pair of birdwatchers who had been reported missing the previous month, and a local fisherman whose john boat had been found drifting empty 2 weeks before our encounter. What they didn't find was the creature. Despite deploying thermal imaging, tracking dogs, and over 100 personnel, no trace of the thing that had hunted us through the swamp ever materialized. No unusual footprints, no blood trail from its wounds, no lair or nest where it might have sought refuge. It was as if it had never existed at all. The official report, finalized by a joint task force of local and federal agencies, concluded that the deaths were the result of an unidentified predatory animal, possibly an escaped exotic pet or a previously undocumented species. The report recommended continued monitoring of the area and cautioned visitors to travel in groups and report any unusual sightings. Sheriff Dawkins knew better, as did everyone who had been at the station that night. But bureaucracy and rationality demanded a conclusion that wouldn't spark panic or invite ridicule. So the truth was buried beneath careful language and plausible deniability. I submitted my resignation 3 weeks after the incident. I couldn't face returning to the swamp, couldn't imagine paddling those dark waterways or walking those shadowy trails. The memory of those reflective eyes, that impossible gait, the keening wail that seemed to bypass my ears and vibrate directly inside my skull, it all haunted me, awake or asleep. On my last day, I cleaned out my small desk at the ranger station. Dan's replacement, a friendly woman named Martinez who had transferred from the Everglades, helped me carry my few belongings to my car. "Sure you won't reconsider?" she asked, leaning against the hood as I arranged boxes in the trunk. "Everyone says you were a natural out here." I shook my head. "It's time for a change." She studied my face, her expression sympathetic. "Because of what happened?" "Partly," I admitted, "but also because I realized this isn't the place for me anymore." She nodded, not pushing further. "Where will you go?" "North," I said. "Maybe the Appalachians, somewhere with mountains and fewer swamps." Martinez smiled. "Can't say I blame you. I'm a mountains girl myself. The Everglades never quite felt right to me. Too flat, too wet, too many things with teeth. If only teeth had been the worst of it." After loading the last box, I shook Martinez's hand and promised to stay in touch, a promise we both knew I wouldn't keep. As I drove away from the station for the final time, I watched the cypress trees recede in my rearview mirror, their Spanish moss waving like tattered funeral shrouds in the afternoon breeze. I had one stop to make before leaving Waycross for good. Jessica had called that morning asking to meet at a small cafe downtown. When I arrived, she was already seated at an outdoor table, sunglasses hiding her eyes despite the overcast day. "You're really leaving?" she asked after I sat down, no preamble needed. I nodded. "First thing tomorrow, you?" "Tonight, actually. I'm driving back to Atlanta." She removed her sunglasses, revealing eyes that had aged years in the span of weeks. "Mike's parents want me to help go through his things, decide what to keep, what to donate." "That must be hard," I said inadequately. She gave a small, humorless laugh. "Everything's hard now, sleeping, eating, breathing sometimes." She twisted the paper wrapper from her straw between her fingers. "The therapist they assigned me says I'm experiencing acute trauma and survivor's guilt. Says it'll get better with time." "Will it?" "I don't know." "Will it for you?" I considered the question honestly. I don't think I'll ever forget, but maybe eventually I'll stop looking over my shoulder every time I hear a twig snap. Jessica leaned forward, her voice dropping. "They didn't find it, Alan. It's still out there." A chill ran down my spine despite the humid air. The search teams covered every inch of that swamp. If it was still there, they would have found something. "Unless it isn't confined to the swamp," she countered. "What if it can move between areas? What if there are more of them?" These were questions that had kept me awake many nights, staring at the ceiling of my apartment, imagining pale shapes moving through the darkness beyond my windows. "The experts said it was probably an escaped exotic animal," I recited mechanically. Jessica's eyes flashed with anger. "Bullshit. You know what we saw. That was no animal." "Then what was it?" I asked, genuinely wanting her perspective. She sat back, deflating slightly. "I don't know, something not from here, not natural, the way it looked at us, the way it tracked us specifically." She trailed off, then added quietly, "Sometimes I dream about it. In the dreams, it speaks to me." I didn't ask what it said in these dreams. I didn't want to know. "I'm sorry about Mike," I said after a long silence. "I wish I could have done more." She reached across the table and squeezed my hand briefly. "You saved my life. I wouldn't have made it out of that swamp without you." "We saved each other," I echoed her words from that night. Our coffee grew cold as conversation drifted to safer topics. Her job as a graphic designer that she'd have to return to, my vague plans to look for work in North Carolina or Tennessee, perhaps with the National Park Service. Finally, Jessica glanced at her watch and sighed. "I should get going. It's a long drive, and I want to reach Atlanta before dark." We stood and shared an awkward hug, neither of us quite knowing how to say goodbye to someone who had shared the most terrifying experience of our lives. "Take care of yourself, Alan," she said, stepping back. You too, Jessica, and call me if you ever want to talk, or if you... I hesitated, not wanting to voice my deeper fear. If I see it again, she finished for me. Her smile was sad. I will. Same goes for you. I watched her walk to her car, a small blue Honda parked down the block. Before getting in, she looked back and raised her hand in a final farewell. I returned the gesture, then turned and walked to my own vehicle. That was 8 years ago. I never returned to the Okafinoi. I found work as a park ranger in the Great Smoky Mountains National Park, where the solid ground and towering trees offered a comforting contrast to the floating, shifting landscape of the swamp. I married a wildlife biologist named Claire who specializes in black bear populations. We have a daughter now, 3 years old, who delights in identifying bird calls and collecting interesting rocks. I told Claire a sanitized version of what happened in Georgia, an animal attack that claimed the lives of several people, including my colleague. She accepted this explanation without pressing for details, perhaps sensing the edges of trauma that still lingered beneath the surface. For the most part, I've moved on. The nightmares that plagued me for years have faded to occasional disturbances. I no longer flinch at unexpected sounds in the forest. The scars on my back have faded to silver lines that my daughter calls my adventure marks. But there are moments, usually at dusk when the light fails and shadows deepen, when I remember those reflective eyes and that impossible gait. When I find myself scanning the tree line, half expecting to see a pale, elongated figure emerging from between the trunks. Jessica and I stayed in touch sporadically for a few years through emails and occasional phone calls. She moved to Colorado, found work with an advertising agency, eventually met someone new. Our communications grew less frequent as time passed and the sharp edges of memory dulled. Then last month I received an email from her for the first time in nearly 2 years. It contained no greeting, no personal update, just a link to a news article and 4 words. It wasn't the only one. The article described the disappearance of 3 hikers in a remote area of the Boundary Waters in northern Minnesota. Search parties had found torn backpacks, scattered equipment, and evidence of predatory animal activity. Local authorities were investigating the possibility of a wolf or bear attack. Something in the article's clinical description sent ice through my veins. The location of the backpacks, the pattern of the scattered equipment, the absence of clear tracks despite the muddy terrain. I didn't respond to Jessica's email. What could I say? That she was seeing patterns where none existed? That she needed to let go of the past? I couldn't offer those platitudes when my own mind immediately jumped to the same conclusion. Instead, I closed the article and deleted the email. I hugged my daughter extra tight that night and checked the locks on our doors twice before bed. Life continues. The sun rises and sets. Seasons change. My daughter grows taller and more curious about the world around her. Claire and I discussed plans for a larger house, maybe closer to the research station where she works. But sometimes, when I'm alone on patrol in a remote section of the park, I catch myself listening for a sound I hope never to hear again. That high, keening wail that vibrates in your skull rather than your ears. I find myself scanning the underbrush for a glimpse of pale, elongated limbs moving with unnatural grace. Because deep down, I know what Jessica knows. What Sheriff Dawkins and the others who were there that night know. It's still out there. Or others like it. Watching, waiting, hunting. And sometimes, in the darkest hours before dawn, when the boundaries between nightmares and reality blur, I wonder if it remembers me as clearly as I remember it. If somewhere in the vast wilderness of this country it pauses and turns those reflective eyes toward the distant mountains where I've made my new home, if it's still hunting the witnesses who escaped. I keep a flare gun in my patrol vehicle now, just in case. Fire hurt it. Perhaps fire can kill it. It's a small comfort on those long, solitary patrols when the forest falls unexpectedly silent and the hairs on the back of my neck rise in primitive warning. Because the Okafinoi taught me one irrevocable truth. There are corners of this world we understand far less than we pretend. And in those dark corners, things wait that have no name, no category, no place in our ordered understanding of nature. Things with reflective eyes and 2 long limbs. Things that hunt with terrible patience and intelligence. Things that remember. The highways of America have a way of making a man contemplate his existence, mile after endless mile, with nothing but the hum of tires on asphalt and the occasional passing car to remind you that civilization still exists somewhere beyond the horizon. I've always found a strange comfort in that isolation. It started simple enough. I was driving to Ohio, one of those long, boring stretches of highway where you could lose hours to the monotony of white lines and gas stations that all looked the same. The year was 1995, and I'd just gotten out of the military. My name's Carter Lansing, and I wasn't looking for trouble, though it seemed to find me more than I like to admit. 2 tours in the Gulf made me appreciate the quiet, but life's been funny that way, never really giving me peace. The Chevy pickup I'd bought after my discharge rumbled beneath me, its engine steady but tired, much like I was. 8 years of military service had left me with nightmares, a duffel bag of possessions, and enough saved cash to keep me going until I figured out what came next. The reunion with my cousin Derek was supposed to be that first step, reconnecting with family, with the world I'd left behind when I enlisted at 18. I hadn't seen Derek in nearly a decade. Our mothers were sisters, and we'd spent summers together at that cabin in the Appalachian foothills until we were teenagers. Back then, the woods had been our kingdom. We'd spent days hunting for arrowheads, building makeshift forts, and telling ghost stories around campfires. The memory of those stories made me smile as I passed a sign welcoming me to Ohio. We'd scared ourselves silly with tales of wendigos and forest demons, never truly believing any of it. The late afternoon sun cast long shadows across the highway as I pulled into a gas station about 30 miles from where I thought Derek's cabin was located. The place was practically deserted, just an ancient-looking attendant behind the counter and a teenager mopping the floor near the refrigerated section. "Afternoon," the old man greeted as I approached the counter. His face was a roadmap of wrinkles with eyes that seemed to have seen their fair share of hardship. "Just passing through?" "Heading to meet family," I replied, placing a 20 on the counter. "Got a cousin with a cabin near Barrett Ridge. You know the area?" The old man's expression shifted subtly, a tightening around the eyes that would have been imperceptible to most. But I'd been trained to notice these things, to read the micro-expressions that often betrayed a person's true thoughts. "Barrett Ridge?" He counted out my change slowly. "Pretty country up that way. Don't see many folks heading there this time of year, though. Roads can get tricky if you don't know them." "I'll manage," I assured him, though I wasn't entirely confident. My memories of the route were fragmentary at best. He nodded, but there was something in his gaze that unsettled me. "Stick to the main roads if you can. GPS ain't worth much once you get deep in those hills, and cell reception spotty at best." "Any local legends I should know about?" I asked with a half smile, remembering the stories Derek and I used to share. The old man didn't return the smile. "Just the usual. Woods that big, they hold their secrets. Always have." He glanced at the window where twilight was beginning to settle. "Best not to go looking for them." I thanked him for the advice, grabbed some snacks for the road, and headed back to my truck. As I pulled away from the station, I caught him watching me in the rearview mirror, still standing in the doorway with that same troubled expression. The main highway eventually gave way to county roads, and those to narrower rural routes. My memory of the area proved worse than I'd anticipated. The landscape had changed, trees grown taller, landmarks altered or gone entirely. The old barn I remembered at the turnoff to Derek's road had collapsed, just a pile of weathered timber now. I called Derek from a payphone at the last gas station before the true backcountry began, but got his answering machine. The sun was setting fast, painting the sky in shades of crimson and purple that seemed oddly ominous against the silhouette of the hills. "Guess I'll find it myself," I muttered, folding up the tattered map I'd bought. According to Derek's last letter, the cabin had been renovated. He'd mentioned something about a new access road that would make it easier to find, but the directions were vague at best. As darkness fell completely, the woods around me seemed to press closer. The headlights of my truck carved a tunnel through the night, but beyond their reach was nothing but impenetrable blackness. I'd been in combat situations that felt less tense than these winding back roads, so when I got lost on the back roads near the Appalachian border, I chalked it up to bad luck. My cousin had a cabin out here, something I hadn't seen since we were kids. It was supposed to be a quick reunion, a couple of beers, and maybe some reminiscing about the stupid stuff we'd done when we were younger. I hadn't used a map, just vague memories of old dirt paths and landmarks I thought I'd recognize. Turns out time and nature changed things more than I'd expected. The road I was on now wasn't familiar at all. It narrowed progressively, the pavement giving way to gravel, then packed dirt. Tree branches scraped against the sides of my truck, and twice I had to stop to move fallen limbs from the path. I should have turned back, found a motel in the nearest town, and tried again in daylight. But something, stubbornness perhaps, or that lingering military mindset that retreat wasn't an option, kept me pushing forward. I drove for another hour, each turn taking me deeper into unfamiliar territory. The terrain became increasingly rugged, the truck bouncing over exposed roots and rocks. The forest crowded in on both sides, old-growth trees forming a canopy that blocked even the moonlight. Finally, I came to a fork in the road. Neither path looked promising, both narrow, overgrown, more like animal trails than proper roads. I killed the engine, the sudden silence enveloping me like a physical thing. In the distance, an owl hooted, the sound eerily human in its inflection. I pulled out Derek's letter again, squinting at it under the dome light. "Go past the old McCaffrey place," I read aloud. "Take the left fork at the lightning-struck oak, then 2 miles to the clearing." I hadn't seen anything resembling the McCaffrey place, and I had no idea what a lightning-struck oak would look like in the dark. With a sigh, I restarted the engine and chose the left fork. If nothing else, I could always backtrack at first light. The road deteriorated further, forcing me to crawl along at barely 15 miles per hour. The headlights illuminated nothing but more trees, more darkness. It felt as if I was driving into the mouth of something ancient and hungry, something that had been waiting for someone just like me to wander too far from safety. And then, just as I was about to give up, my headlights swept across something that made me slam on the brakes, a wooden sign, half-rotted and hanging by a single rusty nail. Private property, keep out. Beyond it, barely visible through the trees, was the silhouette of a building. After taking a wrong turn, I ended up deeper into the woods than I intended. The road narrowed, overgrown with brambles and weeds, and the canopy above blotted out the late afternoon sun. I figured I could backtrack, but curiosity got the better of me. I wanted to explore a bit, maybe see if there was something cool tucked away back here. Hell, maybe even an old hunting shack or a forgotten trail. The first sign that something was off? It was too quiet. No birds. I've been in places where silence meant something was wrong, either an ambush waiting or something more insidious. But this wasn't combat. It was Ohio. There wasn't anything out here that could hurt me, right? I cut the engine and sat for a moment listening. No crickets, no rustling of nocturnal creatures in the underbrush. Nothing but a stillness so profound it felt like pressure against my eardrums. I reached into the glove compartment and pulled out my flashlight and my Beretta 9mm. The weight of the gun was reassuring as I tucked it into my waistband. Just a precaution, I told myself, though I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I stepped out of the truck, boots crunching on fallen leaves. The air was cool but oddly stagnant, as if it hadn't moved in years. I swept the flashlight beam across the clearing, revealing more details of the structure ahead. It wasn't Derek's cabin. This place was much older, a relic from another era. Single-story, with a small porch and windows that were either boarded up or broken. The wood had turned a silvery gray with age, and the roof sagged dramatically on one side, looking as if the next strong wind might collapse it entirely. "Hello," I called out, immediately regretting it. My voice seemed to fall flat, absorbed by the thick air rather than carrying. "Anyone here?" No response, not that I expected one. The place looked long abandoned. I approached cautiously, flashlight beam dancing across the overgrown path. As I got closer, I could make out more details. Crude carvings in the porch posts, symbols I didn't recognize. Spirals and angular shapes that reminded me vaguely of some of the tribal markings I'd seen in the Middle East, though these seemed older somehow, more primal. The porch steps groaned under my weight, threatening to give way. I tested each board before committing, moving slowly toward the front door. It hung partially open, as if the last person to leave had been in a hurry. "Just a quick look," I murmured, then back to the truck. I pushed the door with the flashlight, keeping my body clear of the entrance. It swung inward with a long, plaintive creak that raised the hair on my arms. The beam illuminated a small living area, a stone fireplace along one wall, a sagging couch covered in what might once have been floral upholstery, and a wooden table that had collapsed on one side. But it was what covered the floor that made my stomach clench. Bones. Dozens, maybe hundreds of them, scattered across the wooden planks like macabre confetti. Most appeared to be from small animals, rabbits, squirrels, maybe some birds, but some were larger, their origin less immediately identifiable. I almost turned back then. Every instinct screamed that this place was wrong, that I should return to my truck and drive as far and as fast as I could in the opposite direction. But there was something compelling about the cabin, a mystery that tugged at me. Who had lived here? What had happened to them? The floor creaked as I stepped inside, my boots disturbing the carpet of bones. The smell hit me then, a musty, damp odor undercut with something sharper, metallic. Blood? No, something older than that. Decay, perhaps, but not recent. To my right was a small kitchen area, its counters covered in dust and what looked like the remnants of meals abandoned years ago. Mason jars lined a shelf, their contents dark and unidentifiable. To my left, a narrow hallway led to what I assumed were bedrooms. I moved toward the hallway, sweeping the flashlight ahead of me. The walls were lined with framed photographs, their glass cracked and clouded with grime. I paused to examine one, wiping away the worst of the dust with my sleeve. The image was faded but still discernible. A family group, perhaps 7 or 8 people, standing in front of this very cabin. They stood stiffly, unsmiling, dressed in clothes that seemed outdated even for what looked like a photo from the 1940s or 50s. But it was their faces that caught my attention. There was something off about their features. Eyes set too far apart, jaws slightly misaligned, foreheads that seemed unusually prominent. I moved to the next photo and the next. The same family, or what I assumed was the same family at different times. In each image they seemed stranger, their features more exaggerated, as if generations of isolation had produced a distinctly different kind of human. The last photo in the hallway was different, more recent judging by the color and quality. It showed a man, normal-looking, not like the others, standing beside a car that I recognized as a late 80s model. He wasn't smiling either, and there was something in his eyes that looked like fear. A cold realization settled over me. This wasn't some cabin that had been abandoned decades ago. Someone had been here much more recently. The bedroom door at the end of the hall was closed. I hesitated, hand on the knob, before turning it slowly. It swung open to reveal a small room with a single bed, its mattress stained and torn. A dresser stood against one wall, its drawers pulled out and emptied. But it was what hung on the walls that made my blood run cold. Newspaper clippings, dozens of them yellowed with age but carefully preserved under sheets of plastic. I moved closer, focusing the flashlight on the nearest one. Family of 4 missing in Appalachian foothills. Local authorities baffled by disappearance. The date on the clipping was 1972. I moved to the next one. Hikers vanish without trace. Search parties find abandoned campsite, this one from 1981, and another, college students missing during spring break. Car found on remote logging road 1989, and more, so many more, dating back to the 1950s and as recent as 1994. All with the same theme, people who had vanished in these hills, never to be found. I backed out of the room, my heart hammering against my ribs. This wasn't just a collection of news stories. It was a trophy room, a catalog of victims. That's when I heard it. A soft thud from somewhere above me. I froze. Flashlight pointed at the ceiling. There was another floor? I hadn't seen any stairs. Another sound, like something being dragged across the floor. Then silence. I should have left right then. Should have run for my truck and never looked back. But that same curiosity, that need to know what I was facing, kept me rooted to the spot. I moved back into the main room, searching for access to whatever was above. There in the corner, a trapdoor in the ceiling with a pull cord hanging down. The rational part of my brain screamed that this was a terrible idea, but I found myself moving toward it anyway. I reached up and pulled the cord. The trapdoor swung down, revealing a ladder that extended into darkness. I aimed my flashlight up into the opening. The beam revealed the edge of what appeared to be a large open space, an attic or loft that ran the length of the cabin. "Hello?" I called again, though I immediately regretted it. "Is someone up there?" No response, but I could have sworn I heard the sound of breathing, soft, rhythmic, like someone trying very hard to remain undetected. I holstered my gun and tucked the flashlight under my arm, then started up the ladder. Each rung creaked under my weight, announcing my ascent to whatever waited above. As my head cleared the opening, I swept the flashlight around the space. The attic was surprisingly large, with a sloped ceiling that followed the roof line. Boxes and old furniture were stacked against the walls, creating a maze of shadowy corridors. I pulled myself up into the space, the wooden floor groaning beneath my feet. The air was thick with dust, and that same acrid scent I'd noticed downstairs, only stronger here. My flashlight beam caught something in the corner, a pile of what looked like clothing. I moved closer, stepping carefully over the uneven floorboards. As I approached, I realized what I was looking at wasn't clothing at all. Bodies. Human bodies, in various states of decomposition. Some appeared relatively recent, the flesh still intact though discolored and bloated. Others were little more than skeletons, with scraps of clothing and hair still clinging to the bones. My stomach lurched, and I fought the urge to vomit. I'd seen death before in the Gulf, the aftermath of bombings, bodies broken and burned. But this was different. This was deliberate, methodical. I counted at least 6 distinct bodies, though it was hard to be sure where one ended and another began in the grisly pile. Men and women both, judging by the clothing and bone structure. The victims from the news clippings, I realized with a sick certainty. I backed away, nearly tripping over something behind me. I spun around, flashlight beam illuminating what I'd stumbled into, a table covered with tools, hunting knives, saws, pliers, all crusted with what could only be dried blood. That's when I heard it, a whisper so soft I almost missed it. "Stay." The voice seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, as if the cabin itself was speaking. I spun in a circle, gun drawn now, trying to locate the source. "Who's there?" I demanded, my own voice sounding thin and frightened. "Stay with us," the voice came again, clearer now. A man's voice, raspy and broken, as if its owner hadn't spoken aloud in years. Movement caught my eye, a shadow shifting among shadows in the far corner of the attic. I trained my flashlight there, revealing a figure hunched beside a small window I hadn't noticed before. No rustling from the trees, nothing. Just the crunch of gravel under my boots as I stepped out of my truck. The wind had died down too, leaving everything unnervingly still. I've been in places where silence meant something was wrong, either an ambush waiting or something more insidious. But this wasn't combat. It was Ohio. There wasn't anything out here that could hurt me, right? That's when I noticed the cabin, not my cousin's. No, this was much older. It sat about a quarter-mile off the road, barely visible through the thicket. The wood looked rotten in places, patches of moss crawling up the sides like a slow disease. The roof sagged under the weight of years, but something about it drew me closer. I don't know why, but I wanted to check it out. Maybe I was still searching for a sense of adventure, trying to recapture that thrill from my younger days. I approached slowly, keeping my steps light. The figure in the corner remained motionless as I aimed my flashlight at it. At first I thought it might be another corpse, something about its stillness, the unnatural angle of its posture. But then it moved, turning slowly to face me. What emerged from the shadows wasn't quite human. Not anymore. The man, if I could call him that, was emaciated to the point where his skin seemed stretched over his bones like weathered leather. His clothes hung in tatters from a frame so gaunt it appeared skeletal. But it was his face that proved most unsettling. His eyes were sunken deep into his skull, but they gleamed with an unnerving intelligence. His mouth, when it stretched into what might have been a smile, revealed teeth that had been filed to points. "You shouldn't have come here," he said, his voice clearer now, but still carrying that rasp, as if his throat had been damaged long ago. "But now that you have, you might as well stay." I kept my gun trained on him, though my hand was trembling slightly. "Who are you? What is this place?" He tilted his head, studying me with those gleaming eyes. "Names don't matter much out here. Not anymore. As for what this place is, he gestured to the bodies in the corner. It's home. You killed those people, I said, the words coming out flat, a statement rather than a question. The man's smile widened. Not all of them. Some were already dying when they found us. Others, he shrugged. Let's just say they contributed to the family. I heard movement behind me, the subtle creak of floorboards that wasn't caused by my weight. I spun around, but the flashlight beam caught nothing but empty space. We've been in these hills for generations, the man continued, his voice taking on an almost dreamy quality. My great-grandfather built this cabin back when this was all frontier. Said the land spoke to him, told him where to settle. We, I asked, though I already suspected the answer. As if in response, I heard more movement. From the shadows near the ladder, from behind the stacks of boxes, from every dark corner of the attic. They were emerging now, slowly, cautiously. Figures similar to the man, yet each uniquely horrifying in their deformity. One had a twisted spine that forced him to move in a crab-like scuttle. Another's face was so asymmetrical that its features seemed to be sliding off to one side. A third had arms so long and thin they nearly dragged on the floor. All wore the same tattered, filthy clothing, and all regarded me with the same hungry intensity. Family, the first man said, gesturing to the others. We keep to ourselves mostly, but sometimes when someone wanders too far from the road, he licked his lips. Well, we can't let good meat go to waste, can we? My military training kicked in, a cold calculation of odds and angles. 6 of them that I could see, possibly more hidden in the shadows. One way out, the ladder behind me. I had a full magazine, 15 rounds plus 1 in the chamber. But in such close quarters with so many targets, I wasn't confident in my chances. I'm just passing through, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. Looking for my cousin's place. If you point me in the right direction, I'll be on my way. The man laughed, a sound like dry leaves being crushed. No one just passes through here. The woods bring us what we need, always have. He took a step toward me, and I tightened my grip on the gun. That's close enough. He ignored the warning, taking another step. You were a soldier, he said, eyeing me with a new appreciation. I can tell. The way you hold yourself, the way you handle that weapon, that makes you special, strong. We like strong. I said stop, I repeated more forcefully this time. He paused, but the others continued to move, spreading out in a loose semicircle. They were trying to flank me, to cut off my escape route. You know, the man said conversationally, the last soldier who came through here lasted almost 3 weeks. Very tough, very resourceful. He nodded to one of the corpses in the corner. That's him there. What's left of him? Marine, I think he said. I risked a glance at the body he indicated. Dog tags glinted on what remained of the chest, confirming his story. My stomach churned. Enough talk, I said. I'm leaving now. Anyone tries to stop me, they get a bullet. The man's smile never faltered. You could try to shoot us all, but you won't make it down that ladder. Even if you did, the woods are thick out there. Easy to get turned around at night. And we know every tree, every rock, every hiding place. He was right, and we both knew it. My best chance was to make it back to my truck, but that meant navigating unfamiliar terrain in the dark, with these things hunting me. I had to create a diversion, something to buy me enough time to escape. My free hand moved to my pocket where I kept my Zippo lighter. It was a relic from my first tour, engraved with my unit insignia. I'd quit smoking years ago, but kept the lighter as a good luck charm. The attic was full of old furniture, papers, and what looked like kerosene lamps in the corner. If I could create a fire, the chaos might give me the opening I needed. What's your name, soldier? The man asked, taking another step forward. Carter, I replied, more to keep him talking than anything else. My thumb flicked the lighter open behind my back. Carter, he repeated, savoring the name like it was something he might eat. Strong name. You'll make a fine addition to our family. I already have a family, I said, shifting my weight slightly to prepare for what I was about to do. The man's smile widened further, revealing more of those pointed teeth. Not anymore. That's when I made my move. In one fluid motion, I spun and hurled the lit lighter toward the stack of old papers and furniture. The flame caught immediately, racing across the dry, ancient wood with surprising speed. The creatures shrieked, not in fear, but in excitement. The fire illuminated the attic fully now, revealing more of them than I'd initially thought. At least 10, maybe more, emerging from hiding places I hadn't even noticed. I didn't wait to see what they would do next. I fired 2 shots at the nearest one, catching it in the chest and sending it sprawling. Then I turned and ran for the ladder, shoving another of the creatures out of my way as I went. The fire was spreading rapidly, aided by what must have been decades of dust and the kerosene from the old lamps. Smoke filled the attic, thick and choking. I reached the ladder and started down, taking it 3 rungs at a time, nearly falling in my haste. I felt hands grabbing at my ankles as I descended, claw-like fingers digging into my flesh, trying to pull me back up. I kicked wildly, connecting with something solid. There was a howl of pain, and the grip loosened enough for me to break free. I landed hard on the floor below, stumbling but managing to stay on my feet. The main room of the cabin was still dark, but the growing fire above cast an eerie, flickering light through the trap door. I heard them coming down after me, the creak of the ladder, the sound of their labored breathing. I needed to move. I ran for the front door, only to find my path blocked by another of the creatures. This one female, her distorted features made all the more horrifying by what might once have been beauty. She lunged at me, fingers curved like talons. I fired again, the shot catching her in the shoulder and spinning her around. She shrieked but didn't fall, coming at me again with renewed fury. I dodged her attack, using my greater size and strength to shove her aside. She collided with the wall, giving me the opening I needed to reach the door. Outside, the night air felt shockingly cool after the heat of the burning attic. I gulped it down in great gasps, trying to clear my lungs of smoke. But I couldn't stop. Not yet. I could hear them behind me, pouring out of the cabin like ants from a disturbed nest. Their shrieks and howls filled the night, a cacophony that seemed to come from everywhere at once. I ran for the tree line, hoping to lose them in the thick forest. But as I reached the edge of the clearing, something hit me from behind, a tremendous weight that drove me to the ground, knocking the wind from my lungs. I rolled, struggling to break free, and found myself face to face with the first man, the one who had spoken to me. Up close, his deformities were even more pronounced, his skin mottled with strange growths, his eyes milky yet somehow still able to see. "You shouldn't have done that," he hissed, his breath hot and fetid against my face. "The cabin has been in our family for generations. Now we'll have to find somewhere else to bring our guests." I fought against his grip, but he was incredibly strong despite his emaciated appearance. His hands closed around my throat, squeezing with a pressure that immediately cut off my air. Stars exploded in my vision as I struggled to breathe. I clawed at his arms, trying to break his hold, but it was like trying to bend steel. In desperation, I brought my knee up hard between his legs. He howled, his grip loosening just enough for me to gasp a breath. I drove my fist into his throat, feeling something give way beneath the blow. He fell back, clutching at his neck, making a horrible gurgling sound. I scrambled to my feet, looking around frantically for my gun, which I dropped in the struggle. There, just a few feet away, gleaming in the light of the burning cabin. I lunged for it, fingers closing around the grip just as another of the creatures came at me. I fired without aiming, the shot going wide. The creature didn't even flinch, bearing down on me with inhuman speed. I fired again, twice in rapid succession. This time the bullets found their mark, center mass. The impact knocked it backward, but still, it kept coming. "What the hell are you people?" I gasped, firing again. This time the shot caught it in the head, and it dropped like a stone. I turned to see more of them emerging from the cabin, which was now fully engulfed in flames. The fire cast them in silhouette, twisted, distorted shapes that seemed more like nightmare creatures than anything human. I couldn't fight them all. My only chance was to run, to find my way back to the truck. I turned and plunged into the forest, the darkness swallowing me whole. No footprints in the mud around it, at least none that seemed fresh. The place looked abandoned, but I'd seen enough to know that looks could be deceiving. The door creaked open when I pushed on it, revealing a room that smelled of damp wood and mildew. The floor was littered with dirt, leaves, and bones. Small ones, probably from animals, but there were too many of them to make sense. I felt my skin crawl, and for a second I thought about turning around and forgetting I'd ever found the place. But something in the back of my mind wouldn't let me. There was a thud upstairs, a faint dragging sound. My stomach twisted. Instinct told me to leave, but that military training kicked in. Always check your surroundings. The stairs groaned as I climbed, and the smell intensified. I drew in a breath, steeling myself for whatever was up there. The second floor was worse than the first. The walls were covered in scratched symbols. The forest was a maze of shadows and sounds, each one potentially hiding another of those things. I ran blindly, branches whipping at my face, roots threatening to trip me with every step. Behind me I could hear them pursuing, crashing through the undergrowth with reckless abandon, their howls echoing through the trees. My lungs burned from the exertion and the smoke I'd inhaled. My legs felt leaden, muscles screaming in protest. But fear kept me moving, pushing past the pain, driving me forward into the darkness. I had no idea which direction my truck was in. In the panic of escape, I'd lost all sense of orientation. For all I knew, I was running deeper into the forest, away from any hope of salvation. A root caught my foot, sending me sprawling face first into the dirt. I tasted blood as my lips split against a rock. For a moment I lay there, dazed and disoriented. Then I heard them, closer now, their footsteps thundering through the woods. I forced myself up, ignoring the pain that shot through my ankle. Sprained, maybe broken, but I couldn't stop to check. I limped forward, using trees for support when I could. The forest seemed to be thinning somewhat, the trees becoming less densely packed. Was I nearing a road? A clearing? I had no way of knowing, but any change in the terrain gave me hope. The sounds of pursuit had faded slightly, but I didn't dare believe I'd lost them. More likely they were spreading out, trying to flank me again. They knew these woods intimately, after all. This was their hunting ground. I paused behind a large oak, trying to catch my breath and get my bearings. The night was overcast, no stars or moon to navigate by. I listened intently, trying to filter out the pounding of my heart to hear any approach. Silence. Not the eerie, unnatural silence from before, but the normal quiet of a forest at night, the distant hoot of an owl, the rustle of small creatures in the underbrush. Had I outrun them, or were they simply lying in wait, knowing I had nowhere to go? I checked my gun, 5 rounds left. Not enough if they found me again in force. I needed to find my way back to the road, back to my truck. I remembered something from my military training about navigating in unknown terrain. Water always flows downhill, and roads often follow natural water courses. If I could find a stream or creek, it might lead me to a road. I listened again, straining to hear the sound of running water. There, faint but unmistakable, the gentle gurgle of a stream somewhere to my left. I moved cautiously in that direction, testing each step before committing my weight, trying to minimize the noise of my passage. The ground sloped gradually downward, confirming I was on the right track. After what felt like an eternity, but was probably only minutes, I reached the stream, a narrow ribbon of water cutting through the forest floor. I followed it downstream, moving as quickly as my injured ankle would allow. The trees continued to thin, and the ground became less uneven. I was definitely approaching some kind of clearing or road. Hope surged through me, giving me a renewed burst of energy. Then I smelled it, wood smoke, carried on the night breeze. For an instant I thought it might be from the burning cabin, but this was different. Cleaner, less acrid. A campfire, perhaps. Other people. I moved toward the scent, caution warring with desperation. If there were other people nearby, they might help me. But what if it was a trap? What if those things had other hunting cabins, other lures for unwary travelers? The stream widened, its course more defined now. I could see lights through the trees ahead. Electric lights, not firelight. Civilization of some kind. I emerged from the forest to find myself at the edge of a small clearing. In the center stood a cabin, though this one was clearly well maintained. Smoke curled from its chimney, and warm light spilled from its windows. A truck was parked outside, not mine, but similar. It looked exactly like the kind of place my cousin Derek would own. Relief flooded through me, so intense it made my knees weak. Had I somehow, against all odds, stumbled upon my original destination? Had the night's horrors been nothing but a terrible detour? I limped toward the cabin, gun still in hand but lowered now. As I approached, the front door opened, spilling more light into the clearing. A figure stood silhouetted in the doorway, tall, broad-shouldered, unmistakably human. "Hello?" a man's voice called out. "Who's there?" "Derek?" I called back, my voice cracking with emotion. "It's me, Carter." The figure stepped forward into the light. It was indeed Derek, older than I remembered, with a beard now, but unmistakably my cousin. His expression shifted from wariness to shock to joy in the span of seconds. "Carter, Jesus Christ, man, what happened to you? You look like you've been through hell." He rushed forward to help me, supporting my weight as I limped the final few yards to the cabin. Once inside, he sat me down in an armchair near the fireplace, then quickly fetched a first aid kit and a bottle of whiskey. "I've been calling your place all day," he said, handing me a glass of the amber liquid. "When you didn't show up by nightfall, I was getting worried. Was about to head out looking for you in the morning." I drained the whiskey in one gulp, welcoming the burn in my throat. "I got lost," I said simply, not sure how to explain what had happened. "Took a wrong turn, ended up at some abandoned cabin." Derek's expression changed subtly. "Abandoned cabin? Where exactly?" I described the location as best I could, though my panic-fueled flight through the woods had left me disoriented. "It's burning now," I added. "I had to. There were people there, if you can call them that." Derek's face had gone pale. He poured himself a whiskey and sat down heavily in the chair opposite mine. "You ran into the Blackwell clan," he said quietly. "The what?" "Blackwell clan. Local legend, though most folks around here know better than to dismiss it as just a story." He took a long swallow of his drink. "Been in these hills for generations. Started as a normal family, settlers back in the 1800s. But they chose to homestead in a remote valley, kept to themselves. Over time, they changed." "Inbreeding," I said, remembering my first impression of the creatures. Derek nodded. "That and something else. Some say it's the water in that valley, contaminated with heavy metals or worse. Others think they made some kind of pact with something in those woods." He shrugged. "All I know is people who wander into their territory tend not to wander back out. How do you know about them?" "Grew up hearing the stories. My dad, your Uncle Jim, he was the local sheriff for a while. Said the Blackwells were real and dangerous, but also territorial. They didn't venture out of their valley much, so the policy was to leave them be, post warnings about that area being unsafe for hiking or hunting." He refilled my glass. "Never thought you'd run into them. The road to my place doesn't go anywhere near their territory. You must have taken a hell of a wrong turn." I remembered the old man at the gas station, his cryptic warning. Had he been trying to steer me away from Blackwell territory? "I need to report this," I said, reaching for my cousin's phone. "Those people, they've been killing hikers, travelers. There were bodies in that cabin." Derek caught my wrist. "Hold on. If you did burn down their main cabin, they'll be scattered, disorganized. Maybe for the first time in a century. But they know these woods better than any search party. If the authorities go charging in there half-cocked, it'll be a bloodbath." "So we just let them get away with it? Let them rebuild and start hunting again?" Derek released my wrist, his expression grim. "No, but we need to be smart about this. My dad kept records, maps of the valley, notes on Blackwell movements and habits. I inherited all his files. If we can compile that information, give the authorities a complete picture." "How long will that take?" "A day, maybe 2. He saw my expression and held up his hands. I know. But trust me, going in blind would be suicide. These things have survived out here for generations because they're cunning and they know the terrain. We need every advantage." I wanted to argue, but exhaustion was catching up with me. The adrenaline that had kept me going was fading, leaving me drained and aching all over. And Derek was right. A hasty response might only make things worse. "First light tomorrow," I said firmly. "We start going through those files and make a plan. I'm not letting those things disappear back into the woods." Derek nodded, relief evident in his face. "Deal. But right now you need medical attention and rest. That ankle looks bad and you've got cuts all over you." As he helped clean and bandage my wounds, I found myself glancing repeatedly at the windows, half expecting to see those twisted faces peering in from the darkness. But there was nothing, just the reflection of the firelight and, beyond that, the impenetrable night. "They won't come here," Derek said, noticing my unease. "Like I said, they're territorial. This is well outside their hunting grounds." I nodded, but I couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't over. Those things had lost their home, their sanctuary. and somehow I knew they blamed me for that. The hunt wasn't over. It had only just begun. Crude carvings I didn't understand, and the floorboards were slick with something I didn't want to identify. Then I saw it, a pile in the corner. At first I thought it was a bundle of old blankets, but as I got closer, the stench hit me full force. Bodies human from what I could tell, though they'd been decomposing for who knows how long. Flies buzzed around the room, and I stepped back, heart pounding in my chest. This wasn't some forgotten hunting shack. This was something far more sinister. I was about to turn and get the hell out when I heard it. A whisper, low, almost too faint to catch. I froze, scanning the room. There was nothing, no one. But the whisper came again, clearer this time. A man's voice, broken and rasping like someone who hadn't spoken in years. Stay, stay. I backed away toward the stairs, adrenaline pumping through my veins. My mind raced. What the hell was going on? Who was speaking? I didn't sleep that night. How could I, with the memories of what I'd seen still so fresh? Derek offered me his bed, claiming he'd take the couch, but I knew he wouldn't sleep either. We spent the night going through his father's files, piecing together the history of the Blackwell clan. The story was more disturbing than I could have imagined. The Blackwells had arrived in the area in 1843, a large extended family seeking isolation from a world they claimed was corrupt and sinful. They found their valley and established a small, self-sufficient community, rarely venturing out except to trade for essentials they couldn't produce themselves. The trouble began in the 1870s, when a series of harsh winters decimated their livestock and crops. According to local legend, the family was on the verge of starvation when the patriarch, Ezekiel Blackwell, claimed to have been visited by something ancient in the forest that offered salvation in exchange for worship and sacrifice. Whatever bargain he struck, the family survived. But reports from occasional traders who visited the settlement noted that the Blackwells were changing, becoming more reclusive, more hostile to outsiders, and physically different in ways that were difficult to describe. By the early 1900s, the Blackwells had stopped coming to town altogether. Curious locals who ventured into their territory never returned. The county authorities investigated once in 1927, sending a group of deputies into the valley. Only one came back, babbling about things that ain't human no more, before shooting himself 3 days later. After that, the area was unofficially declared off-limits. Maps were redrawn to exclude the valley, and warning signs were posted at the perimeter. Most locals respected the boundary, but outsiders, hikers, campers, lost travelers, still occasionally wandered in, never to be seen again. Derek's father had been unusually interested in the Blackwells, collecting every scrap of information he could find. He'd mapped their territory, noted patterns in disappearances, and even photographed some of their boundary markers, carvings similar to what I'd seen on the cabin's porch posts. Dad was obsessed with them, Derek explained, showing me a detailed map of the valley. Said they were a stain on his jurisdiction, but he never had enough manpower to clean them out properly. Why didn't he call in state police, FBI even? Derek shrugged. Pride, maybe, or fear that outsiders wouldn't understand the threat, would go in unprepared and get slaughtered. He tapped the map. This valley's like a natural fortress, one way in, one way out, unless you're willing to scale cliffs. As dawn broke, casting pale light through the cabin windows, we'd assembled a comprehensive file on the Blackwell clan, their history, their territory, and as much as anyone knew of their habits and capabilities. We need to call the sheriff, I said, rubbing my eyes, gritty from lack of sleep. Show them all this. Derek nodded reluctantly. Current sheriff's a woman named Malone, tough as nails, ex-military like you. She might actually listen. He made the call while I showered, washing away the dirt and blood from the previous night. The hot water stung my various cuts and scrapes, but it felt good to be clean again. When I emerged, dressed in borrowed clothes, Derek was just hanging up the phone. She's coming over, he said, bringing her deputy, said to have coffee ready and not to bullshit her. Sheriff Malone arrived 40 minutes later, a tall woman with short salt and pepper hair and eyes that missed nothing. Her deputy was younger, nervous-looking, with a hand that kept drifting to his holster as if expecting trouble to erupt at any moment. Mr. Lansing, Malone said, shaking my hand firmly. Derek tells me you had an encounter with our local bogeymen last night. Her tone was professionally skeptical, but not dismissive. I appreciated that. Yes, ma'am, I replied, though bogeymen doesn't quite cover it. Over the next hour, I recounted everything that had happened, from getting lost to finding the cabin, discovering the bodies, and my escape through the woods. Malone listened without interruption, occasionally making notes. When I finished, she studied me for a long moment. You military? She asked abruptly. Army, 2 tours in the Gulf. She nodded as if that confirmed something for her. Makes you more credible than most who claim to have seen the Blackwells. Most folks I'd assumed they'd been drinking or were trying to cover up their own misdeeds. She glanced at the files spread across Derek's kitchen table. You've been busy. My uncle kept detailed records, Derek explained. We thought they might help. Malone flipped through the files, her expression growing darker as she read. Jim always said these things were real. I half believed him, but without hard evidence. She looked up at me. You said you burned their cabin? It was an accident during my escape, I lied, not wanting to admit to arson. But yes, it was burning when I left. That changes things. The Blackwells have never had their central nest destroyed before. They'll be disoriented, maybe fighting among themselves for leadership. She turned to her deputy. Radio the station. I want every available officer here within the hour, full tactical gear, and call the state police. Request SWAT backup. The deputy hurried outside to make the calls. Malone continued studying the maps. We'll need to move fast before they can regroup, she said. The valley has one main access road here. She pointed to the map. We'll set up a perimeter, then send in teams to sweep the area. I want to go with you, I said. She looked up, her expression neutral. You've been through enough, Mr. Lansing. This is police business now. I've seen them up close. I know what they're capable of, and I have combat experience that most of your officers probably don't. Malone considered this for a moment, then nodded. All right, but you stay with me, follow my orders exactly, and wear a vest. Clear? Crystal. Within 2 hours, the operation was underway. Derek's cabin had become a makeshift command center, with maps taped to walls and officers checking weapons and radios. The state police SWAT team arrived, adding their expertise and firepower to the mix. By noon, we were ready. The plan was straightforward. Establish a secure perimeter around the valley, then send in teams to locate and neutralize the Blackwell clan. No chances would be taken. These weren't considered normal suspects to be arrested and read their rights. The evidence of numerous murders was clear, and the threat they posed immediate. I rode with Sheriff Malone in her cruiser, leading a convoy of police vehicles toward the valley. The day was bright and clear, making the previous night's horrors seem almost like a nightmare I might have imagined, until I looked down at my bandaged hands cut and scraped from my desperate flight through the forest. You said your cousin's cabin was near here, Malone remarked as we drove. Funny you'd get so lost you'd end up in Blackwell territory. I glanced at her, wondering if she was suspicious of my story. I haven't been to these parts since I was a kid. Everything looks different now. She nodded, apparently accepting this. The woods can disorient even experienced outdoorsmen, and some say the Blackwells can influence people somehow, make them take wrong turns, follow paths they shouldn't. You believe that? She shrugged. I believe there are things in these hills that don't fit neatly into rational explanation. The Blackwells are one of them. We arrived at the entrance to the valley, a narrow road that wound between steep forested hillsides. Malone organized the officers into teams, assigning sectors for each to search. The SWAT commander, a burly man named Reynolds, coordinated with her on tactical approach. Remember, Malone addressed the assembled officers, these subjects are extremely dangerous and know the terrain intimately. They may not look entirely human, but do not hesitate to use lethal force if threatened. They've killed dozens, maybe hundreds of people over the years, and they won't hesitate to kill you. I was assigned to Malone's team along with Reynolds and 2 of his SWAT officers. We would take the central approach, following the main path to where I believed the burning cabin had been. The valley was eerily beautiful in daylight, lush forest broken by small meadows filled with wildflowers, a stream winding through the center like a silver ribbon. It was hard to believe that something so monstrous could inhabit such a picturesque setting. But as we moved deeper into Blackwell territory, signs of their presence became more evident. Strange carvings appeared on trees, similar to those I'd seen at the cabin. Animal bones hung from branches in complex arrangements that might have been totems or warnings. The natural sounds of the forest, birdsong, rustling leaves, grew muted, as if the wildlife knew to avoid this place. "There," I said, pointing through a break in the trees. "That's where the cabin was." We approached cautiously, weapons ready. What remained of the structure was still smoldering. Blackened timbers and collapsed walls surrounding a pile of ash and debris. The bodies I'd seen in the attic would be nothing but charred bones now, indistinguishable from the wreckage. "Spread out," Malone ordered. "Search the perimeter. Look for tracks, any sign of where they might have gone." As the others moved to comply, I stood staring at the ruins, a strange mixture of satisfaction and unease washing over me. I'd destroyed their sanctuary, their trophy room of victims. But I couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't enough, that the evil here went deeper than the physical structure I'd burned. Movement caught my eye, a flutter of something pale among the trees at the edge of the clearing. I raised my borrowed rifle, peering through the scope. There, half hidden behind a massive oak, was one of them, a female, her distorted features just visible in the dappled forest light. She was watching us, her head tilted in that unnatural angle I remembered from the night before. "Malone," I called softly. 2:00 behind the big oak." The sheriff moved to my side, following my gaze. "I see her," she murmured. "Reynolds, we've got contact. Female subject approximately 50 yards north edge of the clearing." The SWAT commander and his men shifted position, weapons trained on the area I'd indicated. But when I looked again, the figure was gone, melted back into the forest without a sound. "She's running," I said. "Probably going to warn the others." Malone nodded grimly. "All teams, be advised, we have confirmation of Blackwell presence. They know we're here. Maintain alert status and proceed with caution." We advanced into the forest, following what appeared to be a trail. The ground showed signs of recent passage, broken twigs, disturbed leaf litter, and occasionally footprints. Some were human-like, others disturbingly not. The trail led deeper into the valley, toward a series of low hills that rose from the forest floor. As we approached, I noticed openings in the hillsides, cave entrances partially hidden by vegetation. "Underground," I said, suddenly understanding. "The cabin was just an outpost. They live underground." Malone studied the cave entrances, her expression grim. "Makes sense. Provide shelter, protection from the elements, multiple escape routes." She keyed her radio. "All teams converge on my position. We've located what appears to be the main Blackwell compound." While waiting for the other teams, we set up a perimeter around the hillside, covering all visible entrances. Reynolds dispatched one of his men to retrieve additional equipment from the vehicles, flashlights, ropes, tear gas canisters. "We can't just go charging in there," the SWAT commander said. "Those caves could be a maze, and they'll know every inch of it." "Smoke them out," one of the officers suggested. Malone shook her head. "Too many entrances, and we don't know how extensive the cave system is. We need to—" She was interrupted by gunfire from the eastern perimeter, sharp cracks that echoed through the valley, followed by shouting. "Contact! Contact! Multiple hostiles emerging from the trees!" We turned to see one of the police teams engaged in a firefight with several figures darting between the trees. Even at this distance, I could make out their distinctive, misshapen forms. "They're trying to flank us," Reynolds said, his tactical training evident in his quick assessment. "Draw us away from the caves." "Or it's a diversion," I countered, scanning the hillside. "While we're focused on that fight, they could be escaping through other exits." Malone made a quick decision. "Reynolds, take half your team to support the eastern perimeter. The rest of us will hold position here and watch for movement from the caves." As Reynolds and his men moved to assist the embattled officers, I kept my attention on the hillside. There, a flicker of movement at one of the smaller cave entrances, partially hidden behind a fallen tree. 2:00, I murmured to Malone. "Someone's coming out." We watched as a figure emerged, hunched, moving with that same unsettling gait I remembered from the cabin. It paused at the cave entrance, appearing to survey the situation, then began moving cautiously toward the trees. "Take the shot," Malone ordered the SWAT officer beside us. The man sighted through his scope, exhaled slowly, and squeezed the trigger. The crack of the rifle was followed by the figure stumbling, then collapsing at the edge of the tree line. "Good shot," Malone said. "Keep watching the entrances." More gunfire erupted, this time from the western perimeter as well. They were attacking from multiple directions, using the forest for cover. "They're more organized than we expected," I said. "This isn't the behavior of a group in disarray." Malone's expression hardened. "No, it's not. They've dealt with threats before. Maybe not on this scale, but they know how to fight." A crackling voice came over the radio, one of the team leaders, his words nearly drowned out by gunfire in the background. "Surrounded. Need backup. They're everywhere." Malone tried to respond, but the transmission cut off abruptly. She looked at me, and I could see the calculation in her eyes, weighing the need to support her officers against the importance of holding our position at the caves. "Go," I said. "I'll stay here with one of your men. Keep an eye on things." She hesitated, then nodded. "Johnson, stay with Lansing. The rest of you, with me." As Malone and the others moved to support the embattled perimeter teams, Officer Johnson and I took up positions with clear views of the cave entrances. The sounds of battle echoed through the valley, gunshots, shouts, and occasionally those inhuman shrieks I remembered all too well from the night before. "What the hell are these things?" Johnson muttered, his young face pale with tension. "People," I replied. "Or they were once, now they're something else." We fell silent as more movement caught our attention. 3 figures emerging from a different cave entrance, moving with surprising stealth through the underbrush. "Radio Malone," I whispered. "Tell her we've got multiple subjects exiting the caves on the north side." Johnson keyed his radio, relaying the information. The response was lost in a burst of static. "Signal's breaking up," he said. "Too much interference in these hills." "We need to stop them ourselves," I said, raising my rifle. "Take the one on the left. I'll get the other 2. We fired almost simultaneously, the shots echoing across the valley. 2 of the figures dropped immediately. The third stumbled but kept moving, disappearing into the dense underbrush before we could fire again. "Damn it," I muttered. "We need to follow him. Make sure he doesn't circle around behind the others." Johnson looked uncertain. "Sheriff said to hold position. She also said to use our judgment. If that thing reaches the perimeter teams from behind, people could die." He hesitated, then nodded. "All right, but we stay together." We moved cautiously toward where the figure had disappeared, following a trail of broken vegetation, and I noticed with grim satisfaction blood droplets on the leaves. We'd wounded it, at least. The trail led us deeper into the forest, away from the sounds of the ongoing battle. I began to worry that we were being drawn away deliberately, but turning back now meant losing the wounded Blackwell, potentially allowing it to attack from an unexpected quarter. The blood trail grew heavier, indicating our quarry was seriously injured. We should be catching up to it soon. I signaled Johnson to move to my left, giving us a wider field of fire when we located our target. The forest opened into a small clearing, at the center of which stood an ancient oak tree, its massive trunk gnarled and twisted with age. The blood trail led directly to it. "Where did it go?" Johnson whispered, scanning the clearing. I examined the tree more carefully, noticing a dark space at its base, a hollow large enough for someone to hide in. I pointed silently, then began to circle to the right, giving Johnson a signal to approach from the left. We closed in slowly, weapons trained on the hollow. 5 yards away. 3. I could see movement inside now, a shifting of shadows. "Police!" Johnson called out. "Come out with your hands up." A sound emerged from the hollow, not a voice but a low rhythmic clicking, like bones tapping together. It raised the hair on the back of my neck. "Last warning," Johnson said, his voice steadier than I would have expected. "Come out now, or we will open fire." The clicking stopped. For a moment there was complete silence. Then without warning, something burst from the hollow. Not the wounded Blackwell we'd been tracking, but something far larger, moving with impossible speed. I caught only a glimpse of it, a mass of limbs and teeth, its form seeming to shift and change as it moved. It hit Johnson before either of us could fire, bearing him to the ground with brutal force. I fired 3 rapid shots, the bullet striking the creature's back. It arched, letting out a screech that sounded like metal tearing, but it didn't release Johnson. Instead, it seemed to merge with him somehow, its form flowing over his like a living shadow. Johnson screamed, a sound of pure agony that cut off abruptly as the thing covered his face. I fired again, emptying my magazine into the writhing mass, but it had no visible effect. Within seconds it was over. The thing rose from Johnson's body, but it wasn't the same creature that had attacked. It had changed, taking on aspects of Johnson's form, still grotesque, still wrong, but with recognizable features. It turned to face me, and I saw Johnson's eyes looking out from a face that was a hideous amalgamation of human and something entirely other. "What the hell are you?" I whispered, fumbling to reload. It smiled, revealing teeth that had elongated into needle-like points. When it spoke, the voice was a distorted version of Johnson's, as if something else was using his vocal cords. "We are the forest," it said. "We have always been the forest." I backed away, rifle raised. The Blackwells made a deal with something in these woods. What was it? The thing that had been Johnson tilted its head in that unnatural angle I'd come to associate with the clan. Not a deal, a communion, a becoming. It gestured to the ancient oak. The old ones sleep beneath the roots, dream in the soil. We heard their dreams, we answered. "You're saying something changed the Blackwells? Something in the forest?" It stepped closer, moving with a fluidity that was both graceful and deeply wrong. We changed each other, became more together than apart. It looked down at its hands, Johnson's hands now elongated, the fingers tipped with sharp, bony protrusions. "As I have changed now, as you will change." I fired, the shot catching it in the chest. It staggered but didn't fall, dark fluid seeping from the wound. "The forest remembers you, Carter Lansing," it said, my name sounding obscene in its mouth. "From when you were a child, it has been waiting for you to return." Ice shot through my veins. How did it know my name? How did it know I'd visited these woods as a child? The creature advanced again. "Your cousin never left, you know. He became part of us years ago. The letters, the invitation, all to bring you home." "You're lying," I said, though doubt crept into my mind. Derek had seemed normal, human, but he'd also steered me toward this valley with his vague directions, hadn't he? "The one you met wears your cousin's skin, as I now wear this one." It gestured to its body. "We need new blood, new minds. The old family grows weak from too much sameness." I fired again and again, driving it back with each shot, but I was running out of ammunition, and we both knew it. "You cannot kill what the forest has claimed," it said. "We are rooted too deep." From the direction of the caves came the sound of renewed gunfire and shouting. The police were still fighting, still unaware of what they were truly facing. I made a decision then. Reaching into my pocket, I pulled out the spare lighter I'd taken from Derek's cabin that morning. The forest floor was covered in dry leaves and fallen branches, fuel waiting for a spark. "Maybe I can't kill you," I said, thumbing the lighter to life. "But I can burn your home to the ground." The thing that had been Johnson hissed, a sound no human throat could make. "The forest has survived fire before." "Not like this." I dropped the lighter onto a patch of dry leaves. They caught immediately, the flame spreading with hungry eagerness. "Not when I radio for air support and tell them to drop everything they've got on this valley." It lunged at me then, all pretense of humanity gone. I emptied my rifle into it, the force of the bullets driving it back long enough for me to turn and run, the fire already growing behind me. I ran toward the sound of gunfire, toward Malone and the others, my mind racing. If what the creature said was true, if Derek wasn't Derek at all. The forest around me was beginning to burn, the fire spreading faster than seemed natural. Smoke billowed through the trees, obscuring my vision. But I kept running, driven by a desperate need to warn the others about what we were really facing. I broke through the tree line to find the police in disarray. The Blackwells, or whatever they truly were, had overrun several of the perimeter positions. Officers were falling back, firing as they retreated. "Malone!" I shouted, spotting the sheriff directing her remaining forces. "We need to pull out, now!" She turned, her face streaked with dirt and what looked like blood. "Lansing, where's Johnson?" "Dead, or worse than dead." I reached her side, gasping for breath. "Listen to me. These things, they're not just inbred hillbillies. They're something else entirely. Something that can take over people, change them." Malone's expression hardened. What are you talking about? There's no time to explain. We need to get everyone out of this valley, then burn it to the ground. It's the only way. She stared at me for a long moment, then looked past me at the growing wall of fire advancing through. You started that? It was the only way. These things, they're connected to the forest somehow. They said. I hesitated, the creature's words about Derek echoing in my mind. They said they've been. Cousin Derek isn't really Derek anymore. Understanding dawned in Malone's eyes, followed quickly by horror. The Blackwells have never tried to lure specific people here before. They take whoever wanders in. Then this whole thing could be a trap, I finished. Get your people out, Sheriff. I'll cover the retreat. She hesitated only briefly, then nodded. All units, fall. Immediate withdrawal. Move. As the officers began their retreat, the Blackwells pressed their advantage, emerging from the trees in greater numbers than we'd seen before. Some looked almost human. Others were so distorted they barely seemed. I fired methodically, dropping any that came too close to the retreating officers. The forest fire was spreading rapidly now, driven by the wind, creating a natural barrier that forced the creatures to focus their attack from. Malone organized her remaining forces into a defensive line, covering the withdrawal of the wounded. The SWAT team, reduced to half its original number, took up positions on our flanks. Where's reloaded? Dead, Malone replied grimly. One of those things tore his throat out before we could react. The retreat was orderly but urgent, everyone aware of the dual threat, the advancing Blackwells and the spread. We gave ground steadily, maintaining enough firepower to keep the creatures from overwhelming us. As we neared the vehicles, I realized someone was missing. Where's Derek? I asked, scanning the expression tightened. He stayed at the cabin, said he'd coordinate communications from there. A chill ran through me that had nothing to do with the approaching creatures. If what the thing in the clearing had said was true. We need to go, now, I said, a new urgency in my voice. The remaining officers piled into their vehicles, the wounded loaded carefully into the back seats and truck beds. Malone and I took the others as they began the drive out of the valley. As we pulled away, I looked back to see the Blackwells gathered at the edge of the forest, watching us leave. They made no attempt to pursue, now that we were leaving their territory. The fire was visible for miles as we drove, a column of smoke rising into the sky like a marker of everything we'd lost that day. 8 officers dead. We'd hurt the Blackwells, certainly, destroyed some of their number and driven them back into the burning forest. But I couldn't shake the feeling that we'd only scratched the surface of something ancient and patient. I asked as Malone drove, her knuckles white on the steering wheel. Now I report that we engaged an armed hostile group in the valley, sustained casualties, and had to retreat when a forest fire threatened to cut off. She glanced at me. The official report won't mention anything about creatures that can take over human bodies or ancient forces living under trees. Because no one would believe. Because I'm not sure I believe it myself. She sighed. But I know what I saw out there. Those weren't just deformed humans, they were something else. We rode in silence for a while, each lost in our own. One spoke again, her voice quieter. You said they specifically lured you here. Why you? I shook my head. I don't know. I spent summers near here as a kid, but so did lots of people. There was nothing special about me. There must. Think. Did anything unusual happen during those summers? Any time you might have encountered the Blackwells or gone near their territory? I searched my memories, trying to recall anything that might be significant. There was one time, Derek and I got lost in the woods. We were maybe 12, 13, wandered for hours before finding our way back. Derek was different after that, quieter, had nightmares for weeks. Malone's expression grew troubled. And when was the last time you saw the real Derek before yesterday? Not since I enlisted, almost 10 years. The implication of her question hit me. You think they've had him all this time? That whatever I met yesterday wasn't Derek at all? I think," she said carefully, "that you should leave town as soon as possible. Go somewhere far away, change your name if you have to." "Run, you mean?" "Live. Whatever these things are, they wanted you badly enough to orchestrate an elaborate trap. They're not going to stop because we burned some trees and killed a few of their number." I was quiet for a long moment, considering her words. "What about you? They've seen your face now, too." She smiled grimly. "I've lived my whole life in these hills, Lansing. If they wanted me, they could have taken me long ago." She glanced in the rearview mirror, as if checking to see if we were being followed. "No, I think they're more interested in outsiders. New blood, like it said to you." We reached the main road, where the rest of the convoy had stopped to regroup. Medics were attending to the wounded, while the uninjured officers conferred in small groups, their expressions shell-shocked. "I'll handle things from here," Malone said as we parked. "Your truck is still at Derek's cabin, right?" I nodded, suddenly realizing the implications. If the thing in the woods had been telling the truth, if Derek wasn't really Derek. "I'll send a couple of my deputies with you to retrieve it," she continued. "Then I suggest you start driving and don't stop until you're in another state." "What about Derek, or whatever's pretending to be Derek?" Malone's expression hardened. "I'll deal with that personally once my people are taken care of." I started to protest, but she cut me off. "This isn't your fight anymore, Lansing. You've done enough, more than enough. Now go while you still can." I didn't see what happened at Derek's cabin. Malone's deputies drove me there, waited while I collected my few belongings, and escorted me to my truck. Derek, or whatever wore his face, was nowhere to be seen. The deputies wouldn't say where he was, and I didn't ask. I left Ohio that day and didn't look back. Drove straight through to Colorado, where an army buddy had offered me a job at his security firm. I changed my name, not legally but in practice, introducing myself by my middle name instead. For years I scanned newspapers and later the internet for any mention of Barrett Ridge or the valley nearby. There were occasional reports of forest fires, some suspiciously concentrated in that area. Once, a brief notice about Sheriff Malone's retirement after 20 years of service, but nothing about the Blackwells or the things in the forest that had claimed them. I didn't tell anyone for a long time. Hell, I wasn't sure anyone would believe me. But then, a couple of months later, I saw a report on the news about a missing family near that same area. Authorities found their car abandoned near an old dirt road. They never found the family. It was the same road I'd driven down that day, and I knew. Sometimes on the edge of sleep I hear it still, that rhythmic clicking sound from the hollow tree. And in my dreams I see Derek's face, smiling at me across his kitchen table, telling me how good it is to have me back after all these years, waiting for me to return to the forest that remembers my name. The art of capturing forgotten America has always been my passion. As a documentary photographer specializing in rural landscapes, I've traveled to the most isolated corners of this country, seeking stories that would otherwise remain untold. My portfolio is filled with images of abandoned towns, forgotten industries, and the resilient people who live beyond the reach of modern convenience. I remember the day I decided to take the scenic route through the back roads of West Virginia. It was 2014, and I was driving my old pickup truck, a faithful companion on many such journeys. My name is Thaddeus Montgomery, a freelance photographer with a penchant for capturing the unseen corners of America. I've always believed that the soul of a place is found off the beaten path. That morning the sun was bright, and the air carried the crispness of early autumn. I had just finished an assignment in Charleston and was heading toward a small town called Millfield, hoping to catch the fading colors of the season. The GPS signal was spotty at best, but I didn't mind. Getting lost was part of the adventure. After a couple of hours, I noticed the pavement giving way to gravel. The road narrowed, flanked by dense forests on either side. Towering oaks and maples formed a canopy overhead, casting dappled shadows on the ground. I glanced at the fuel gauge. Half a tank left, plenty to get me through. As I rounded a bend, I saw a makeshift sign that read, "Detour," pointing left. Trusting it, I turned and soon found myself on an even rougher path. The trees seemed to close in and the underbrush grew thicker. The sense of isolation was palpable, but I pushed on, eager to see where this hidden trail would lead. The further I drove, the more unsettled I became. There was something unnatural about the silence here, no bird song, no rustling of wildlife. Even the wind seemed hesitant to disturb the stillness of these woods. I rolled down my window, hoping to catch a sound, any sound, that might confirm I wasn't the only living thing for miles. The air that greeted me was stagnant, carrying the faint odor of something rotting. About 20 minutes later, the engine began to sputter. Confused, I pulled over and stepped out to check under the hood. I'm no mechanic, but everything seemed in order. That's when I heard it. A distant sound, like metal clanging against metal. It was faint but distinct, coming from deeper within the woods. Curiosity piqued, I grabbed my camera and decided to investigate. Locking the truck, I made my way toward the sound. The forest was silent except for the occasional rustling of leaves. The ground beneath my feet felt spongy, unnaturally soft, as if the earth itself had begun to decay. Several times I paused, feeling the distinct sensation of being watched. I'd turn quickly, hoping to catch a glimpse of whatever lurked between the trees, but saw nothing except shadows that seemed to move independently of their sources. After walking for what felt like half an hour, I stumbled upon a clearing. In the center stood an old farmhouse, weathered and worn. Its paint had long peeled away, and the windows were boarded up. Behind it, I could make out the outlines of dilapidated structures, perhaps barns or sheds. The clanging noise was louder now, emanating from somewhere within the property. I approached cautiously, snapping photos as I went. The place had a haunting beauty, a relic of a bygone era. Near the farmhouse, I spotted a well with a rusty bucket hanging from a frayed rope. The air smelled of damp earth and decay, not the natural decomposition of a forest floor, but something more sickly sweet and cloying. Something that reminded me of the time I'd photographed the aftermath of a flood in Louisiana, where animals had been trapped and left to rot. Suddenly the clanging stopped. The abrupt silence sent a chill down my spine. I was about to turn back when a voice called out, "Who's there?" It was gruff, tinged with suspicion. Out of the shadows emerged a man, or at least someone resembling one. He was tall and gaunt, with unkempt hair, and a beard that looked like it hadn't been trimmed in years. His clothes were tattered, and he held a hammer in one hand. His skin had an unhealthy pallor, as if he rarely saw the sun despite living in these open woods. Most disturbing were his eyes, pale blue, almost colorless, with a glassy sheen that reminded me of taxidermy specimens. "Sorry to intrude," I said, raising my hand slightly. "I'm just a photographer passing through. My truck broke down nearby." He stared at me for a moment before a crooked smile spread across his face, revealing teeth that were yellowed and uneven, some missing entirely. "Ain't many folks come around these parts," he said. "Name's Virgil." "Thaddeus," I replied. "You wouldn't happen to have a phone, would you? I think my engine's given up on me." He chuckled, a sound like dry leaves scraping against pavement. "No phones here, but you're welcome to come inside. Maybe have some food. Ma loves company." Something about his gaze unsettled me, but I didn't want to offend. "That's kind of you," I said. "Maybe just some water and I'll be on my way." He gestured toward the house. "Suit yourself." Against my better judgment, I followed him. The interior was dimly lit, the air thick with the smell of mildew and something else, something meaty and rancid. The furniture was sparse and looked handmade, crude constructions of mismatched wood. Jars lined the shelves, filled with dark liquids and unidentifiable objects. In the corner sat an elderly woman rocking back and forth, humming a tuneless melody. "Ma, we got a visitor," Virgil announced. She looked up, her eyes cloudy but sharp. "Well now, isn't that nice?" she croaked. "Sit, sit." I took a seat on a rough wooden chair, wincing as a splinter dug into my palm. "Thank you," I said. "I appreciate your hospitality." Virgil disappeared into another room, leaving me alone with his mother. She eyed me with a curious intensity that made my skin crawl. Her fingers never stopped moving, knitting what appeared to be a small pouch out of material that looked suspiciously like leather. Human-colored leather. "You lost, son?" she asked, her voice like sandpaper on stone. "Just a bit turned around," I admitted. "My truck broke down not far from here." Her lips curled into a thin smile. "These woods have a way of trapping folks. Been that way since the mining company poisoned the groundwater. Some say it changed things, changed people too. She leaned forward, lowering her voice. You eaten anything strange lately? Drunk any water from these parts? Before I could respond, two more figures entered the room, twins by the look of them, both with the same disheveled appearance as Virgil. They moved with an odd, shuffling gait, as if their joints didn't bend quite right. They whispered to each other, casting sidelong glances in my direction, occasionally giggling like school children sharing a secret. An uneasy feeling settled in my stomach, a primal warning that something was deeply wrong. Through the open doorway behind them, I caught a glimpse of what looked like metal hooks hanging from the ceiling, dark stains beneath them on the floorboards. Perhaps I should get back, I said, rising from the chair, fighting to keep my voice steady. Leaving so soon? Virgil reappeared, blocking the doorway. At least stay for supper. Ma's fixin' something special. I'm afraid I must be going, I insisted, moving toward the exit. The twins stepped forward, flanking me on either side. Their smell hit me then, the unmistakable odor of blood and rot, embedded so deeply in their clothes and skin that no amount of washing could remove it. It's not safe out there, one of them said, his voice unnaturally high. The woods get real confusing after dark. People get turned around, walk in circles till they drop from exhaustion. Then the hungry things come. I swallowed hard. I'll take my chances. In a sudden movement, Virgil lunged at me, but I ducked and bolted toward the door. As I passed the threshold, I caught sight of a side room, a kitchen of sorts with large cleavers and saws hanging on the walls. But it was what lay on the central table that sent pure terror coursing through me. A human rib cage, partially cleaned of flesh. Bursting outside, I sprinted toward the trees. The sounds of footsteps and shouting erupted behind me. Heart pounding, I tore through the underbrush, branches scraping against my face and arms, drawing blood that I couldn't spare the time to wipe away. I could hear them gaining on me, their heavy breaths and curses filling the air. They moved through these woods with the confidence of predators in familiar hunting grounds. "We love it when they run," one of the twins called out, his voice filled with a sickening glee. "Makes the meat taste better." I choked back a sob of panic, pushing my body beyond what I thought possible. The forest seemed to conspire against me. Roots rose to trip my feet, branches whipped back to lash my face, and the canopy thickened overhead, plunging me deeper into shadow. The sun was setting now, casting long, distorted shadows that played tricks on my terror-addled mind. Out of nowhere, a hand grabbed my shoulder, pulling me back. I spun around and struck out with my camera, the device smashing into one of the twins' faces. He screamed, clutching his eye as viscous fluid leaked between his fingers. Using the distraction, I pushed onward, abandoning my faithful camera, my livelihood, without a second thought. I could hear the injured twin wailing behind me, his brother shouting, "He got Abel! Get him, Pa! Get him!" The forest seemed like an endless maze, but I focused on the fading light filtering through the canopy, hoping it would lead me out. Suddenly, the ground disappeared beneath me, and I tumbled down a steep embankment, rolling through dead leaves and decay, before coming to a stop at the bottom. The fall had knocked the wind from me, but I forced myself up, ignoring the pain radiating from my ribs. As I staggered forward, a sharp pain shot through my leg as I stumbled into a concealed trap. A rusted bear trap clamped around my ankle. I cried out, collapsing to the ground. Blood seeped through my jeans, and the agony was blinding. The teeth of the trap had punctured deep into flesh and possibly bone, and every movement sent fresh waves of torture through me. Virgil and the other twin emerged from the shadows, grinning wickedly. Virgil held a lantern now, its light casting grotesque shadows across his face. Behind him, the other twin, presumably Amos, dragged his injured brother Abel along. "Told you it wasn't safe," Virgil sneered. "These woods are full of dangers for outsiders." He reached down and patted the bear trap. "This one's caught us some fine meals over the years." "Please," I gasped. "Let me go. I won't tell anyone about you." "Oh, we know that," Virgil chuckled. "Dead men tell no tales." Desperation fueled me. I reached into my pocket and pulled out a small pocket knife. As they approached, I flicked it open and slashed wildly. The blade caught Amos's arm, causing him to recoil. Abel laughed, a disturbing sound coming from a man with half his face destroyed. "He's got some fight in him. I like that." Virgil was unfazed. He kicked the knife out of my hand and leaned in close, his breath hot and fetid against my face. "We're going to have ourselves a real feast tonight. Been a while since we had fresh meat with so much fat on it. From behind, a loud crack echoed, a gunshot. Virgil's expression shifted from triumph to shock. He staggered back, a dark stain spreading across his shirt. Looking past him, I saw a man in a ranger's uniform emerging from the trees, shotgun in hand. "Stay down," he shouted to me. The twins hesitated before fleeing into the forest, dragging their wounded father between them. The ranger approached cautiously, his eyes scanning the surrounding darkness. "Let's get you out of that trap," he said, kneeling beside me. He pried the metal jaws open, freeing my mangled leg. The relief was immediate, though the pain remained intense. "Can you walk?" he asked. "I'll manage," I grimaced, though I wasn't sure if that was true. The ranger helped me to my feet, supporting most of my weight as we began our slow journey through the forest. Every step was agony, but the alternative, staying in these accursed woods with the Crowleys still at large, was unthinkable. "You're lucky I was nearby," the ranger said as we hobbled along. "Been tracking these woods for weeks. We've had reports of missing hikers in this area. Found one of their camps recently, what was left of it." He paused. "What were you doing out here?" Between labored breaths, I explained about my photography trip, the detour sign, and my encounter with the family. The ranger nodded grimly. "That detour sign's been leading people to their deaths for months. We thought it was just teens playing pranks until the disappearances started." As we reached a dirt path where his patrol vehicle was parked, I glanced back. Through the trees, I could just make out Virgil lying motionless on the ground, his blood soaking into the forest floor. There was no sign of the others. The ranger drove me to the nearest hospital where I received treatment for my injuries. The trap had done significant damage, torn muscles, a fractured tibia, and a deep infection that would require weeks of antibiotics to clear. Throughout my recovery, I was interviewed repeatedly by local police and eventually the FBI. Authorities were notified, and a search team was dispatched to the farmhouse I had described. Over the next few days, the police uncovered a grisly scene. Behind the house, shallow graves were discovered containing the remains of several missing persons. The cellar revealed a makeshift abattoir where the family had processed their victims, preserving some parts in jars of brine while cooking others in a large iron pot. The twins were apprehended not far from the property, attempting to flee deeper into the wilderness. Abel's eye was lost completely, and Amos had developed a severe infection from the knife wound I'd inflicted. Their mother was found rocking in the same chair, apparently unaware or unconcerned that her world had collapsed around her. Their history unraveled, a lineage of recluses who had lived off the grid for generations, gradually descending into cannibalism after a mining disaster poisoned their livestock and crops decades ago. Preying on unsuspecting travelers who ventured too close, they had survived on the flesh of strangers while developing bizarre superstitions about the strength they gained from consuming outsiders. Their names were entered into the records, Virgil, Amos, and Abel Crowley, along with their mother, Martha. In the aftermath, I provided my testimony and handed over the photographs I had managed to salvage from my camera. The evidence was more than sufficient to bring them to justice. With the case closed and my leg finally healed enough for travel, I resumed my journeys, perhaps a bit wiser about the roads less taken. I still seek out the forgotten corners of America, but now I carry more than just a camera, a reminder that some stories are better left uncaptured, some paths better left unexplored. The next time I see a handmade detour sign on a lonely back road, I'll be turning around.